Train Hollywood. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 231. Sleepless Prison Tonight. The black man Kane was silently observing the surroundings of the square in a secluded place. Although as a bodyguard, he had completed the escort mission, he still did what a bodyguard should do very diligently. At this moment, the night wind suddenly blew up, whistling back and forth within the prison walls. The lonely prison imprisoned freedom, leaving courage and hope to those who dared to fight. Kane observed the surroundings motionlessly, letting the night wind blow the sand and dust on his face, standing still. Being a bodyguard requires patience and perseverance, especially in an environment like this, which requires a lot of patience. There were footsteps next to him, and Feiyang slowly walked to Kane's side with a bottle of liquor. Glancing at the prisoners who were watching the movie in the square, Feiyang said to Kane, "Hey, Kane, do you want a sip? This is the good wine I asked for from Fedro." Kane looked at him and said seriously, "Sorry, boss, I can't drink while working." Feiyang smiled, gently opened the bottle of liquor and said, "Consider it my thanks to you for getting the movie tape back." Then he handed the liquor over. Kane hesitated for a moment, took the bottle, took a big sip, and felt a burning sensation in his throat, and then his whole body became hot, as if a fire was burning on such a night. Warm. Feiyang took the bottle, wiped the bottle mouth and took a big sip, then looked at the square and said, "Kane, what do you think of me?" Kane was stunned. What do you think of me? Haha, you should understand what I mean. As an outsider, if you want to survive in the United States, you must work harder. With a sigh, Feiyang said leisurely, "Maybe you don't know that I was born in a humble family like you. 3 years ago, I fled from Hong Kong to the United States because of debt. My first job was to wash dishes and do odd jobs at a restaurant. It was a job that was good enough to eat, but not starve to death. Every day I was in the restaurant, either holding a rag and dishes, or pouring tea and water for the guests, and the guests came at any time. Sometimes the boss was satisfied and nodded to you, but most of the time he scolded you for being too slow, and called you a bastard." Feiyang's words evoked Kane's memories. Once upon a time, he was also born in the black slums in the United States. The blacks there had only two choices, either walk out, or go to prison. Kane has 4 siblings. He is the eldest in the family. His father is a worker in a construction team. He sells his labor. His mother is not well educated. She can only help people sew and mend clothes, and then take care of the children. Kane went to school when he was very young. He understood the hardships of his family, so he would find waste in the garbage dump to sell for money, and would repair the broken toys discarded by others for his brothers and sisters to play with. He hated and was tired of this poor life. He hated the contemptuous eyes of the white people, and insulted him as a nigger. In this country that boasts of freedom, blacks have obtained equal rights with whites on the surface, but in fact they are discriminated against everywhere. In school, Kane has always been a good student with excellent character and academic performance. He studies very hard and has only one goal: to get out of this terrible black area. At that time, he set one goal after another for himself. The first was to get a scholarship from the school and leave here to study in another place. The second was to find a promising job and become one of the few black rich men in the United States. Unfortunately, these goals were too far away from him, so that later on, Kane could only become a CIA member working for the government, but through hard work, he at least served as the captain. Unfortunately, a few years ago, he was implicated in a rescue incident and was forced to retire. Now, he can only work as a security supervisor at Paramount. Sometimes many people complain about how unfair God is, saying that they were born in such a poor and backward family, and sometimes they can't even have a full meal. Compared with those who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths, it's a world of difference. When others take a car to the playground to play, you have to carry your younger siblings to pick up garbage. When others are tired of steak and seafood and want to change their taste, you are still worried about having a full stomach. The world is so unfair. There is happiness when there is poverty, there is discrimination when there is class, and you and I can't escape. Feiyang said quietly. Sometimes I think that it's not wrong that God made you born into a certain family. At least he has given us the power to struggle, and this little power is the only thing we can grasp. Use your youth and passion, as well as the backbone that never bows down, to create your own tomorrow. Kane tightened his grip on the liquor and said, "Dear Mr. Yi, it is undeniable that you are a very charming person. I have heard many legendary stories about you before. When I saw you today, I found that you are indeed extraordinary. Everything you said just now really touched my heart and made me resonate strongly with you. But do you think that with these, you can make me join you? No, I'm a principled person." Haha, I never expected to convince you with these few words. Feiyang smiled, raising the corner of his mouth. I said so much, just to let you know that you and I have a lot in common. I know you come from a poor family, and people like you value feelings the most, because on the bumpy road of struggle, there must be many people who have helped you, and you also want to repay their gratitude, but you just don't have the chance. What do you mean by that? Haha, my meaning is very simple. Feiyang smiled and stuffed something into Kane's pocket. This is a little hard work fee. I won't let you leave Paramount and join Dream Pictures. I just hope you can help me and use your professional knowledge to help me train some security talents. Yes, my company is weak in this aspect. As for this matter, I will also talk to Mr. Raymond. You just need to take some time. It's that simple, man. Feiyang smiled and stood up and turned away. In fact, through this master tape theft incident, Feiyang was strongly aware of the shortcomings of the company's security measures for the first time, and Kane, who came from the CIA, is undoubtedly an expert in this area. If he can get his help, it will be just around the corner to establish a complete security team. Kane looked at Feiyang's back, picked up the liquor, and wanted to take a sip, but he still took out something from his pocket first. It was a check that could solve his troubles. When Feiyang returned to his seat in the prison square, the cartoon Speedy Snail directed by him had reached its final stage. Storyline: the turbine of the little snail T-Bow was discovered by humans and brought to the human world. T-Bow now had a bigger ideal to participate in the Indianapolis 500 race. His goal was to win the championship. With the efforts of his master, T-Bow began to sprint towards his dream. Looking at the prisoners watching the movie, each of them looked focused, and some even gritted their teeth, as if they were persisting. Yes, the movie at this moment has completely infected them, allowing them to see the struggle of a small person. A small snail still has the courage to compete with humans. Like these guys who have taken the wrong path and are imprisoned in prison, don't they have the courage to start a new life? Exclamation mark. Prisoner John was imprisoned here for buying and selling marijuana. Back then, he was a street thug who also had the dream of becoming a racer, but being a racer also requires financial support. Without money, you can't modify your car and can only eat exhaust gas behind your opponent. Without money, you can't participate in formal competitions and can't hire excellent teams. In short, John worked hard for his dream, but he repeatedly hit a wall. Until finally, in order to realize his dream of becoming a racer, he began to sell marijuana and smuggled it from Mexico to the United States in order to make a high profit. The first time, he succeeded. With money, he had a carnival, drank, danced, and picked up girls. He did all kinds of extravagant things, but he forgot his dream of becoming a racer. Soon, the money from selling marijuana was spent. John, who had adapted to this decadent life, had to continue to take risks and smuggle more marijuana from Mexico into the United States. The second time, he succeeded again. He still reveled, degenerate, indulged in luxury, and lived a life of drunkenness and dreams, but forgot his ideals. The third time, the fourth time, and the fifth time, he was caught. Because of the large amount of marijuana he sold and the serious circumstances, he was sentenced to a heavy sentence and was imprisoned in Fox River Prison. Then, he woke up from his dream. He knew what he had missed, especially in recent days. He always had the same dream. When he was a child, he rode a bicycle and sped under the care of his father. Then he looked at his father, raised his little face and said, "Dad, I want to be a racing driver when I grow up." Every time John woke up from this dream, he would burst into tears. He was sad about his current situation and his failed life. Maybe, my life is over. He covered his face and kept saying to himself. Disheartened, discouraged, and lost faith. John lived in prison like a zombie, just alive, breathing, and mechanically accepting the punishment of the law. But today, but now, but facing the little snail Turbo on the screen, John's dead heart was rekindled with passion. Even a small snail dared to risk its life to pursue its dream. As a human being, what else do I have to fear? Exclamation mark. John's heart was surging. For the first time, he had the desire to revive. He clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes shot out a firm belief. I want to get out of prison quickly, and I must become a racing driver. In fact, after watching the movie Speedy Snail, many prisoners had different psychological feelings. John is just one of them. To be honest, Feiyang's topic selection is great, especially for a topic like this, which premiered in an environment like a prison. After watching it, people will immediately have a passion, specifically a passion after being moved, a passion to strive for progress. Come on, Turbo, you will definitely succeed. Come on, Turbo, I'm proud of you. Work hard, for your dream. The prisoners couldn't help but start to cheer for the snail Turbo on the screen, and the whole square seemed to be in a fiery mood. If the entire movie venue was a mixture of depression and hope just now, then at this moment it has become apprehensive and uneasy. The audience's expectations for the fate of the little snail Turbo, and whether it can defeat humans and win the racing championship have already formed the last scene. Turbo participates in the car race, and will fight a life and death battle with the champion driver. In this scene, many subjective shots are first used to express the subjective feelings of the little snail Turbo. For example, it looks at the entire racetrack and remembers the racing dreams it had in the past. Now that the dream has come true, its size, its movements, and its hands stroking the racing posters running to the finish line. Close up shots. The race has begun. As the cars start, countless racing cars buzz, heralding the beginning of a cruel battle. On the winding track, the racing cars are parked in their respective parking spaces, ready to fight. The rhythm of the movie music accelerates, and as a snail Turbo speeds on the track, people's hearts are all hanging in their throats. Can he win the championship? This game is too intense. I hope he can win the championship. Become a Superman, and you won't be afraid of anything if you become a Superman. The audience prayed in their hearts, as if the people running on the track at this moment were themselves. On the widescreen, the shell of the little snail Turbo broke, and its superpowers were slowly fading. Countless racing cars whizzed past it. People were extremely nervous, especially when Turbo no longer had superpowers. Many people's hearts were in their throats. What should they do? Can it win? But Turbo is Turbo after all. He will never give up until the last moment. He struggled hard, and at the last moment, he burst out with amazing power and sprinted at full speed. The cars behind all crashed into each other, and the whole scene was extremely chaotic. Just one step away. Turbo was only one step away from reaching the finish line, but he had no strength. At the same time, the proud racing champion was behind him. Both of them rested exhausted. Whoever can take the last step will be the big winner. Damn it, I won't lose, especially not to you, a damn little snail. The racing champion lifted the broken car and moved towards the finish line. Snail Turbo also moved. The two competed, and speed and time meant victory to them. Seeing that Turbo was about to reach the finish line, the champion driver stepped on it with his feet and hit it with his tires. All the audience felt that they were about to suffocate. The last step. Turbo crossed the finish line. In the silent arena, he stood up from the finish line with difficulty, raised his head, and took a deep breath. He smelled the scent of victory. At that moment, all the hard work and efforts were completely released. Wow. The entire screening venue stood up excitedly with Turbo's final victory. Many people shouted loudly, "Turbo, good job. Turbo, you are so awesome. Turbo, I support you." But most people still shouted together, "Long live the dream." The movie was shown here, which made everyone feel relieved. As an animated film, the ending is always very beautiful, so the arrangement at the end of the movie can be said to have fulfilled everyone's wishes. Turbo and his friends finally became excellent racing drivers. The movie ended. After the movie ended, the situation in the prison square can only be described in one sentence. That is, whether it is the prisoners or the reporters, they were all infected by the happy ending of the movie. When all the lights in the square were on, Feiyang turned his head and saw faces full of tears. Even the warden Fedro, who wanted to take the opportunity to promote the movie, was crying. After reacting to the emotions of the movie, he hurriedly wiped away the tears on his face and muttered, "This little snail is so damn touching." The applause, as expected, rang out, deafening, and even more enthusiastic than Feiyang imagined. At the strong request of the audience, Feiyang was pushed to the podium in front. After more than an hour of screening, the audience was like riding a small boat on the river of history, a tortuous and magnificent river. The touching feeling brought to them by this cartoon far exceeded Feiyang's original estimate. Dear friends, this is not a simple cartoon. Feiyang held the microphone, and his heart was almost spasmodic with excitement. The audience in the square looked at him, silent, and waiting for Feiyang's next words. This is a hymn, a great hymn to the pursuit of dreams. An immortal hymn. Wow. After Feiyang finished speaking, there was a wave of applause. Regarding the little snail Turbo, I just want to say that, although Turbo is weak, his heart is very strong. For him, dreams are everything that supports him. With dreams, he can endure some suffering. For his dream, he did not hesitate to bet his life in the final stage. When the probability of failure and success was so different, he resolutely chose to take the risk. In the end, this little snail became a real hero. A hero on the field. Many times, everyone uses various reasons to prevaricate their pursuit of their ideals. I'm old and have no time. That dream is too far away. Forget it. I have to support my family. These dreams can't be eaten. Besides, I have been in prison. What can people like me do? How can we pursue our dreams? Is it true that everyone is making excuses, being afraid, and being cowards? We should secretly ask ourselves, deep down, do we still have the passion to pursue our dreams? Or are we so mediocre in life that we just eat, drink, and wait for death until we grow old? Have we thought of a way out before we do it, calculated the ratio of success to failure, and tried to get the most with the least cost? If so, please don't ignore the fact that courage only belongs to those who are fearless, and victory only belongs to those who dare to pursue. Because what we are pursuing is not innocence, but dreams. Everything, for dreams. For dreams. For dreams. For dreams. The audience all shouted, "Get rid of this shackles, and pursue our dreams. God has given us beautiful dreams, and we must strive to pursue them. Chase. Chase." Many prisoners shouted and shed tears. The premiere of Speedy Snail was a huge success. Feiyang moved everyone with a cartoon full of innocence, specifically, all the prisoners. This group of alternative people who were imprisoned in prison, unable to see the sun, and losing their freedom, thought that they would live like zombies for the rest of their lives. Even after being released from prison, they would continue to walk the old path, selling drugs, robbing, committing crimes. This is their usual life. Just as Feiyang said, life has stereotyped them. Prisoners are always prisoners, and it is impossible to start a new life. But Feiyang denied their negative thoughts, and told them that no matter who you are, no matter where you are, you can pursue your dreams without hesitation. Like a little snail, run and gallop. Oh my god, I must continue to be a baseball player after I get out of prison. Yes, this is my dream. My dream is to open a pizza shop. If possible, man, how about we form a partnership? Haha, I thought of it. My dream is to be a gigolo, have many girlfriends, and make a lot of money. In any case, these prisoners have re-established their confidence in life and their goals after being released from prison from this cartoon. Although there was no grand celebration like outside after the premiere, the warden Fedro was very kind to inform everyone that the lights could be turned off an hour later tonight. This is unprecedented in the prison. Therefore, at midnight, the entire Fox River prison was still brightly lit, and many prisoners in the same cell were still happily discussing the movie just now. That night, the prison was sleepless. To be continued, chapter 232. Snail vs. Gladiator. It is undeniable that the movie Snail Speed is definitely an extremely excellent animation, whether in the past life or today. Feiyang also has great expectations for this animation, because as mentioned earlier, with the faster and faster development of dream pictures in Hollywood, Feiyang has begun to consider taking a broader development route, and the animation field will be the general trend of future development. As far as Feiyang himself knows, many super blockbusters in the future will almost have animations, such as Ice Age, Despicable Me, Monsters Academy, and the world-famous Dragon Master. In addition, there is another very important feature of animation, that is, it is innocent and positive. Compared with those horror and science fiction films with strong commercial and entertainment surnames, animation has a deeper thinking surname and artistic surname. Through this animation, people get not only entertainment, but also deep ideological connotations. In other words, whether a film can become a classic or not can only be judged by time. If you show it to people 100 years later, and people can still be moved by it, then it is eternal and classic. Otherwise, it is just a play, a fast food culture that makes people feel very happy after watching it, nothing more. From an artistic point of view, cartoons are movies that integrate visual art, animation design, and computer technology, and are more forward-looking. After all, the future is the era of technology. From a commercial point of view, cartoons have the widest audience, almost suitable for all ages. In addition, the production cost of cartoons will become lower and lower as technology matures. On the contrary, the production of general commercial films will become larger and larger with the influence of external factors such as the actor's pay, the staff's salary, and the social minimum wage standard. Feiyang is a director, a screenwriter, and a businessman. Businessmen are profit-seeking, so he must look at the long term. Cartoons, especially the future simulation of real people equals animation, will be the general trend. The future of movies is actually the future of technology. It can be said that many filmmakers cannot predict this kind of future. Feiyang is a little different. Although he is not a graduate of a film major, he has a lot of knowledge, and it is 20 years older than the current stock. Therefore, in the eyes of many people, he is a genius and a rare film. Through his diligence and hard work, he works like a working machine without stopping, which has brought him the opportunity to approach the level of film masters. However, animation has always been the weak point of many directors. There are not many world-renowned animation directors. The ones who can be counted are Hayao Miyazaki, Tim Burton, Will Vinton. It can be said that there are very few elites in this field. This is not only because animation creativity is difficult, but also because animation technology is difficult. But now, Feiyang has launched a war in this field with Speedy Snail. After the premiere, it depends on the reaction of the outside world. First of all, a very interesting article was published on the well-known American entertainment media Hollywood Entertainment Weekly. The article is about evaluating this unprecedented animation premiered in prison. From the beginning we have been curious about what kind of miracle an animated film premiered in prison can bring. Now, we know the answer. Starting from last night, a reporter from our magazine brought back his feelings about watching the movie. He took a sip of water and then said deeply, "So damn moved." Please forgive the swear word, but it fully exposes the true feelings of our reporter. Yes, this is how he felt. 2 words, moved. If the news published by this newspaper was just a drop in the ocean, then the subsequent reports from other media were quite sensational. New York entertainment star, I went to the prison to watch the play Speedy Snail. In fact, what impressed me the most was not the protagonist himself, but the one who silently protected Turbo and the brothers around the fat boy. They will always help you and protect you when you are down, and never leave you when you are outspoken. They worry about you, so they pour cold water on you, hoping that you can be safe. Aren't these relatives? This is only family. The plot itself is very attractive, especially when I saw Turbo insisting on slowly crawling to the finish line in the end. I couldn't help but wet my eyes. A person has a goal he wants to fight for, whether it is an ideal, a person, or a thing. In fact, it is also a blessing. Chicago Sun-Daily. First of all, let me start with an opening remark. I personally think this is the best animation work so far this year. The story is easy to guess, and the development is also easy to guess, but I just feel very enjoyable in the story. In terms of the story, Snail is really tacky and much weaker than Disney's Tarzan and the Mermaid. But the storytelling technique of this film is very mature, not as stiff as Tarzan, and not as impetuous as the Mermaid. I personally think that, if Dream Pictures continues to maintain this unhurried storytelling technique, it will definitely produce better works. Well, to be specific, there are many funny points in the movie. Even I, who have a high sense of laughter, laughed. When it comes to how to prove that the storytelling technique of this film is good, the best proof is the reaction of the prisoners in the prison. I remember that when watching Tarzan and the Mermaid, the audience was so chaotic! When watching Snail, these prisoners were immersed in the story while they were in a mess, and they just laughed at the funny points and couldn't hear any other sounds at all. In short, this is a great cartoon, and some places are even more exciting. Believe me, it's really great. In addition to the above comments, many classic and insightful lines in this movie moved the prisoners who watched the movie. The sooner you accept the reality of your fate, the happier you will be. What if you wake up tomorrow and find that your magic is gone? Then I will do my best today. No matter how big the dream is, it is not big enough, and no matter how small the dreamer is, it is not small enough. If these comments and classic lines are spread from Hollywood, then there is nothing to be curious about. But these are all spread from prison. Who would have thought that almost all of those who spread the classic lines are prisoners in Fox River Prison? These prisoners, through their families, expressed their views on this play and their feelings. I want to reform myself. Yes, from now on, I will walk out of prison and pursue my dreams. I want to learn from that little snail. No longer give up on myself, for my family, for my friends. Work hard. Fight. I cried for the little snail Turbo. I cheered up for the people around me. A small cartoon actually moved the prisoners in the entire prison. What does this mean? Such a situation shocked the entire Hollywood film industry. The film industry, which was originally swept by the super blockbuster Gladiator, has undergone a wonderful fission. Many critics, screenwriters, and filmmakers who have a deep understanding of movies, who are not optimistic about this cartoon, and ordinary audiences, even ordinary people who are lower than ordinary audiences, have developed a strong interest in this movie. 3 days later, Snail was officially released worldwide. I'm very curious about what kind of movie this is. I must go and see it. What is the secret of this movie that can move the prisoners in Fox River Prison? You must see it. This cartoon is so curious. With people's curiosity, everyone involuntarily walked into the cinema and began to watch this movie with relish. For the movie Snail, people's enthusiasm from the heart surpassed other movies released at the same time, such as The Perfect Storm, Gone in 60 Seconds, Beauty of the Agents, etc., or Left Behind. People chatted while eating, talking while walking, and talking while shopping. When people meet each other, the first sentence is not, "Hi, how are you?" but "Have you seen Speedy Snail?" In schools, factories, shops, government offices, wherever there are people, you can hear them talking about this movie. This movie is really amazing. It's really great. I just want to cry after watching it. Dream Pictures is really amazing. In comparison, the momentum of the original Overlord Gladiator has not diminished at all. There is no way. A blockbuster is a blockbuster after all. It can be said that the quality of Gladiator itself is really good. Whether it is the plot or the characters, it has reached the peak of Universal movies. The male protagonist played by Russell Crowe conquered many audiences overnight like Alexander in ancient Rome. And Gladiator also topped the list and became the best-selling movie in the entire world today. It is precisely because of this that many people can't help but compare these two films. Speedy Snail is good to watch and quite humorous. It makes me realize that, as long as you persist in life, you can win. I like Gladiator because it has a grand scene and a deeper meaning. As for Speedy Snail, it is also very good, but it is a little too innocent. It is impossible for such a thing to happen in the world. It is just a very beautiful fairy tale. Gladiator is good because I like it, and the male protagonist in it very much. I appreciate his bravery and blood. I still prefer Speedy Snail because this play can touch our hearts and is closer to life. At the beginning, everyone still expressed their opinions and views very self-disciplined and also affirmed the other play, but as the influence of these two movies expanded, some verbal battles were inevitable, and this was unexpected by no one. To be continued, Chapter 233. Reversal of Box Office. At the beginning, everyone was able to express their opinions and views on Gladiator and Speed in a very disciplined manner, but as the influence of these two movies expanded, fierce wars of words were inevitable. Gladiator is good, and the low-budget Speed is nothing. If Speed is shit, then Gladiator is even worse than shit. Gladiator is an epic blockbuster, and Speed is just an idiotic fairy tale. The two movies are not on the same level. In short, I support Gladiator, and I step on Speed. Speed has profound meaning, and Gladiator is too bloody. Profound. Speed is just a stupid movie. It's stupid. You are stupid. The war of words has shaken the entire Hollywood film industry. Never before have so many people fought two movies in a life and death struggle. What is even more surprising is that the two movies that were being shouted at were completely unrelated. One was the epic blockbuster Gladiator and the other was the animated film Speedy Snail. It can be said that these two movies are not in the same genre at all. Faced with this situation, many well-known filmmakers came out and said, which of these two movies is better? Let's calm down first, because as far as we know, the weekly box office rankings will be released soon, and it will be clear who will win and who will lose. Box office rankings. After this was said, those who were shouting became more enthusiastic, with only one purpose, to cheer for their favorite movies. This stunned those peacemakers who originally wanted to calm down the war of words. In this situation, the North American weekly movie rankings were finally released. The first place in the North American weekly box office rankings is the epic blockbuster Gladiator produced by Universal Pictures, with a box office of $0 million in the first week. The second place in the North American weekly box office rankings is the animated film Snail co-produced by Paramount Fantasy Pictures, with a box office of $21 million in the first week. The third place in the North American weekly box office rankings is the disaster film The Perfect Storm produced by Warner Bros. Pictures, with a box office of $17.5 million in the first week. The fourth place in the North American weekly box office rankings is the action film Gone in 60 Seconds produced by Highmore Pictures, with a box office of $16.6 million in the first week. The fifth place in the North American weekly box office rankings is the action film Beauty of the Agents, produced by Columbia Pictures, with a box office of $14.8 million in the first week. Without any surprise, Gladiator, which opened in the first week of May, topped the box office with more than $0 million, like a blockbuster bomb that detonated the upcoming summer vacation. In comparison, although Snail is inferior to Gladiator in terms of momentum, this movie is not a popcorn movie and can be said to have some artistic element. Therefore, it ranked second with $21 million. This data made Dream and Paramount mixed, while for the other giants, shock and a bit of fear coexisted. Warner's The Perfect Storm was also released in the same week. Although this movie invited Hollywood veteran George Clooney to lead the starring role, disaster movies have never been the main dish in the North American market, except for the heaven-defying Titanic and The Future 12. Therefore, the box office of this movie this week failed to break 10 million, which is a bit regrettable. As for the rejuvenated Highmore films, this time they took the route of extreme speed racing and filmed the car theft theme Gone in 60 Seconds, which combined crime, action and racing, and invited the recent Hollywood popular King Nicolas Cage to star in it. Unfortunately, this movie did not match Cage's temperament, especially the spirit of racers who accidentally fired their guns and risked their lives. So the whole movie was a bit tasteless, with a box office revenue of $16.6 million in the first week. Many years later, Cage still felt bad about this movie. He complained that the script of this movie was too bad, like a cheap popular novel, without any movement and passion. Beauty of the Agents, produced by Columbia Pictures, can be said to be a very good comedy film. It invited Hollywood A-list actress Sandra Bullock to play the leading role. The whole play follows the comedy route that Hollywood is best at, packaging the beauty pageant into police and gangster action, and cleverly compiling an interesting story of beauty-catching thieves. It can be said that this film, which is not too expensive to produce, has the potential to be a dark horse in the summer vacation, and the box office reached $14.8 million in the first week. In addition to the above 5 films, other films released at the same time almost became runners-up, especially those film companies that were preparing to release them. After research, they decided to take the initiative to avoid them, of course, avoiding Gladiator and these annoying blockbusters. As time goes by, the glory of Gladiator becomes more and more radiant, and the box office becomes more and more prosperous. The gap between Speed Snail, which originally caused a *** storm by prison premiere, and it is getting bigger and bigger in box office. It seems that the little snails can't fight these gladiators with swords and shields. However, this did not discourage Paramount and Dream. Although the box office was suppressed by Gladiator, this animation could only rank second. However, it was able to achieve such a result in the fierce competition, which was enough to show its uniqueness. Of course, there are also professional film analysts who have analyzed that the final box office of this movie can exceed $200 million. As for who will have the last laugh between it and Gladiator, only time will tell. However, Feiyang, a Chinese director, has been recognized by North America for his first animation. His versatility and variety of filming types have become his golden signboard, so that some Hollywood people who are interested in good things have given him the title of ever-changing director. Paramount, which cooperated with Dream Pictures to shoot this movie, also made some gains. Of course, if Gladiator was not too domineering, everything would be better. After the second week's box office rankings came out, the first place was still the annoying drama Gladiator. The performance of Snail was pulled down again. The potential dark horse beauty agent surpassed Gone in 60 Seconds and rose one place. The box office of almost all other movies also fell collectively. The reason was that Gladiator was too strong and occupied too much box office. Seeing such an ending, those who were originally optimistic about Gladiator began to be complacent. Didn't you brag about how great that *** cartoon was? Now you see it? Who is the big winner? Gladiator dominates the world, leaving the damn snail with no place to bury. Sword and Shield completely defeated the little snail shell. Faced with this one-sided situation, those media reporters who had nothing to do also began to spit at Snail. No, specifically at the director of this play, Feiyang. Shen Qiyang is no longer magical. Snail is about to lose to Gladiator. Prison premiere is useless. The box office explosion is the hard truth. In short, Feiyang, who has been in the limelight recently, has become the first bird to stand out, and was beaten by many jealous guys. In this regard, Feiyang laughed it off, and did not make any explanation. As long as the box office is not too bad, it will be fine. But Feiyang doesn't think so, which does not mean that other people in Dreamland think so. At least Fatty Jack, Rabbit Bill and others are very dissatisfied. But everything is not over yet. Yes, it's not over yet. On May 17th, Dream Pictures announced that the musical film High School Musical directed by director Jack Black will be released soon. High School Musical? Exclamation mark. Isn't it just a song and dance route, a follow-up movie for teenagers? I didn't expect this movie to be released so soon. Anyone with a little bit of brains knows that, since Feiyang's Dancing on the Floor became popular all over the world, the musical film, which was originally a dying genre, has been completely revived by him. Many film companies have begun to shoot musical films, but this time, the film produced by the authentic Dream Films has been expected by everyone. If the news announced by Dream Films is not a big deal, then the other news announced by Dream Films and its partner Lionsgate Films completely shocked everyone. The news is simple. The adventure and magic blockbuster Pirates of the Caribbean, which has been filmed for more than half a year, will be released worldwide soon. What? No way. Pirates of the Caribbean produced by Dream and Lionsgate is also going to be released. Exclamation mark. What does this mean? Exclamation mark. It means that Dream Films will have 3 films released in succession this summer. Speedy Snail, High School Musical, exclamation mark. and Pirates of the Caribbean. 3 films. It seems that Dream is going to use 3 films to directly compete with Universal's Gladiator. A big battle is about to start. 10 days later, the situation changed. Gladiator, which originally occupied the dominant position, began to decline in box office due to the scramble of theaters, from more than 100 million to more than 25 million. After another week, the box office fell again from 25 million to 23 million. In comparison, although the box office of Speedy Snail also fell, the decline was not so severe, reaching about 18.8 million in the week. In addition, the weekly box office of High School Musical was 17.5 million, and Pirates of the Caribbean reached an astonishing 21.8 million. It can be said that the situation of the entire box office war has become more subtle, but soon, the whole situation has changed again. In the 3rd week, the entire North American film industry experienced a major earthquake. Due to the good reputation of Pirates of the Caribbean, movie fans flocked to it. The original weekly box office champion Gladiator was overturned by a group of pirates. Pirates of the Caribbean became the box office champion of this week with $33 million. If Speedy Snail and High School Musical are counted, the weekly box office of Dream Pictures reached an astonishing $60 million. This result stunned the entire Hollywood. To be continued, chapter 234. Good luck. I have to say that Pirates of the Caribbean is really amazing. This group of pirates who suddenly appeared caught other blockbusters off guard. In fact, this movie was very awesome in the previous life. It not only swept the entire summer vacation, but also created the Pirates of the Caribbean series. Now, the glory is back. Not only is the box office a big hit, but it has also made Johnny Depp, who is currently unlucky, famous. Yes, Johnny Depp is popular, and he is very popular. Now his popularity is no less than that of Leonardo DiCaprio, who became famous for Titanic. No matter where he goes, whether it is on the street, in the mall, or in the toilet, he can attract a lot of fans to surround him and ask for autographs. Johnny Depp is miserable. Several times when he was peeing in the toilet, someone exclaimed, "You are Depp," and peed on his pants. Several times when he was recognized by people while shopping in the mall, he had to flee in panic. The screams of female fans and the roars of male fans made Johnny depressed. On the other hand, the huge influence brought by Pirates of the Caribbean was something Feiyang had never expected. Even though this film, that created a new situation for pirates in the history he knew, did cause a sensation in the past, it did not happen what he was about to encounter. History is changing, and Feiyang is also changing. How should he deal with it? That is something that needs to be considered in the future. Feiyang only needs to continue to expand his dream pictures according to his predetermined guidelines. In fact, at least he now has a good foundation, but in Derz's opinion, Feiyang's delay in listing the company is definitely an unwise move. You know, in the United States, many companies use listing to raise funds, and then use the accumulated money to invest in more movies and develop more public businesses. But Feiyang is different. In Derz's view, he is a monster, a freak who likes to keep money in his own hands, does not like to deal with banks, and does not like to be linked to the stock market. Perhaps, this is the special surname of the Chinese, Derz thought. But who knows, that Feiyang is cautious and wins every step of the way! Exclamation mark. No matter what, Pirates of the Caribbean has achieved great success, and all the audiences who have watched this movie have praised it highly. The only regret for Feiyang is that the company logo carefully created before the film started was covered by the logo of the more powerful Lionsgate films. At least people are not sure whether this movie is produced by Lionsgate or Dream Productions. However, as the screenwriter and investor of this movie, Feiyang has once again become the object of attention and reports of many media. Of course, this is also thanks to Johnny Depp. When interviewed by media reporters, Depp almost said with a grateful tone, "My success today is all due to one person, that is, dear Mr. Feiyang. Without him, there would be no this movie. Without him, there would be no Captain Jack." Those reporters did not expect that there was such a big name behind this movie, so Feiyang became Depp's scapegoat and became the first object of interviews by many media. It is conceivable how depressed Feiyang who always likes quietness, is. The following week, Pirates of the Caribbean continued to be screened in theaters under DreamWorks and Lionsgate. Almost every night was full, and it took in nearly 10 million in 3 days. This is a number that even surpassed Gladiator. No one doubts that this film has the potential to break the box office record again. In short, this film has become popular, even overshadowing all other Hollywood films. Although Feiyang was very smart to state at the end of the film that everything is purely fictional, all men in the United States, young and old, began to dress up as Captain Jack, with turbans on their heads and unshaven beards, and then when they walked, they pinched their fingers and walked like sparrows. What's more, many newspapers and magazines were undoubtedly conquered by Johnny Depp's perfect performance, and basically used Captain Jack collectively when referring to Depp. Josephine, a famous American female writer, mentioned in her column that she was very embarrassed when writing this article, and she didn't know what words to use to describe Depp when she picked up the pen. Even Stephen King, who has always been quite unhappy with Feiyang, couldn't help but praise Depp's performance in his article and highly praised this film. Although it didn't specifically praise Feiyang, it obviously made no difference. Interestingly, Feiyang once met Paramount CEO Raymond, who beat his chest and complained to Feiyang, saying that such a good subject matter didn't cooperate with him to shoot, but it was a bargain for Lionsgate. Feiyang laughed non-stop, but thought in his heart, this movie was originally proposed by Lionsgate Gustavo, and I just modified the script. What is the box office of Pirates of the Caribbean? 1 month later, according to statistics from Hollywood professionals, the total box office of the 3 movies of Dream Pictures in North America has reached 300 million so far, and the global total box office has reached 700 million, of which Pirates of the Caribbean has contributed 400 million. And this is only 1 month. According to this result, conservatively estimated that after all 3 movies are taken off the screen, the global total box office will be able to exceed $1 billion at least. High School Musical is produced by Dream alone. Speedy Snail is a joint production of Dream and Paramount. Pirates of the Caribbean is a joint production of Dream and Lionsgate. Even so, after deducting all investment costs and expenses, Dream will be able to make at least $200 million in net profit on the basis of recovering costs. For Dream's employees and cast members, this number is definitely a glorious and proud number. Even Durr's initial worries disappeared. The total box office of the 3 films reached $1 billion. What kind of capital is this in the Hollywood film industry? Even a fool knows it. In the face of the impressive box office results, Feiyang waved his hand and decided to hold a celebration party with a smile. In the past, it was held only after the film was released, but now it was held in advance. According to Feiyang, after being busy for so long, everyone should have a good time. At the celebration party, Dream invited all the contracted artists and filmmakers of the company, and of course reporters were indispensable. Feiyang raised his glass high, his expression full of joy, looked at the people around him and shouted, "Hey, guys, cheers to our success. Cheers to the success of the company. Cheers to all of us. Cheers." Everyone drank the wine excitedly, accepted the photos of the reporters together, and then talked about their own things. Feiyang came to Jessica and Johnny Depp. Jessica and Depp became good friends because of starring in Pirates of the Caribbean. Feiyang laughed and said, "It feels very pleasant. There will be many more happy banquets like today in the future." Do you know what Depp said to me just now? Jessica's behavior was very strange. Every time she was in a public place, she became very polite. Now is no exception. She looked at Feiyang with a smile. "Depp just said that he was right about you. You are really talented. Just 1 movie made him famous again, and he is very famous. Yes, dear Yi, your script is really great. I feel like I'm the incarnation of Captain Jack. How should I put it? I'm fascinated by this play and this role. Haha, then are you interested in filming the second part?" Feiyang asked with a smile. "Of course." Depp said, "I will film it, even if I don't pay more." Nonsense. According to the popularity of the movie Pirates, Depp can fully foresee that the sequel of this movie will definitely be a super hit. Then it's a deal. Feiyang patted Depp on the shoulder. Others don't know, but Feiyang knows very well that in the future, the Pirates of the Caribbean series will be popular all over the world and become a classic series full of gold and silver. Such movies must continue to be filmed. In addition, the Saw and High School Musical owned by Dream Pictures will also follow the series route, and the sequels will be filmed one by one. Unless Feiyang thinks the money is too much, otherwise these are all brands and treasures, just like Paramount's Transformers and Columbia's Spider-Man. Just when Feiyang was thinking about whether to continue to cooperate with Lionsgate to develop the sequel of this movie, Johnny Depp suddenly said, "Hey, man, can I introduce you to a friend?" "Oh, who is it?" "He, right behind you." Feiyang turned around and saw a middle-aged curly-haired man walking towards him. The middle-aged man looked very much like Hong Kong star Anthony Wang, but his hairstyle was really special, fluffy, and looked like he was struck by lightning. Feiyang knew this person. To be precise, Feiyang had seen this person in many magazines and on TV. This person is also very famous in Hollywood. He is the great director, Tim Burton. This is my mentor and my good friend, the great director Mr. Tim Burton. "Hi, Burton, this is Mr. Feiyang I want to introduce to you." Johnny Depp acted as an introducer and introduced Feiyang and the others. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Burton." Feiyang was the first to reach out. Burton did not expect Feiyang to be so enthusiastic, and he also hurriedly reached out to greet him. "I have heard of you for a long time, Mr. Feiyang." After introducing each other, Feiyang took the initiative to say, "It's a bit noisy here, why don't we go over there and sit down?" After finding a place to sit down, Tim Burton knew from Johnny Depp that Feiyang liked to be straightforward, so he quickly stated his purpose. "It's like this, Mr. Yi, I want to remake the classic sci-fi movie Planet of the Apes from the 1960s, and I hope you can invest." "Planet of the Apes?" Exclamation mark. Feiyang's eyes lit up. It seems that this movie was quite popular in his previous life. But how could such a good thing find him? Exclamation mark. Could it be that he is really lucky? To be continued, chapter 235. Expansion strategy. Seeing that Feiyang was listening very attentively, the great director Tim Burton continued, "How should I put it? Like many people, I'm a loyal fan of the 1968 Planet of the Apes. It is an unforgettable myth, and the idea of reconceiving this myth makes me very excited. I fully respect the film of that year, and hope to take its essence, and add new characters and new element, and strive to present that world in a completely different way. That's why I came here boldly, hoping that Dream Studios can invest in this film." "Yes, that's it." Burton said it very easily and naturally. Feiyang is not so stupid and naive, and he will not immediately agree to him, just because he knows that Burton is a great director. He asked Burton, "Why?" "Well, what why? Why did you choose Dream Studios? You know, there are many other big companies in Hollywood, right?" Burton was stunned, and seemed to have something to hide. "Let me answer for him," Johnny Depp suddenly said, "because the investment this time is too large. Other companies dare not take it. So I introduced him to you." Feiyang smiled. Burton seemed very embarrassed. "So what is the specific investment amount?" "HMM." Burton saw Feiyang asking him. "It's $100 million US. $100 million US? Feiyang was secretly surprised. No wonder many big movie companies didn't dare to invest easily. $100 million US is not a small amount for many companies. In fact, apart from this reason, Tim Burton's filming is artistic. For example, although Edward Scissorhands has a first-class reputation, the box office is very poor. There is also Ed Wood he and Depp collaborated on. The box office performance is simply terrible. It is precisely because of this that those big companies dare not take out $100 million US to let Burton have fun and remake his dream of Planet of the Apes. Seeing Feiyang's embarrassment, Burton seemed to have expected it. When Depp wanted to introduce Feiyang to him, Burton was a little hesitant, but Depp kept saying that Feiyang was a very courageous person, so he came here. Sighing, Burton said, "Okay, I already know the answer. Sorry, Mr. Yi, I disturbed you and wasted your time," Burton said, and turned to leave. Suddenly, "Are you confident?" "Ah, what?" Burton turned around and saw Yi Feiyang looking at him with a smile. I asked you if you have the confidence to make this movie well. Yi Feiyang repeated. Burton understood and said happily, you mean, you agreed to invest? Yes, welcome to cooperate. Yi Feiyang stretched out his hand. Burton shook it happily. The reason why Yi Feiyang agreed to invest in Tim's movie was firstly, to establish a close and friendly relationship with the great director Tim Burton, and it would be best if he could recruit him to join Dream Pictures. You know, Tim is a real Hollywood talent. His dark style movies are unique in the entire world film industry and have won numerous awards. Secondly, the company has sufficient funds recently, and an investment of 100 million is fully competent, and this can also test the true strength of Dream Pictures. And although he said he was going to invest 100 million, Yi Feiyang had a rough idea of how much it would actually cost. He would strictly control the cost so as not to let a movie drag him down. Finally, science fiction was a field that Yi Feiyang had never ventured into. Apart from writing the script for The Matrix, he had almost no experience in it. This time, investing in Burton's Planet of the Apes was also an attempt. If the attempt was successful, Dream Pictures would be able to truly become a leader among medium-sized film companies and thus transition to a large film company. You know, only companies that can shoot blockbusters can be called large companies. Of course, in addition to the above reasons, Yi Feiyang also knew clearly that, although the Planet of the Apes in his previous life was not Tim Burton's masterpiece, and was even criticized for losing Burton's usual dark style, and was criticized by many film critics, the box office reached more than 360 million, which was considered the most popular movie shot by Tim Burton. As soon as Tim Burton left, Bill the Rabbit and Jack the Fat, who knew that Yi Feiyang was going to invest in Planet of the Apes, and James Wan and others came over. Boss, I heard you're going to start a big production. Haha. Rabbit Bill rubbed his hands. We all have time now. Let's see if we can help. The fat man smiled. The subtext is, we all want to make a movie. Give us a chance. Yi Feiyang pondered for a moment. Now the company can carry out more and more production business, unlike before when many people were bored, so he also planned to give these subordinates more opportunities to play. Yi Feiyang rubbed his nose and pretended to be thoughtful, saying, I know you have been idle for a while, but you all can see that the company has just started, and there can't be too many movies for you to shoot. Moreover, the company emphasizes high quality products, and it is normal to make a year for a movie. So it is unlikely that you will shoot a few movies a year here. But I'm creating enough conditions for everyone to strive for excellence. Yi Feiyang smiled slightly. All the equipment is the most advanced, and the screenwriter can modify the script at any time. There is a sufficiently relaxed creative environment. This is not the best, but this is the best condition I can give you at present. Don't blame me for investing in such a big play and letting outsiders be the director. When the film is released, you will know that I'm actually choosing the most suitable candidate. Yi Feiyang smiled and looked at the silent directors. Bill, you have been the assistant director of Pirates of the Caribbean. You should have accumulated good shooting experience. If possible, I hope you can make a similar asterisk version. Well, I have already thought of the title. It's called This Is Not the Caribbean. The adult film market is growing, especially following the trend of popular blockbusters. Bill himself started out shooting adult films, so shooting such a movie is a piece of cake. The most important thing is that Bill loves adult films and never gets tired of it. This is why Yi Feiyang chose him to shoot the adult version of Pirates of the Caribbean. You should know that this adult version was very famous in the previous life and won a big award at the Italian Adult Film Festival, and the box office was amazing. Yi Feiyang was unwilling to miss such a popular adult film with a good reputation. Of course, the production and distribution will not be under the name of Dream Pictures. Finally, the reason why Yi Feiyang started shooting this adult drama is to commemorate his deceased friend Henry the Elephant. As for you, Fatty Jack, you could have continued to shoot a sequel to High School Musical, but I hope you can give this opportunity to the new director, recruited by the company. You can start shooting a movie that you are best at, such as School of Rock, which combines rock and school. Yi Feiyang's meaning of this is very simple. A play like High School Musical has become a golden signboard with a good reputation. Yi Feiyang can rest assured to let the new director of the company direct it. As for the big star, Fatty can start shooting a good play like School of Rock and continue his humorous route. In addition, the reputation and box office of School of Rock in the previous life were also very good, which can completely establish Fatty's comedy signboard. And James Wan, you should also let the Saw series be directed by a new director. As for you, you can find a new horror film to shoot, such as combining puppets with horror. Well, I have a good idea called Dead Silence. If you are interested, we can discuss it carefully. After all, horror films are the cornerstone of our company. We can't be careless and must think about the script carefully. The Dead Silence that Yi Feiyang mentioned here is actually the masterpiece of James Wan in his previous life, when he officially transformed from Saw to the master of horror. This play uses the traditional puppet revenge story to interpret a trembling horror story. In his previous life, this play was criticized by many of James Wan's fans, who thought it was his failure because the story was too simple and cliched. However, James Wan explained that, in order to release this play, the film company cruelly cut out some of the bloody scenes they shot, such as the scene of skinning a living person to make puppets, which was only mentioned briefly in the released movie. Of course, the film company considered getting a better film rating so that it could be shown in more theaters, but this movie fell into the criticism of fans. Fortunately, the development of the internet made up for this shortcoming. Fans who watched the original version of Dead Silence had to give a thumbs up to James Wan. The genius is definitely a genius. Okay, this is what I want to tell you about the filming work. If any of you have any questions or suggestions, you can say it. Yi Feiyang asked after a round of inspection. Everyone looked at me, and I looked at you, and seemed to be very satisfied with Yi Feiyang's arrangement. But suddenly, someone raised his hand and said, "What about me, boss? What kind of movie can I shoot?" Yi Feiyang looked in the direction of the voice, and it was the photographer Cindy who spoke. Cindy has always been a famous photographer of dream pictures. She has shot many movies with Yi Feiyang. It can be said that she has a lot of experience, but I heard that Cindy has been struggling to transform recently and wants to change from a photographer to a director. This time, Yi Feiyang assigned a new task. Cindy was looking forward to the boss giving her a chance to play, but after waiting for a long time, Yi Feiyang did not mention his name. Finally, he couldn't hold it back any longer, so he raised his hand and spoke. "You?" Yi Feiyang was surprised. Although he valued Cindy, he was still a little worried. Although there were many successful examples of photographers turning into directors, such as Hong Kong director Wong Kar-wai and American director Peter Jackson, those people were either geniuses or freaks. No matter how Yi Feiyang looked at it, Cindy in front of him did not have these two conditions. Ahem. Cindy, how about this? You and I will shoot the movie The Devil Wears Prada first, and I will let you be the assistant director. If your talent is recognized during this period, then I promise to shoot a new movie for you, so that you can satisfy your addiction to being a director. Hearing what Yi Feiyang said, Cindy was very disappointed, but fortunately, she was not desperate. Besides, being a director is not that simple. Like Bill, Jack, and James Wan, which one of them was not an assistant director? As long as she is willing to work hard, she will definitely have a chance. After figuring this out, Cindy nodded, and Yi Feiyang would never have thought that Cindy's achievements in the future would be jaw-dropping. After James Wan, Cindy deservedly became Yi Feiyang's second apprentice. Speaking of which, nowadays Yi Feiyang is lavishly offering his company's directors a chance to produce films. In addition to the fact that his funds have become extremely strong, the most important thing is that Yi Feiyang hopes to increase the pace of his company's expansion. Conventionally, many American film companies want to expand, and the most common channel is to strive for the company to go public, and then use the funds of shareholders to develop their own film business. However, Yi Feiyang has been dragging the company and refused to go public, but the funds on hand are insufficient, which is why the development is slow. But now it is different. Several movies have sold well at the box office. In the future, there is no need to worry about funding. Just work hard to create all the good works. There are 12 months in a year, and a movie is released in a 3-month cycle. So Dream Pictures needs to release at least 4 movies a year. For this reason, Feiyang will be so generous to give movies to various directors. If these movies all make a lot of money according to the trajectory of the previous life, then there is no doubt that Dream Pictures will take off again in just 1 year. Medium-sized companies become large companies become super companies, and super companies become movie empires. This is Feiyang's American Dream. To be continued, Chapter 236. The Unprecedented Smell. This year's Hollywood summer season is full of excitement, and major film companies have launched their best films. In particular, Universal's Gladiator has achieved good box office and word of mouth. However, for the director and the leading actor of this film, it is very frustrating. Yes, it is very frustrating. Originally, Gladiator vs. Speedy Smell had already put heavy pressure on this film, but who knew that Feiyang would hit 3 consecutive shots, and 3 consecutive shots again. Feiyang had used this trick to kill his opponent once before. It caught Gladiator off guard again, not only snatching most of its box office, but also relying on Pirates of the Caribbean to put pressure on Gladiator. Universal, the producer of Gladiator, is very angry. The director of Gladiator, Ridley Scott, is very angry. The leading actor of Gladiator, Russell Crowe, is very angry. It's too bullying. The majority bullies the minority, right? Exclamation mark. China Yi will play this trick. And the fans of Gladiator also complained. Damn it, if Gladiator and Turbo were to fight alone, they would definitely crush it to pieces. Magic Yang is not magical at all. If it weren't for the director of Pirates of the Caribbean, he would have lost this time. What a pity, China's Yi failed to continue his own myth. After all, Pirates of the Caribbean was not directed by him. Various comments came one after another, and they all meant that Feiyang took advantage of the fame of Pirates of the Caribbean, and that the director of this movie directed it well. They tried their best to ignore the fact that Feiyang was the screenwriter of this movie. Therefore, they ridiculed Feiyang in every way, laughing at him for no longer being able to perform miracles, and stepping down from the pedestal. Some famous journalists also stood up and shouted, yes, although Magic Yang's company has become the summer season leader with 3 movies, the animation filmed by Magic Yang himself was overshadowed by Gladiator and Pirates of the Caribbean, which he wrote himself, becoming the 3rd in the box office. Therefore, from the perspective of the director, Feiyang lost this time, lost to Ridley Scott of Gladiator and Gore Verbinski, the director of Pirates of the Caribbean. Feiyang's miracle god did not come this time, although he relied on his unimaginative or incredible prison premiere in the early stage to win the attention of the media and the audience. But now, the reality of the box office tells us that simply ingenious gimmicks can't save the box office at all. Feiyang won over the company. Feiyang lost to Smell. Although Feiyang's wish has been achieved, proving that his company can now produce excellent animations. But for his own popularity, this movie lost to Gladiator and Pirates of the Caribbean, although one of them was invested and written by him. Feiyang's fans were very disappointed. His fans were very sad, especially those Chinese compatriots around the world, who had placed great expectations on him. They were also very depressed. Occasionally one or two would cheer up and say with a smile, "Our dear Yi also needs a good rest. People make mistakes. Horses stumble, right? We lost this time. We will definitely win next time. Just wait and see. Yi will definitely create miracles again." For these self-deprecating words, those guys who have always known Feiyang as a strong opponent laughed heartily. The laughter was extremely arrogant, contemptuous, and disdainful. Lost, this time at the box office. Seeing that the summer vacation has entered the last July and August, no matter how powerful you are, you can't go against the sky, right? Exclamation mark. In fact, Feiyang's opponents can't help but think this. Many people think so. The overall situation has been decided, and Speedy Smell is over. For such an achievement, Paramount, who cooperated with Feiyang, is actually very satisfied. No matter what, they have made money, which is okay. But for those fans who love Feiyang, this is a Waterloo. An irreversible Waterloo. But just when these fans were sad, a miracle happened. 29 of the 50 states in the United States actually launched a prison booking. What for? Of course, to watch this speedy snail. No way. How could it be possible? In an instant, the whole American people were dumbfounded. In fact, even the person involved, Feiyang, was dumbfounded. Booking a theater? It seems that such behavior only exists in China. In order to instill patriotism in the people, China will occasionally book some politically strong movies, so that the people can share the same hatred and strive for progress. But this is the United States of America, which claims to be asterisk. How can it play this trick? Feiyang was very surprised, but he soon found out the truth. The driving force behind all this was the First Lady of the United States, Hillary. This bored woman has been canvassing for votes for her husband's politics. Unfortunately, her husband Clinton, who is not doing well, has a scandal with White House intern Lewinsky, and his popularity among Americans has dropped terribly. Hillary is embarrassed to even walk out of the White House gate, and the Republican opposition is holding on to this little braid, preparing to force Clinton to step down before his term is over. What can she do? Exclamation mark. As her husband's right-hand man and the woman behind the scenes, Hillary racked her brains to put on a political show in order to save her husband's miserable popularity. It happened that Feiyang was holding a cartoon premiere in a Chicago prison at this time, hoping that she could contact him and do him a favor. Hillary was a person who immediately considered the social impact of this matter. If it succeeded, it would definitely bring huge political benefits. That's why Hillary greeted Fox River Prison in Chicago so warmly and friendly. After the successful premiere in the prison, it received rave reviews, especially the prisoners who were baptized by the soul of the movie. Many prisoners wrote letters to express their feelings after watching the movie, and said in the letters that they would start a new life after being released from prison. This situation is unique in the United States. The prisoners in Fox River Prison are almost all old hands and serious criminals, but these people have a tendency to turn back from the wrong path, which makes Hillary see a miracle that is blooming. What will be the effect if this movie is promoted in prisons across the United States? Exclamation mark. Think about it and do it. Hillary directly contacted Duz, the head of Dream Pictures, which is responsible for distributing the movie. Duz understood that this was a big deal and originally wanted to consult Feiyang first, but Feiyang was too busy with work. As the vice president of Dream Pictures, Duz had the power to make a temporary decision, so the matter was finalized. By the time Feiyang got the news, 700 prisons in 10 states in the United States had submitted a contract for the exclusive screening. According to the agreement, the ticket price is calculated at $6, and the average number of people in each of the 700 prisons is 00, so the box office for each screening is $8.4 million. In other words, the box office of Speedy Snail, which had already declined, will earn an additional $8.4 million in the box office after one day of exclusive screening in prisons. And this is only the exclusive screening agreement in 10 states. The remaining 20 states are still waiting and watching. If the exclusive screening effect is good and the response is good, then they will also watch the exclusive screening. After all, this is a mutually beneficial political project that benefits both you and me. On the one hand, it can appease the prisoners in the jurisdiction, and on the other hand, it can also win a good reputation. Why not do it? Exclamation mark. Of course, this is of great benefit to Dream Pictures. Apart from other things, the box office alone is exciting. You must know that the government's exclusive screening has also caused many American citizens to pay attention to this play again. Those who originally disdained to watch this play and those who have not seen this play took the opportunity to go to the cinema to watch this magical film. Those who have already watched it once are even more curious, wondering what deep meaning this movie has. If they don't understand it, after watching it once, they will watch it again. Especially as a family-friendly cartoon, it is almost like big hands holding small hands, and small hands holding big hands walking into the cinema together. In this way, a miracle happened. Speedy Snail, which was about to be released, actually exploded with amazing strength, attracting more and more viewers to watch it, and the box office soared from the shrinking 15 million to 45 million. According to Hollywood professionals, if this trend continues, this movie can at least bring nearly $100 million in net profit to Dream Pictures. The soaring box office figures have affected the reputation of this movie. The good reputation has affected the box office of this movie. A week later, Speedy Snail, which was originally a mistress, miraculously surpassed Gladiator and Pirates of the Caribbean, and became the North American weekly box office champion. The little snail finally defeated the gladiators with swords and shields and the pirates with turbans with its amazing skills. Feiyang, with his incredible premiere, created a new box office myth, and broke the box office record set by Disney's Tarzan last year. In fact, breaking the box office record is secondary. What is important is the huge impact this movie has brought to Dream Pictures. You know, the initiator of the prison private screening movie is Mr. Clinton, the US president. Of course, the driving force behind the scenes is Mr. Clinton's wife Hillary. Although this *** president is being ***, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Not to mention that this camel is not dead yet. Clinton is still the master of the White House, the president of the United States. The prison private screening movie proposed or advocated by him has brought him great reputation. Many prisoners who have watched this movie have expressed touching repentance. These repentances are reflected in the political arena. That is, Killington is a good president and the president is compassionate to prisoners and full of human touch and so on. In this regard, Killington sincerely admires his wife, who says that women with big breasts have no brains. Look at my wife, how powerful she is in planning this matter. Of course, Clinton, whose popularity has recovered slightly, has not forgotten the play that helped him, and the director of the play, Feiyang. Like Clinton, others have also begun to pay attention to this Chinese director, known as a magician. No one could have imagined that Feiyang, in such a magical way, has entered the eyes of many bigwigs in the American political circle in an informal way. To be continued. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237. Joining the North American Film Association. It is said that the American upper class likes to recruit young and promising people from all walks of life, especially celebrities like Feiyang who almost dominate the entertainment industry. If Feiyang successfully entered this kind of society with the help of the Hapelton family's banquet last time, then now, he has washed away the title of rookie and won the favor of many groups. Major business consortiums and various political celebrities have all thrown olive branches to him. Banquets, cocktail parties, private parties, playing golf, attending clubs, and various social dances. Feiyang had a headache, a pain in his feet, and a pain in his bones all over his body. Only then did he realize that it was not easy to be an upper class person. After finally attending various parties, Feiyang thought he could relax and then devote himself to the filming of The Devil Wears Prada, but things did not go as he wished. As a well-known person in today's upper class and a hot chicken, Feiyang received a grand invitation from the American Film Association. What is the American Film Association? The American Film Association is abbreviated as MPAA and is headquartered in California. This organization was founded in 1922 and was originally a trade organization for the film industry. Today, it is involved not only in movies released in theaters, but also in television, home photography, and other delivery systems that may appear in the future. It can be said that the Film Association has great power. For example, the film rating system, the Oscar award program, and film review, etc., all require them to intervene. 3 years ago, when Feiyang was just starting out and filmed the horror film Paranormal Activity, he began to deal with these old antiques in the Film Association and also experienced the painful process of having his film banned. Therefore, from an impression, Feiyang was not very interested in this association, especially when a film was finished and was submitted to these old guys for review. It felt the most painful. It felt like you were about to have a wedding night with your nilaiwat wife, but a group of people came out to check your wife's whole body, and they stripped her naked for the inspection meticulously. and you can only watch from the sidelines, hoping that they are just playing tricks on you and will show mercy after watching you and not take any further actions. This is Feiyang's impression of the American Film Association. Therefore, when he received the invitation letter from the Film Association, he was dumbfounded for 3 seconds. He didn't quite understand. These old guys were acting crazy again. It seemed that his new film had not started shooting yet. After a lot of effort, Feiyang contacted him by phone and finally figured it out. It turned out that the Film Association nominates an outstanding filmmaker to serve as the new director of the Film Association every 2 years. The so-called directors are a group of outstanding filmmakers sitting below, listening to these old guys pointing fingers at the meeting, and then clapping their hands and praising them a few words. Similar to the audience. However, this kind of audience is very precious. Many excellent directors, screenwriters, and even film company bosses in Hollywood hope that the Film Association can extend an olive branch to recruit them and then get closer to these old guys. This is very important. It's easier to get things done with someone in the government. But Feiyang didn't quite understand what kind of luck he had, why he was favored by these people. It seems that he is not a good kid who follows the rules. Feiyang had this question, so he couldn't help but call his good friend Gusta to ask for his opinion. Unexpectedly, when Gusta heard her words, he immediately exclaimed, "No way, dear Yi, you are invited?" Feiyang couldn't understand it. Gusta's reaction was too big. Finally, he found out that Gusta was also one of the directors of the Film Association, but it took him 6 years to be noticed by the Film Association and recruited. Whenever the Film Association has a big meeting, Gusta will be honored to be invited to participate, and then he can express his opinions at the meeting, as Glorious is a representative of the National People's Congress. Now, I heard that the Film Association is negotiating some issues about the cinema chain, and is about to hold a meeting of filmmakers. As a Chinese director who is now dominating Hollywood, Feiyang won the Oscar for Best Screenwriter, and is the owner of a film company. It can be said that his identity is very special. Even if the old guys in the Film Association want to ignore him, it won't work. Therefore, they took advantage of the situation and recruited him as a new director of the Film Association to participate in the discussion of this conference. Feiyang finally understood that it was not because of his talent that shocked these old men, but because they wanted to build a face project, so they used him to show the outside world how **** this Film Association is getting rid of the old and absorbing fresh blood. In any case, according to Gusta, this is a rare opportunity. If you can enter the Film Association, it means that you have been truly accepted by Hollywood and have begun to represent American movies. You are not fighting alone, you have become a People's Congress representative. Therefore, Feiyang decided to participate in this film conference no matter what. 3 days later, the film industry conference held by the North American Film Industry Association began. Feiyang came to the MGM Grand Hotel and couldn't help feeling depressed. This is a 5-star hotel, and he actually came here in a taxi with Durs. Looking at Feiyang's indignant expression, Durs said with a half smile on his face, "It's really pitiful, man. Your Mercedes-Benz has almost become the exclusive car of Bill Rabbit and his gang, and you, the owner, have been left aside. It's not because the company has no money to buy a new car, but because the fat guy Gao Jiabao holds the company's purse too tightly, and it is difficult to buy some luxury goods." Joking aside, Feiyang and Durs got out of the taxi, and then Feiyang looked at the legendary MGM Grand Hotel with great curiosity. All along, Feiyang has been in contact with the Hilton Hotel the most. Although he has worked hard in Hollywood for so many years, this is the first time he has come to this hotel. What's more, Feiyang has signed a contract with Hilton, and he can get a 30% discount when staying at Hilton. Therefore, Feiyang has never visited MGM. Saving money is the first priority. Just as Feiyang was looking up at the building with the look of a country bumpkin looking up at an international metropolis, a white Ferrari behind him honked several times to urge the taxi in front to leave quickly. Just as Feiyang continued to look up, the guy in the Ferrari got off. It was obvious that he was a very important person, as you can tell by his weight. But this obviously did not disturb Yi Feiyang's happy mood until the fat white man looked over here and cursed to the secretary beside him. Damn it, let the hotel people drive these country bumpkins away. Don't let them hinder me here. It must be mentioned that Yi Feiyang has always dressed very simply. Although he was packaged by the fashion emperor Lagerfeld on the Oscar red carpet once, so beautiful that it blinded people's eyes, and was cool for a while, but soon, without the supervision of Lagerfeld, Yi Feiyang was quickly beaten back to his original form, still free and uninhibited, following the principle of wearing clothes that are clean and comfortable. According to the outfit in front of Yi Feiyang, although it is not a famous brand, it is not a street stall product. The reason why the white fat man mistook him for a country bumpkin is thanks to Therese beside him. If Yi Feiyang's taste in clothes is clean and simple, then Therese is unkempt, or more accurately, he has no taste at all. No matter what brand of clothes he wears, they will become wrinkled rags after 3 days. So seeing that Yi Feiyang has such a strange partner, it is not surprising that the fat man has such a misunderstanding. However, Yi Feiyang heard it and glanced at the other party. He didn't take it seriously. Such a fool didn't even know himself, so why bother with him? But he didn't offend people, but people came to him. As soon as he and Therese entered the hotel, 2 security guards came up. They didn't really intend to drive them away, but they came up to perfunctorily, saying that a big hotel would not have even this little quality. Ah, are you China's Yi? One of the black security guards got excited as soon as he approached. This guy was a diehard fan of Yi Feiyang. He had seen almost all the movies written and shot by Yi Feiyang, so he could recognize Yi Feiyang at once. The black security guard hurriedly came up to him. Oh my god, I like your movies very much. Can you sign an autograph for me? Yi Feiyang sweated for a moment. He had been keeping a low profile, but someone could recognize him at a glance. He looked very popular. After signing autographs for the 2 security guards, the fan security guard pointed at the fat white man and asked, Yi, do you know that guy? Just now, his assistant asked me to chase you away, saying that you were country bumpkins. I think he is the country bumpkin, and he doesn't even know you. After smiling at the security guard, Yi Feiyang and Therese looked around and saw Gusta. Gusta glared at Yi Feiyang. What time is it? You are so late. Go up quickly. When he arrived at the venue, Yi Feiyang was immediately shocked. There were more than just 1 or 2 people, but a huge crowd. Although it was a bit exaggerated, there were at least 60 people, including the bosses of the 7 major Hollywood film companies, as well as the presidents and heads of other film companies. Those who knew Yi Feiyang all greeted this new film star. What surprised Yi Feiyang was that among them was Raymond of Paramount and the great director Spielberg. However, Yi Feiyang soon understood that Paramount was one of the 7 major Hollywood film companies, so it was natural for Raymond to be elected as a director. As for Spielberg, it goes without saying that he was one of the top directors. It would be strange if the American Film Association did not win him over. Yi Feiyang's position was at the bottom of this round table meeting. It was really hard to say that Yi Feiyang could not find his seat when he first arrived. Fortunately, the old man Gustav led the way. But then again, in this film association meeting, except for a few veteran chairmen, most of the so-called directors were just audiences ready to applaud, belonging to the foil stream. Of course, people like Raymond and Spielberg still have a say. After all, they have deep roots and capital. To be continued, chapter 238. Prosperity in the Film Association. After sitting down, before the meeting started, Yi Feiyang chatted with Gustav next to him. During this period, Pirates of the Caribbean created by Dream and Lionsgate Films has been a global hit. Gustav was very enthusiastic. Yi, I was right about you. You are really talented. Just one movie has earned me hundreds of millions. Really? Yi Feiyang shrugged and smiled. You really made money on this deal. Now I regret why I cooperated with you. You are too smart. Yi Feiyang did regret it. He should not have cooperated with Gustav. Even if he cooperated, he should not have dug out the gold mine of Pirates of the Caribbean, but should have tinkered with other pirates, such as Somali pirates, Malacca pirates, But Yi Feiyang is an honest man, especially since Gustav first proposed the concept of pirates. Yi Feiyang was embarrassed to keep the good stuff to himself, so there was a win-win Pirates of the Caribbean for both parties. In fact, according to the profitability of the movie Pirates of the Caribbean, if Dream had filmed it on its own, it would have earned more box office revenue. Now that it is cooperating with Lionsgate, it is equivalent to giving future money to Gustavo for no reason. But then again, as the saying goes, it is good to make a fortune by taking a small loss. It is not without benefits for Yi Feiyang to do this. First of all, it reduces the investment risk. After all, whether Pirates of the Caribbean can be as popular as in the past life, and whether the current audience will buy it is still unknown. Secondly, Yi Feiyang has won a friend like Gustavo, and his personal connections have been completely established. Finally and most importantly, without the support of Gustavo Lionsgate Cinema, Pirates of the Caribbean would not have been able to defeat Universal's Gladiator and occupy the box office throne. To be honest, you really lost too much on this deal. Gustavo laughed. He did not expect Yi Feiyang to be so capable at the beginning. This was completely beyond his expectations. But for me, we have to work more closely together in the future. I heard that you are writing a sequel to the movie Caribbean. Yi, my dear friend, I'm optimistic about you. How about we continue to cooperate? It must be said that Gustav is thick-skinned enough, and Yi Feiyang couldn't refuse him, so he nodded. Okay then, buddy. Ha, Yi, you are really great. If there were no one around, Gustav would probably hug Yi Feiyang warmly. 10 minutes later, the North American Film Association meeting began. The person who presided over this meeting was the talker of the Film Association, commonly known as the chairman, an old guy with a head as smooth and shiny as an otter. He looked at the time and saw that almost everyone had arrived, so he knocked on the table and said, "Okay, since everyone is almost here, let's start." This time I called everyone here, mainly to discuss some sensitive issues between film companies and cinema chains. Through private inquiries, Yi Feiyang knew that the guy in front of him who was talking eloquently and full of aura was the chairman of the Film Association, named Abbas. This person has a strong background. In addition to being a superstar in the cultural entertainment and business circles, he also has inextricable ties with the US government. It is said that the bigwigs of the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, as well as the bigwigs of the Federal Reserve, are all familiar with him. As we all know, our American film industry has always been against monopoly, but we cannot forget the history of monopoly that we once had. Yes, we should not forget that companies like MGM and Fox Film Corporation used to control almost 1/5 of the theaters in North America and 1/3 of the stars in the United States. American films at that time were prosperous, but also dark. Although there were great films like Gone with the Wind, Ben-Hur, and Waterloo Bridge, there were also many people's sorrows behind them. Stars were forced to take on films, film companies were forced to transfer theaters, and screenwriters were forced to write scripts. But now it's not necessary. We have to thank our dear government for their support for the American film industry, and especially for their absolute blow to the film monopoly, which allowed many film companies to survive and allowed us all to have a bowl of rice to eat. Of course, we should also thank the government for supporting us in establishing this film association and giving us great power so that we filmmakers can solve our own problems. But unfortunately, several film companies recently seem to have turned a deaf ear to the government's anti-monopoly and have begun to acquire movie theaters in large numbers in order to dominate the films produced by their own companies. This is not allowed, and we all oppose it. So, I would like to report the criticism here. In fact, this is indeed the case. As the most famous film country in the world, the United States has almost become the aircraft carrier of world cinema, and all of this is not accidental, but the result of a period of life and death. As we all know, any company will go through 3 processes: workshop style, family style, and monopoly style. The same is true for American films. They have also had such experiences. For example, the current 7 major Hollywood film companies, MGM, Fox, Paramount, Columbia, Universal, and Warner, have almost all come from these 3 models. Monopoly? Who wouldn't? Who doesn't want to? As long as they have strength, they will swallow other small companies in one gulp, just like crocodiles, leaving nothing behind. However, the US government has introduced antitrust laws in the film industry, forcing those big and arrogant film companies to reluctantly give up their theaters and artist resources. They have to share what they could have enjoyed alone with others. This is undoubtedly a very painful thing. Therefore, these 7 companies can be said to have been resentful for a long time, but they can do nothing about the government. To put it bluntly, in the United States, no matter how good your movie is, or how strong your strength is, you can't fight the federal government. The old Chinese saying that the poor don't fight the rich, and the people don't fight the officials also applies to the United States. Facts have proved that the antitrust laws introduced by the US federal government have played an extremely positive role in the development of Hollywood's film industry, especially in the 1970s and 1980s, which helped the United States become the world's film hegemony. The number of films produced each year in the box office are at the top of the list, and they have made irreplaceable contributions to the US national tax revenue. Therefore, when Abbas said that there was a company that dared to go against the world and wanted to monopolize, everyone was guessing, who is this company? Are you curious about which company it is? Abbas glanced at the many company owners present, including the up-and-coming Feiyang. Feiyang certainly would not self-indulge himself and think that he was the troublemaker who wanted to monopolize. Even if he wanted to, he did not have the strength to do so. Moreover, his theater quota did not exceed the number stipulated by the Film Association, so it was even more impossible for him to be the one. Sure enough, well, now I announce the name of this film company, Universal. There was an uproar. Everyone started talking. It turned out to be Universal Pictures. No wonder their president recently invited us to negotiate. It turns out they want to acquire our cinema chain. Yeah, they paid a huge amount of money to seduce me when we were drinking coffee, but I held back. Why did Universal do this? What else could it be for? This time, their Gladiator was suppressed so badly by the 3 Dream movies. It could have made a global sensation, but in the end it was robbed of the limelight by Dream. Do you think they wouldn't be angry? No wonder. It turns out they want to consolidate their strength and retaliate against Dream, a small company. That's right, it's so embarrassing. Only in this way can we avenge our previous shame. Feiyang, who was sitting there calmly, never thought that this matter would be related to him in the end. Just as everyone was discussing, a tall and thin old man, the CEO of Universal, stood up and said very politely, "Chairman Abbas is right to criticize. We have been a little radical in Universal during this period, but it doesn't matter. We have corrected the mistakes and redistributed some of the acquired theaters. In addition, this incident was caused by some high-level executives of our Universal who made decisions without authorization. We deeply regret this and will give the parties involved the right treatment." Here, I want to reiterate that our American Universal Pictures will always support the antitrust regulations of the US federal government and will never do anything that harms the film industry. Over. Thank you all. Clap. Everyone applauded. No one thought that this Universal boss would be so generous and speak calmly. This doesn't look like admitting mistakes. It's obviously making a report. Feiyang's eyes were bright. When he saw this Universal boss and Chairman Abbas flirting with each other, he understood that they were acting. It was probably arranged in advance. No wonder this Universal boss was so calm. But, why did Abbas do this? Exclamation mark. Just as Feiyang was thinking, the Chairman Abbas spoke again. He first affirmed that Universal had a good attitude, and then said, in view of the current development trend of Hollywood movies, the theater quotas of many film companies are far from enough to cope with the production and release of movies. Therefore, our Film Association proposes to increase the theater quotas according to the size of the film companies, in order to meet the growing market requirements. The specific content is that large film companies will increase the original number by 30%, medium-sized film companies by 10%, and small companies by 5%. In short, with the increase in theaters, we can all show more movies and provide a large number of movies for the audience. Of course, it can also increase our box office revenue. I think everyone has no problem with this. No one spoke, which meant no one had any opinions. Even if there were opinions, they could not be raised now, unless they were fools. The North American Film Association and the 7 major Hollywood film companies that attended this meeting were the main members who really participated in this meeting. I don't know how many companies that came to attend the meeting rely on the 7 major companies to make a living. In addition, we will also send people to check the theaters of each company present to avoid any embarrassing situations. Abbas's words won some applause, but more of them were sullen. To be honest, there is only one purpose for doing this, that is to build our film market into a highly competitive market and make it continue to prosper. As for the specific matters I just proposed, I think I will let Mr. Roger Baum, the head of MGM Film Company, say a few words. After Abbas finished speaking, Roger stood up beside him. He was a traditional American with a mustache. He was very old, but his body was very straight. After listening for a long time, Feiyang realized that these were all nonsense and nothing substantial was mentioned at all. However, he had to admit that the American Film Association was indeed very powerful. No one dared to speak out against a resolution that was casually proposed. Roger Baum's speech was simple and insignificant. He expressed his support for the resolution of the Film Association. Then the CEO of Fox, one of the 7 major film companies, almost raised his hand in approval. In fact, increasing the quota of cinema chains is undoubtedly a great joy for these big companies, especially old companies like MGM and Fox, which have hidden a lot of cinema chains in private. These cinema chains themselves are not open to the public. If the proposal to increase the quota is passed at this meeting, then they can put these cinema chains out in the open to enrich their own strength. Paramount's Raymond said, as long as everyone agrees, I will never object. Gustave of Lionsgard seemed a little dissatisfied, so when asked for his opinion, he said, I will not express my opinion on this for the time being. Finally, the nonsense was over, and Abbas, chairman of the North American Film Association, asked, if everyone has no objection, then I will announce that this proposal has been passed. Wait. A voice came from far and near and reached everyone's ears. I have a question and hope that Your Excellency the Chairman can answer it for me. Everyone looked at the source of the voice together. It was Feiyang who was talking. He stood up and looked around. Excuse me, how did you get the data on the increase in cinema quotas? 30%, 10%, and 5%. Where did they come from? This is what our film association calculated, based on the data of specific companies. Chairman Abbas looked at this absolutely upstart guy in confusion. He didn't understand what Feiyang wanted to say. Feiyang smiled. He understood the meaning of the chairman's proposal, but from a big perspective, this is a disguised way of helping those big companies to monopolize. You know, according to the cinema quota mentioned above, the bigger your company is, the more cinemas you will get, not to mention it's still 30%. The smaller the cinema, the less it will get, not to mention it's only 5%. It's ridiculous that the chairman just spoke righteously and repeatedly said he wanted to fight against monopoly, but what he did was to help big movie companies squeeze out small and medium-sized movie companies, including Feiyang's Dream Pictures. Lionsgard Gustafsson also understood the meaning of it, so he said so coldly, no statement for the time being. As for other small companies, seeing that they were in control of the meeting, they knew that it would be meaningless to oppose it, so they had to swallow their teeth and endure it. Feiyang didn't want to pretend to be deaf and blind. He stood up and said what was in his mind. Oh, really? Specific data? Feiyang laughed heartily a few times, glanced around again, and then said lightly, it seems that our Dream Pictures company has never been investigated by the Film Association for the number of cinemas from the beginning. How do you know these so-called specific data? Secondly, there are obvious loopholes in the increase of quotas for major film companies. I think it should not be increased according to the size of the company, but according to the number of films produced by each company each year. If there are more theaters can be allocated, and if there are fewer, less can be allocated. Only in this way can we make good use of things and avoid waste. Finally, the chairman emphasized anti-monopoly before, so this concept should be implemented in practice, such as checking the actual number of theaters of major film companies, checking the number of theaters controlled by major film subsidiaries. Make sure that there are no omissions. I think this is fair, isn't it? Stormy. Yi Feiyang's words are absolutely stormy. You know, major movies, including many medium-sized film companies, almost have invisible hidden theaters. Yi Feiyang's words are undoubtedly to dig out all these theaters. Originally, the Film Association knew about this, but the relationship between the Film Association and the 7 major film companies was so close that they turned a blind eye to it. This was no big secret in Hollywood. But today, Yi Feiyang was so green that he exposed it, and the situation on the scene instantly froze. Just when the atmosphere was very delicate, an even more discordant voice appeared. "Hey, why is it you, kid?" A voice reached everyone's ears. In the hotel, they saw the fat white man sitting among the crowd, but Yi Feiyang didn't notice it for a while. The fat man was very surprised and contemptuous and said, "Fuck, who are you? What qualifications do you have to point fingers here?" Yi Feiyang sweated again. He didn't expect that this fat man was actually a big shot in the film industry. He didn't expect that someone didn't recognize him, and he was still an insider. The fat white man was obviously despised by everyone. Now everyone knows Yi Feiyang, the absolute Hollywood upstart. Recently, Yi Feiyang has been more popular than some big stars, but this fat man really doesn't know him. Maybe someone told the fat man about Yi Feiyang's identity. The fat white man was stunned for a moment, and then he remembered Yi Feiyang. He slammed the table and said angrily, "Hey, you Chinese kid who got a little lucky, who do you think you are? This is America, not your hometown Hong Kong. How can you have the right to speak? Racial discrimination?" Exclamation mark. Yi Feiyang was even more sweaty. He didn't expect that this fat man could still survive in the film industry. It was a miracle, but he didn't know what this fat white man was. Anyway, he couldn't be the target of his attack. Others were also surprised that the fat white man said such words in such an occasion. You know, racial discrimination is the most sensitive and serious topic in the United States. It is often used to trick people and cheat people. It is used as a weapon by politicians. In short, this fat white man is either a fool or an idiot, or his head was kicked by a donkey. Ahem. Okay, Foster, can you shut up? Chairman Abbas has always advocated racial equality. Of course, any remarks suspected of racial discrimination must be stopped immediately. No, I'm teaching this blind guy a lesson. Got, he thought. Shut up. Abbas glared at the fat man fiercely, cursing in his heart that this Foster would only cause trouble, and he didn't even look at who Yi Feiyang was. Can you afford to offend him? Exclamation mark. Apart from anything else, the relationship between Yi Feiyang and the Hilton family alone is awe-inspiring, not to mention the asterisk party members and the First Lady of the United States who favor him. After thinking about it, he knocked on the table and said to Yi Feiyang, "I'm sorry dear Mr. Yi. Mr. Foster is a straightforward person. He doesn't think about many of the things he says. Please forgive him. It doesn't matter. I won't treat those ignorant people ignorantly. Because only idiots will eat asterisk as asterisk candy." Yi Feiyang shrugged casually and mocked casually. This remark immediately caused everyone to burst into laughter. The fat man was so angry that he wanted to curse back, but was severely scolded by Abbas. In fact, Yi Feiyang didn't want to be so ostentatious. He knew that what he said just now was too sharp and not like his usual personality. But he also knew that there was no need to be polite to such a small role, otherwise everyone could ride on his head. However, he did not realize that his personality was gradually changing and becoming more profit-oriented. Just when the whole scene was a bit stalemate, Gustave of Lionsgard Films stood up and began to support Yi Feiyang, saying, "I'm deeply touched by what Boss Yi said just now. So I hope that the Film Association will take it seriously and investigate it thoroughly." Yes, that's it. Gustave took the lead, and the heads of other small and medium-sized film companies also stood up collectively to express their support for Yi Feiyang. After all, what Yi Feiyang just mentioned was related to their actual interests. Everyone was unwilling to endure it and collectively supported him. 40 or 50 film companies collectively supported a Chinese filmmaker, which was absolutely rare in the United States. So much so that those Hollywood bosses were dumbfounded. As for Abbas, the chairman of the Film Association, he did not expect things to turn out like this. Looking at the guys who stood up one after another, he sighed in his heart, knowing that this plan was a failure. On the contrary, if things go wrong, it will backfire. The bold words appeased those who stood up. Abbas finally promised that the North American Film Association would carefully consider the questions raised by Feiyang and give everyone the correct answer. As for the previous proposal, it would be temporarily shelved until a new proposal that met everyone's wishes was issued. At the end of the meeting, Chairman Abbas looked at the young man who ruined the entire meeting with deep meaning. It is estimated that Feiyang has left a deep impression on everyone at this moment. In fact, Feiyang was extremely disappointed with this North American Film Association meeting. What the hell is this film association? It only cares about the interests of the big movie companies and doesn't care about the lives of others. Otherwise, the Hollywood market will be extremely weak in the future. What a bunch of idiots. They only care about building relationships and connections. Hollywood is not a Hollywood of a few companies. They don't even know this. Feiyang and Therese left MGM together and cursed fiercely. If this goes on, it will be over sooner or later. One day, Feiyang, will reorganize this damn North American Film Association. Feiyang clenched his fists ambitiously. To be continued, chapter 239. The bloody publicity effect. After returning to the company, Feiyang's first thing was to prepare for the play The Devil Wears Prada. Now, more than 2 months have passed, and Anne Hathaway's internship at Harper's Bazaar has ended. According to Feiyang, she should have accumulated a lot of experience in fashion life, enough to play the heroine of this play. Feiyang took some time to meet Hathaway, who had returned from internship. In the office, Hathaway looked at this familiar yet unfamiliar place. In just 1 or 2 months, she was interning at Harper's Bazaar, and Feiyang was busy with the affairs of Dream Pictures. The two were almost never together. For lovers in love, this is a very subtle sense of distance. Distance creates beauty, but sometimes distance can also make each other feel strange. But fortunately, Hathaway has not felt this way for the time being. After finishing work, Feiyang walked into the office. Seeing Hathaway sitting there peacefully, he couldn't help but smile. He took off his coat and hung the clothes on the hanger. Then Feiyang sat next to Hathaway intimately. The first sentence was, "Annie, do you miss me?" Hathaway saw Feiyang sitting next to her, and her heart skipped a beat. Then she felt sweet. "What do you think?" "Oh, how can I know what you are thinking?" "Then let me ask you, have you ever thought about me?" Hathaway asked back. This." Feiyang was speechless. "You seem to be very busy, always talking here and there. Of course you don't have time to think about me." Hathaway pretended to be angry and turned her head away. "Ahem, I'm not too busy, but I have little time to accompany you." "That's true. I'm sorry." Feiyang apologized sincerely. Maybe now he was the only one who didn't know what he was thinking about Hathaway. "I've decided, Annie, no matter how busy I'm in the future, I will make time to accompany you." "Do you think so?" Seeing Feiyang's anxious look, Hathaway felt relieved. He still cared about himself, so he smiled and said, "Okay, I'm kidding you. Besides, even if I really can't see you, I can still look at your photos. After all, your photos are much more handsome than you are in person, especially now, you look haggard." "This is not called haggard, this is called mature manliness." Feiyang touched Hathaway's face with his hand and boasted. Hathaway burst into laughter, as beautiful as a flower. After flirting, Feiyang began to ask a series of questions about Hathaway's role in the play. Hathaway has become an expert in fashion after her internship, and is not comparable to a newbie like Feiyang. Therefore, Feiyang was so thirsty that he admired Hathaway's profound attainments. In Feiyang's eyes, the innocent girl who was originally like Cinderella seemed to have been reborn. At this time, Feiyang noticed that Hathaway's dress was indeed different from before. Hathaway used to wear simple clothes, and did not pay much attention to the matching of brands and colors. She had the same concept as Feiyang, as long as she was comfortable. But now, just looking at Hathaway's LV bag, Feiyang knew that the originally simple Hathaway was heading towards a road of luxury and splendor. Feiyang was heartbroken. Maybe this girl will be his wife in the future. It would be a real shame to have such a wife who knows how to dress, wear clothes, and play with famous brands. Seeing Feiyang suddenly looking at her with strange eyes, Hathaway couldn't help but laugh. What are you looking at? Why are you looking at me so strangely? Nothing. I just found that you have changed a lot. Feiyang shrugged, then pointed at the LV bag. You would never buy something like this before. You are talking about this? Hathaway suddenly understood why Feiyang suddenly became so strange, and couldn't help but burst out laughing and said, if I say this is just an A-grade product I bought casually on the street, do you believe it? A-grade product? Feiyang was stunned. Wow, it seems that I have wronged Hathaway and thought she has changed. It turns out that she is still the Cinderella before. When I thought that Hathaway was so good and so innocent, and was not led astray by those women who burned money and paper like burning paper in Harper's Bazaar. Feiyang was delighted. Annie, it turns out that you haven't changed. You are still my most lovely Annie. Come and kiss me. Feiyang shamelessly leaned over to kiss Anne Hathaway. Hathaway's cheeks flushed. She wanted to refuse, but she couldn't resist her lover's temptation. Just when their lips were about to touch, there was a bang and the office door was pushed open. Feiyang hurriedly sat up straight and said pretentiously, ahem. Very good. The concept you proposed is very good. It must be right to act like this. Hathaway had no choice but to cooperate with a smile and nodded repeatedly while guiltily tucking her messy hair behind her ears. The person who came in was Ivanka Trump. She looked at Feiyang and Hathaway with unnatural expressions curiously. I didn't disturb you, did I? No, how could I? You really like to joke. Feiyang smiled foolishly. Oh, by the way, why didn't you knock when you came in? I knocked, but no one answered. I thought there was no one, so I came in. Ivanka explained. Oh, is that so? Feiyang rubbed his nose. But what do you want to see me for? Didn't you ask your female secretary to call me? Ivanka asked curiously. Feiyang slapped his thigh and remembered that it was true. He had asked Ivanka to come over. Oh yes, that's right. I asked you to come over to tell you that your new play with Hathaway is about to start filming. I hope you can communicate with her well. Oh my god, it's finally going to start filming. Ivanka was very excited. It is said that during this period of time, Ivanka learned a lot of knowledge about the entertainment industry from her teacher Madonna, and also practiced acting with her mentor. It can be said that Ivanka is no longer the Ivanka she used to be. Ivanka joined Dream Pictures reluctantly because of her father. Her father wanted to train her to be a star, to advertise his real estate industry. But now, Ivanka has fallen in love with the profession of actor and hopes to be on the screen and become a star that everyone pays attention to. To put it bluntly, all girls have vanity to a certain extent, whether they are girls from poor families or girls from rich families. They all have this idea, but some hide it deeply and some hide it shallowly. As a newcomer, Ivanka had opportunities to film at Dream Pictures, but Feiyang kept suppressing her and didn't let her participate in any movie performances. At first, Ivanka was very angry and felt that Feiyang looked down on her. She complained to Feiyang in secret, until one time, Ivanka got drunk and didn't look like a lady. She actually found Feiyang and asked him why he did this. Feiyang no longer concealed anything and showed her the script of The Devil Wears Prada and told Ivanka that she would play the supporting role in the play. My plan is very simple. You either don't play any play or you must make a big splash. Let people know that you, Ivanka, didn't take advantage of the Trump family, but the Trump family took advantage of you. Feiyang's words left a deep impression on Ivanka, so Ivanka always kept in mind when to start filming this play. Having received the news from Feiyang today, she came here in a hurry, but she didn't expect. Fortunately, Feiyang had already made it clear that the filming of this play would start soon, and asked her to communicate with Hathaway and exchange their understanding of the role. Okay, you two have a good talk here, I'll go out first. Feiyang smiled and left. Soon, Hathaway and Ivanka were the only two people left in the office. Ivanka suddenly asked Hathaway quietly, Annie, I'm actually very curious, what is your relationship with What? Hathaway was asked. In fact, almost the entire Dream Company knew about Hathaway and Yi Feiyang's close relationship, but Ivanka had just joined the company not long ago and was not clear about it. He and I are just a general relationship between superiors and subordinates. Yes, that's it. Hathaway was embarrassed to tell the truth, so she had to perfunctorily say, "Oh, really? Then I'm relieved." Ivanka breathed a sigh of relief. "Ah, what did you say?" Hathaway asked hurriedly. Ivanka shrugged. "I mean, I admire Yi. Yes, he is a very good man. If possible, I want to pursue him." With a bang, Hathaway's head almost exploded. She looked at Ivanka in disbelief. She looked at her stupidly, until Ivanka stretched out her hand and waved it in front of her. "What's wrong with you, Annie?" "Oh, nothing. Just, how can you like him? I mean, a girl with status and position like you. How can you like him? What's more, he is Chinese." "Ah, Annie, you don't have prejudice against Chinese people, do you?" "How could that be? I just said it casually." Hathaway hurriedly covered up. "Haha, I was kidding you. But to be honest, Yi is a very good man, talented, confident, and most importantly, he is ambitious. Yes, my father also said that he is a very good boy, and in the future, he will definitely become a great figure." Hathaway was completely stunned. Really, she didn't expect Yi Feiyang to be so popular, and she didn't expect Ivanka to like Yi Feiyang. No, it can't be said to be like, it should be admiration. And sensitive woman's heart can see that Ivanka is still in the stage of being attracted to Yi Feiyang. Damn guy, he will flirt and seduce girls at will, and complain to Yi Feiyang secretly. Achoo. Yi Feiyang sneezed. He didn't understand who was talking about him behind his back, so he just rubbed his nose. The reporters around him looked at him curiously. Yi Feiyang adjusted his tie and said, "Today our company held this press conference mainly to tell everyone that our new drama The Devil Wears Prada is about to start filming, and we'll go back to the metropolis New York to shoot." "Excuse me, Mr. Yi, why don't you shoot directly in Los Angeles, but go to New York?" a reporter asked. "It's very simple, because New York is the fashion capital, and only here can the essence of this drama be shot." Yi Feiyang answered sonorously. "So who are the main characters of this play?" "Our female artist Anne Hathaway will play a young girl who has just entered the workplace in a big city. In addition, the famous Hollywood actress Meryl will play an important role as a female devil. Of course, there is also Ivanka Trump, who I would like to introduce to you. She will play the supporting role, that is, the female assistant beside the female devil. This role is very important, and is also a test and challenge for her. Yi, aren't you afraid that she will mess up this role? After all, she has never acted before, right?" another reporter asked. Yi Feiyang smiled. "Of course I'm afraid. Haha, but I'm more confident that she can play this play well." "Ah, why are you so confident in her?" The reporters were very curious. "Yi Feiyang, because she is my secret weapon." A powerful word. Secret weapon? Exclamation mark. All the reporters were stunned by this word. Yes, when I first saw her, I was stunned by her beauty and wisdom. I think, if such an excellent girl like her enters the entertainment industry and becomes a star, she will definitely be able to bring good works to the dear audience and fans. Yi Feiyang was just bragging, but this is the way it is popular in the entertainment industry. Besides, Ivanka herself is not bad, and she is the daughter of a real estate tycoon, so she is very newsworthy. Yi Feiyang's praise can be regarded as advertising for his own movie. But what Yi Feiyang didn't expect was that his praise would make him surrounded by scandals. The next day, major Hollywood media newspapers and magazines gave a lot of coverage to the new film shot by the great director Yi Feiyang. After all, Yi Feiyang's current popularity is there, not to mention his identity as an Oscar-winning screenwriter. Just the fact that each of his films has a box office of over 100 million yuan, and his directorial style is varied. He is called the billionaire director, the ever-changing director, and even the greatest talent in Hollywood history. These gimmicks are enough for those reporters to expose. But this time it was different. People didn't focus on his talent, the cast, or the story of the new play, but on Ivanka Trump, whom Yi Feiyang praised and praised. As mentioned before, Ivanka, as the only daughter of real estate tycoon Donald Trump, is very famous in the whole United States. Especially as a rich girl, she is extremely beautiful and can be said to be the object of pursuit of many men. But Ivanka has never been involved in any scandals and has no boyfriend. But this time she joined Dream Pictures and starred in Yi Feiyang's new play. Who is Yi Feiyang? Who is Ivanka? A golden boy and a beautiful girl, a talented man and a beautiful woman. No wonder Yi Feiyang kept praising Ivanka at the press conference. It turns out that those reporters used their imagination to perfectly match them up. Ivanka Trump, daughter of a wealthy family, falls in love with director Yi Feiyang. The beautiful lady is crazy about love and is willing to make her first appearance on the screen. Hollywood Times, Los Angeles. The mysterious lovers are exposed. Here is the story of a Hollywood talent and a wealthy daughter. Entertainment Express, Chicago. Yang's new film starts filming. Ivanka Trump plays the female supporting role for the first time. The talented man and the beautiful woman create a fashion blockbuster together. New York Film New Era. In this era of entertainment, what news is the most popular, inciting, or bloody? Exclamation mark. That's right. It's this kind of gossip news that is made out of nothing. Yi Feiyang is a celebrity. Ivanka Trump is also a celebrity. This bloody news created by the powerful combination immediately spread throughout the entertainment industry. Have you heard that China Yi's girlfriend is Ivanka? Yes, no wonder China Yi wants to make her a star. It turns out he has selfish motives. Alas, the two of them are a perfect match. At least one is talented and the other is beautiful. Oh my god, it's a pity for those crazy men and women. China Yi and Ivanka are hooking up like this. I don't know how many of their fans will jump into the river. Faced with such effects, Yi Feiyang really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect these reporters to make up such nonsense, and he didn't expect that they would make up such depth and layers, as if he and Ivanka really had some relationship. However, it is undeniable that as this bloody gossip spread, Yi Feiyang's upcoming The Devil Wears Prada also made headlines directly, becoming popular before it was filmed, letting everyone know how legendary this play is. In the words of those shitty reporters, this play is a testimony of love between China Yi and Ivanka. Yi Feiyang was anxious when he saw this trend. He was anxious to explain to Anne Hathaway, but Hathaway seemed really angry and deliberately avoided him. Helplessly, Yi Feiyang had to use the pretext of going to New York to film. He found Hathaway and kissed her passionately, and everything disappeared. It turns out that dealing with women is so simple. No wonder some people say in a vulgar way that if you want to get a woman's heart, you must first get her body. It is also said that women are emotional animals, and your love, caress, and touch are enough to open their closed hearts. The day of departure for the metropolis of New York is getting closer and closer. The funds needed for filming and various approvals have been in place. Even the city government in New York has given preferential measures, such as the venue required for filming and various help required during the filming, which gave Yi Feiyang a perfect response. Yi Feiyang was surprised by the enthusiasm of the New York City government, but he didn't know that when Speedy Snail was popular, many American political leaders had already found out Yi Feiyang's background, especially the Democratic Party to which Clinton and Hillary belonged, which paid much attention to him. They only found out that Yi Feiyang was originally a small-time gangster in Hong Kong. He smuggled to the United States 3 years ago because he owed a large gambling debt. When he came, he had almost nothing, only 3 tea eggs. Because of poverty, he stayed in a Chinese restaurant to wash dishes and take out the garbage. However, Yi Feiyang entered the entertainment industry as if he was blessed by God and showed a talent that surprised everyone. This is very worthy of recognition. In the Democratic Party investigation report, Yi Feiyang's talent and ability were affirmed in an absolute tone. He has enough talent and ability and good political inclinations. Yi Feiyang naturally became a subject of investigation, but he himself didn't know it. Originally, Yi Feiyang wanted to take a flight from Los Angeles to New York, but Paramount CEO Raymond insisted on lending a private plane for Yi Feiyang to take to New York. Yi Feiyang understood that Raymond was deliberately showing goodwill. After all, the amazing box office of Speedy Snail made Raymond proud of Paramount, especially the elders in the board meeting no longer dared to look at him with contempt, which made Raymond feel very comfortable. He wanted to thank dear Yi. Without him, he would not be so proud today. Of course, in addition to this factor, Raymond has gradually regarded Yi Feiyang as a partner, hoping that with Yi Feiyang's talent and wisdom, he can drive Paramount's film business and make it gradually improve. The crew of The Devil Wears Prada finally set sail. In addition to Yi Feiyang, the director, photographer Cindy, and the lead actress Anne Hathaway, the fat man Gao Jiabao also came. According to the fat man, he was doing his duty to prevent Yi Feiyang, the prodigal son, from spending money lavishly in New York. Only Yi Feiyang knew that this guy was horny because the fat man heard that girls in New York were easy to hook up. As for the other two leading actors, Meryl and Ivanka, they took Trump's private plane to New York first, under the pretext of being familiar with the venue, but in fact, the two of them hit it off at first sight and agreed to fly there first to go shopping. The plane was flying at an altitude of 30,000 feet. Along the way, the fat man always liked to glance at Yi Feiyang and Hathaway, who were whispering to each other, and then he smiled strangely, always laughing until the two of them were embarrassed before stopping. Before getting off the plane, Yi Feiyang glanced at Hathaway infatuatedly, and finally let go of the hands they were holding. Neither of them wanted to be exposed to the media too quickly, because they were not mentally prepared. And there was another problem. If the current relationship between Yi Feiyang and Hathaway was exposed, the whole world would regard Hathaway as a woman with ulterior motives, because Yi Feiyang was too popular. Hathaway did not want such a reputation, and Yi Feiyang did not want it even more. So it was necessary for them to keep their distance in front of the public. Now Yi Feiyang understood why celebrities always concealed their feelings. Even though the reasons were different, the situation was not much different. When they arrived at the airport, they were immediately surrounded by reporters. Especially when these reporters saw director Yi Feiyang in person, they went crazy and forgot about the protagonists of the play. They all pointed their cameras at Yi Feiyang. Fatty Gao Jiabao was very depressed and helpless. He thought he was more charming, more talented, and more plump than Yi Feiyang, but he was simply a scum in terms of popularity. Look at those crazy screaming little girls. Look at those coquettish mature women. And the reporters who kept pressing the shutter, as if they had discovered an Oscar winner. Fatty Gao Jiabao finally realized that the gap between him and Yi Feiyang was not measured in kilometers, but in light years. To be continued. Chapter 240. Future Stock God. When you are famous, you are prone to gossip, especially when Yi Feiyang, a popular Hollywood director and a gold medal screenwriter, was stuck at the New York airport and exhausted. The enthusiasm of the entertainment media almost made him unable to cope. Finally, under the protection of the police arranged by the New York police, poor Yi Feiyang and his crew were able to escape the ordeal and arrive at the hotel safely. After staying in the Hilton Hotel in New York, Yi Feiyang pretended to encourage the film crew he brought with him, and then announced the disbandment, allowing everyone to have a good rest in order to recuperate. After everyone left, Yi Feiyang quickly went into his guest room, went into the bathroom to take a bubble bath, washed himself fragrantly, then opened the door and entered Hathaway's room like a thief. As soon as she entered the house, she felt a different kind of fragrance in the house and immediately praised, "Annie, why is the place with you so beautiful? Otherwise, I have to find a way to keep you in my house for the rest of your life, because my place is really not very good looking. You are just a smooth talker. How can it be so beautiful?" Hathaway rolled her eyes at Yi Feiyang, but her heart was sweet. No woman can resist the praise of the man she likes. Even Hathaway is no exception. "No, my lips are very dry, not smooth at all. Hey, or you can help me moisten them." Yi Feiyang smiled and gradually approached Hathaway, who was packing her luggage, suddenly hugged her from behind, sniffed the intoxicating light fragrance, and said in an extremely funny and coquettish tone, "Help me, dear." If Hathaway didn't like Yi Feiyang, she would probably feel a chill, but for a woman in love, this is very different. Hathaway let go of her hand that was packing the luggage, leaned back on Yi Feiyang, and said worriedly, "Don't joke. It's okay that our relationship hasn't been exposed yet, but I'm afraid What are you worried about? Feiyang now felt intoxicated and unable to extricate himself. Suddenly he woke up and saw the look on her face. He understood. Don't worry, there is always a way. Although we can't be together now, as long as you really become popular and become a superstar in the future, then if we are together, no one will say anything more. You know, it's very difficult. Hathaway's worry became more and more intense, especially now that your popularity is getting higher and higher. I feel that the distance between us is getting bigger and bigger. The most important thing is that there will be so many more beautiful and lovely girls who like you. At that time, what if you fall in love with other women? Feiyang didn't expect Hathaway to have such an idea, but after thinking about it carefully, it was indeed the case. Since he became more and more popular and his status in Hollywood became higher and higher, there were many outstanding girls around him. Although there are few unspoken rules in the American entertainment industry, there are many one-night stands here. Although Feiyang was confident and determined, he was not sure that he could resist the temptation of women. Feiyang sighed when he thought of this, but he had no other choice but to say, if possible, I really want to retire with you and spend the rest of my life in a place where no one knows us. It would be great. Unfortunately, I still have a wish and a difficult task to complete. Don't do this for me, I will feel guilty. Hathaway raised her swan-like white neck and looked at Feiyang and said sincerely, you are so talented. If you retire like this and don't do something, I think you will blame me for the rest of your life. So don't do this. Feiyang hugged Hathaway tightly in his arms tenderly, as if he was afraid of being taken away by someone. Feiyang felt Hathaway's dependence, and he couldn't help but be ambitious. He said in a deep tone, Annie, please believe me, as long as I can control the direction of the entire Hollywood, then no one will dare to say anything to us. Strong self-confidence can be heard in the tone. Hathaway was shocked when she heard Feiyang's words. She didn't expect Feiyang to have the ambition to control the Hollywood film industry. But when she stared at Feiyang's determined eyes, she knew he was not joking. She couldn't help but lose herself in this sense of security and whispered, hey, you can do it. You can definitely do it. Okay. Of course you can. Feiyang doesn't know computer nor does he know high technology, let alone nanotechnology and genetic modification technology. These can't make him profit from them. But as long as he understands the specific direction of Hollywood and world movies, he has the qualifications to control it. Hollywood, the top of the world's film industry. Countless people have tried to conquer this mountain and become the overlord among overlords. He is in charge of the world's film industry. No one dares to disobey his orders. MGM tried and failed. Fox tried and failed. There are many other big companies that eventually failed. No one in history. No, it should be said that one person almost did it. He was Howard Hughes, the former controlling shareholder of Universal. This genius, who became an orphan at the age of 17, dropped out of school to take over his father's business, became the chairman and director of a film company at the age of 21, and created the most glorious period of Hollywood. Young Hughes was very interested in movies, but he fell into a big setback when he first entered the film industry. The first film he invested in was called Playboy Hogan. It was a trick of a notorious actor, Rafe Grapes, who directed and acted in it himself. As a result, it was a complete failure. No one wanted the film. Hughes lost a net loss of $80,000. This failure attracted severe criticism from Rupert, who said that he did not understand movies at all. Then he introduced him to the film expert Mr. Samuel Goldwyn, who told Hughes that the first thing to do in making a movie is to get an excellent script, which is the foundation of success. Hughes accepted Mr. Goldwyn's advice and began to study and select scripts carefully after returning. He chose a script called Arabian Nights, which is a funny comedy about a stern sergeant and confused soldiers in the European battlefield of World War I. This time, he found an excellent director named Meyerson and used several unknown but promising actors to play the role. This time, he won a great victory. After the audition, the Ripple Theatre, the first in the United States, asked for a long-term screening, which was unprecedented. Arabian Nights won the second Academy Award for Best Comedy. After that, Howard Hughes became fascinated with their combat movies. In order to shoot this large-scale war film, hundreds of planes were blown up, millions of dollars were spent, and it took 2 years to shoot. This movie that shocked the whole world was Hell's Angels, and this play also established his well-deserved dominance in Hollywood. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long, because Hughes was too obsessed with movies and his other careers, and ignored his wife, so they divorced. Hughes was hit by this, and began to hide. The film hegemon has been silent since then. It can be said that Howard Hughes has always been Yi Feiyang's idol. In Yi Feiyang's eyes, only people like him can be called geniuses. Yes, genius. Yi Feiyang now wants not only to control Hollywood, but also to use Hollywood to support Chinese language films and let Chinese language films replace Hollywood. This is his ambition. He kissed Hathaway gently and sat on the bed together. Yi Feiyang pondered for a moment. At present, my influence is not enough. It's better to be cautious and try to keep a distance in front of the public. How long does it take to control the Hollywood film industry? Yi Feiyang was calculating when he said that sentence just now. From the perspective of Lionsgate catching up with the 7 major Hollywood film companies in the past, it only took 10 years. After more than 10 years of development, Lionsgate has produced the Saw series, the Hunger Games series, and the Expendables series. It relies on low-cost horror productions to consolidate its foundation and build a future scale. The influence of Lionsgate is not only in the production of horror films, but mainly in distribution. Lionsgate is a well-known agent of Hollywood's low and medium-cost horror films, thrillers, and B-level films. The company's golden signboard in the horror field is even more powerful than the 7 major film companies, enough to attract countries around the world who want to enter the US market and films that want to enter the Eurasian market. Although Dream Pictures is also mainly horror films, its overall strength has not yet reached the level of Lionsgate in its previous life, and this is the gap. 10 years will take 10 years. Yi Feiyang was sweating profusely when he thought of this number. Even if he was willing to spend so much time, what would Hathaway do then? Do they have to wait until so much time is wasted before they can be together? Exclamation mark. After thinking about it again, Yi Feiyang made a promise that was far from the end, staring into Hathaway's eyes like the bright moon. Give me 3 years, at most 4 years, and I will be able to control the entire Hollywood film industry. Hathaway looked at Yi Feiyang's resolute eyes, and a warm current surged in her heart. Yi, don't worry, I will wait for you. Yes, I will. I can't wait. I absolutely can't wait. Yi Feiyang made this calculation after gritting his teeth. Why did Yi Feiyang always refuse to list the company and use the stock market financing method to expand the company? There is only one reason. Because Yi Feiyang knew that the period from 2000 to 2002 was one of the top 10 stock market crashes in the US stock market. During this period, the internet bubble was serious. The bursting of the high-tech bubble and the 9/11 terrorist attacks caused serious trauma to the US stock market, so that many American companies were on the verge of bankruptcy. The film giant MGM began to decline from this period, and eventually led to bankruptcy in 2010. On the other hand, if the stock market crash from 2000 to 2002 was the same as in his previous life, then he would be able to make a fortune in the stock market, so that he could expand the scale of the company. With funds as a foundation, the development of Dream Pictures is absolutely amazing. Yi Feiyang's greatest confidence and hope is not in the stock market crash, but in the fact that Dream Pictures has an advantage that other companies cannot do at all. With Yi Feiyang's knowledge, he must know which movies will be popular and which will definitely fail. In this way, the company does not need to cooperate with other companies to reduce risks. No company in Hollywood will pay all the funds for a big production by itself, but will raise funds as much as possible to reduce risks. Even the movies with the highest success rate only have a record of half of them. Financing means that profits need to be shared, and Yi Feiyang's advantage is very clear here. For example, Pirates of the Caribbean and Speedy Snail. If he had not raised funds from Lionsgate and Paramount before, the hundreds of millions of profits from these two films would all belong to Dream Pictures. But then again, Yi Feiyang has only one purpose for cooperating with other companies, that is, to accumulate connections. Now it seems that the effect is remarkable. In short, with the golden finger that can predict the future, Feiyang has the hope of doubling his company in just 1 year. Yes, at least double. By then, Dream Pictures will surpass Lionsgate and truly join the ranks of major film companies. Feiyang has always been a practical man. He doesn't like to look ahead and behind when doing anything, and he doesn't like to drag his feet. Since he came to New York, USA, and was ambitious to make a fortune in the stock market, he found a manager of a company on Wall Street in Manhattan, USA, hoping that the other party could introduce him to a better stockbroker. According to Feiyang's investment plan, 2000 to 2002 was one of the top 10 stock market crashes in the United States. If he could operate well during this period, he could make a steady profit from the stock market crash. In fact, Feiyang himself didn't know much about the stock market, but he knew the future trend of the stock market, which was like cheating, and could help him make the most correct choice. The manager took Feiyang's commission, and was very concerned. In just one day, he introduced 3 excellent stockbrokers. One was called James, an Arab, who had worked on Wall Street for 5 years, and had rich investment experience. One was called Raphael, an Italian-American who had worked on Wall Street for more than 3 years. He was smart and good at adapting to circumstances. The last one is called Ali, an African-American from Ethiopia, Africa. He is a rookie, and not very experienced. His greatest feature is that he can make plans according to the needs of customers. According to the recommendation of the stock manager, Feiyang should choose Jane or Raphael. Both of them are aggressive, smart. They are like wild wolves wandering on Wall Street. They are ambitious and can help customers create the greatest benefits. But in the end, Feiyang chose the inconspicuous Ali, which surprised the manager. In fact, he brought Ali here just to make up the numbers. Afterwards, the manager asked the 3 people he brought what questions Feiyang asked them during the interview. The 3 said that the Oriental boss asked them their respective investment mottos. How did you answer? Jane: I said my motto is to buy with confidence, hold with patience, and sell with determination. Raphael said, what accumulates in the crowd is stupidity, not innate wisdom. The mentality of stock trading is inversely proportional to your distance from the crowd. The manager frowned. They all said it very well. Why was he rejected? He turned around and asked Ali, who was selected, how did you answer? Ali scratched his head and said, I just said, I will do whatever you tell me to do. What? The managers were stunned. What kind of answer is this? Exclamation mark. Indeed, this is not a good answer, but the smart Ali saw at a glance that Feiyang was not looking for those talented stockbrokers, nor was he looking for an expert who could play the market brilliantly. He was looking for an executor who could follow his plan, especially when Feiyang unscrupulously expressed his views on the future stock market. Ali was more deeply convinced that this Oriental man was playing the pig to eat the tiger. He must be a master in the stock market. Just look at his predictions and designs for the US and even the world economy, and you can see how far-sighted he is. And far-sighted is something that only the best stockbrokers can do. It can be said that the box office agent Ali's worship of Feiyang, the fake stock god, took root from that moment. Later, with Feiyang's extremely accurate predictions of the general trend of the US economy, especially his predictions of 9.11, the African black man who would be known as the gold medal sniper of the stock market in the future, became more determined to believe that Feiyang was a real god. The filming of The Devil Wears Prada finally started. The filming location was set at a fashion magazine in New York City. The new building exuded a new and gorgeous and fashionable atmosphere, which made Feiyang very satisfied. Everything was very close to the original movie. This magazine was introduced by Mr. Lagerfeld, Feiyang's fashion mentor. Originally, the magazine did not allow outsiders to enter the venue, let alone use the venue to shoot movies. But Lagerfeld, the old man, had a lot of face and style in the fashion industry. In a word, it was done immediately. However, Lagerfeld criticized Feiyang's fashion taste on the phone, because he had read some recent interviews with Feiyang. What kind of clothes are that? Are they for homeless people to wear? Your shoes don't match your clothes at all. Your hairstyle doesn't match your face shape, and your face shape doesn't match your collar. On the phone, Lagerfeld gave full play to his spirit of teaching and tireless instruction, and spoke harshly to Feiyang. At last, he sighed, "It's my sorrow to have a tasteless apprentice like you." While the United States was discussing the Clinton scandal and impeachment, Feiyang, as a popular director in the entertainment industry and a figure that public opinion likes to capture, brought his team to the filming site and began formal work. He walled off the controversy and noise from the outside world and devoted himself to the filming of the movie. Although Feiyang, who was full of confidence in front of the media before the filming started, felt that he was just a gamble, Anne Hathaway did not disappoint him. Perhaps Hathaway's potential was stimulated, and her life experience of more than a month of internship in the fashion industry made her have a deeper understanding of the character auntie she played, so her interpretation of the role reached a point of incisiveness. Although Hathaway is only a second-rate actor compared with the superb acting skills of veteran actress Meryl, considering their ages and experiences, especially their immersion in movies, Hathaway's performance can be described as amazing. Feiyang felt that perhaps Anne was really a pearl buried in the dust. It's just that Anne used to focus on being an Anne and dancing ballet. In terms of acting, she didn't get the opportunity to exercise and improve. If she was really given a stage, she would definitely give you a miracle. Now, carrying Feiyang's expectations and obeying the burning dream in her heart, Hathaway is learning and improving explosively. This movie has too much room for her to play. From the moment she got the script, she burst into tears. Later, she spent 20 hours a day studying the character traits of Andy in the script, constantly trying to figure it out and acting it out in her mind and in reality. She worked so hard that Feiyang was afraid that she would become obsessed. When Feiyang persuaded Hathaway to take a good rest, she refused. "If I don't work so hard, I will be sorry for you and myself." Helpless Feiyang could only forcefully ask her to take a break and find someone to watch her, but he didn't expect that when he came back, the guy guarding Hathaway was moved by her pleading and determination and became her audience so that she could find out her shortcomings in acting. Let her go. Feiyang understood her feelings. Maybe she really loved the acting career. But in fact, deep in Hathaway's heart, she did this for herself, but more for Feiyang, the man. When Feiyang told her about his ambition to control the entire Hollywood, Hathaway had secretly made up her mind that she would never hold him back and would do her best to help him, her man. A woman's dedication is very scary when she is serious, especially a girl like Hathaway who is particularly persistent in everything. Once she sets her goal, even 10 cows can't pull her back. To be continued. Chapter 241. Characters can also be stolen. By the way, compared to Anne Hathaway's efforts, another leading actress Meryl, she almost effortless filmed, as if acting was just like eating and sleeping to her. It couldn't be simpler. It was precisely because of her untraceable acting skills that Feiyang sighed that he had made the right choice of actors and at the same time tasted the asterisk of being a director. What is a director? A general who trains actors. On the set, you can yell at the actors, teach them how to act, how to think about the script. But in front of a demon-level actor like Meryl, Feiyang has no chance to show off. On the contrary, when filming a certain scene, Meryl, an old actor, would turn around and scold Feiyang for writing too badly or not choosing the right shooting angle. Meryl's dominance made Feiyang, known as a tyrant director, feel extremely depressed and painful. But from the bottom of his heart, Feiyang had to admire Meryl's grasp and control of the role, the coordination and adaptation of the scene, which were not something that ordinary people could do. Even Feiyang, the director, sometimes really needed to ask her for some advice. Feiyang's humility also won Meryl's favor. Especially in terms of directing, Feiyang would actively discuss with her, which made Meryl feel respected, and gradually began to accept this Chinese director from the heart, and began to feel that the $5 million salary for filming this play was worth it. At least the feeling of being valued and respected was something that no amount of money could buy. As mentioned earlier, many big directors in Hollywood are very authoritative. Even if you are a big star, you have to become a little lamb in front of a great director. Especially when you meet those directors with bad tempers, it's even more serious. The more you act like a big star, the more the director will use you as a warning. Why? Of course, it's to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. A director is a general who has to lead the whole army. If he cannot convince the public, how can he be successful in the film industry? Therefore, many stars are afraid of directors with bad tempers. Meryl had encountered such a director before, and suffered a lot of frustration. Feiyang's courtesy gave Meryl a good feeling, so the two of them worked so well together on the set. The interaction between Feiyang and Meryl on the set stunned everyone. The reason is that Feiyang is a famous tyrant in the director circle. He likes to lose his temper with actors at every turn. It is said that he has a hot temper and is frightening. Meryl, known as the Hollywood drama tyrant, likes to forget herself when filming and points fingers at the crew so that many people find it difficult to get along with her. But these two different types of weirdos actually got together very harmoniously and seemed to be having a good time. We must be dazzled. This is the voice of many people. If Meryl and Hathaway didn't need much training in this play and could play their roles almost well, as long as they got the script, then another actress, Ivanka Trump, was a headache for Feiyang. Feiyang overestimated the potential of this beautiful girl in acting and overvalued her efforts in learning. Yes, Ivanka is a good student. Even their mentor, the Queen Madonna, said so. As a rich girl, she is not squeamish, can endure hardships, and most importantly, can humbly ask for advice, no matter how bad her acting is. Faced with such an actress who is willing to work hard but repeatedly fails, Feiyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and almost yelled to the sky, You didn't send her down to play with me, did you? Exclamation mark. How to say it, Ivanka is very serious about acting, but I don't know why, when interpreting the role, she is always a little bit short. Just like when sewing clothes, one or two buttons will always fall off, and forget to sew. Forget it, let's reshoot. It's nothing but a waste of film. Feiyang comforted himself. After all, it was her first time acting. He pushed all the messy thoughts out of his mind, gave Ivanka an encouraging look as she was about to shoot, and then stared at the monitor and shouted loudly. Upon hearing the order, the script supervisor slapped the clapperboard in his hand, and the words of the 17th shot of the 11th scene of The Devil Wears Prada flashed across the camera. This scene has been shot 10 times. It was not a complicated scene. Ivanka played Emily, the assistant of the female devil Miranda. The role was positioned as having excellent workability, extensive social connections, being cautious in doing things, and being particularly wary of newcomers. In this scene, Emily saw Andy, played by Hathaway, who came to apply for a job in the company for the first time, and then the two passed by and exchanged a meaningful look. It can be said that this look is very important and contains a lot of information. For example, the look Andy gave Emily meant when could I be in a high position like her and become the first female assistant? Emily's look was that this new Cinderella was like a pearl wrapped in dirt. Although it looked earthy, it could not hide the inner beauty. After the two exchanged glances, Andy bumped into Emily, and the documents in Emily's hand fell to the ground. Andy apologized hurriedly and squatted on the ground to pick them up. Emily stood proudly, looking at Andy, who was bowing down under her. The sharp and worried look before turned into contempt and self-mockery. The meaning was that such a lamb-like girl, how could she be her opponent? She seemed to have thought too much just now. Then, the plot was that Andy returned the picked up documents to Emily and kept apologizing, and Emily should ask her questions with a high attitude of a senior. Cut. Feiyang frowned and yelled, the facial expression is wrong. It's too stiff. Forget it, take a break first. Ivanka, come here. Ivanka nodded in panic, ran to Feiyang and the crowd, lowered her head, and prepared to be scolded. Feiyang was no longer the amiable man with a smile on his face. As soon as he entered the role of director, he frowned as if he would never open his eyebrows, supervising everyone like a tyrant. Perfect, perfect. This is what he said all day long as he entered the set. Ivanka, I think you have to understand. You are now the most powerful female assistant in the company, no longer a lady, not a rich lady, not a faceless lady. You are talking to newcomers with arrogance, disdain, and the high attitude of I'm the queen of the next stop. So your expression and tone must be just right to show these characteristics, not just looking up and thinking it's over. No, remember, you are an actor, not a machine. What I want is your real performance, not to act like a template, understand? Feiyang lectured her without mercy. Who is Ivanka? She has never been scolded or reprimanded so fiercely since she was a child. Her heart ached and she almost cried. Don't cry, that's the behavior of a weak person. Don't let me look down on you, Ivanka. I told you that you would be a good actor, but you haven't grasped that little bit yet. Yes, that little bit, the soul of the character. When you grasp it, you will succeed. Okay, go over there and think about it carefully. Filming is not that simple, nor is it a fun game. I think you should understand it now. Feiyang used both soft and hard tactics to make the rich girl in front of him want to cry, but have no tears. Okay director, I'll think about it again. Although Ivanka couldn't raise her head after being scolded, she still seriously recalled her shortcomings. This was her first scene, and she didn't succeed after shooting 10 times, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. Forget it, take a good rest, and go have a cup of coffee. Feiyang's anger came and went quickly. Ivanka came to the dressing room, sat on the chair in a daze, looking at herself in the mirror in annoyance, not knowing where to start. What's wrong? Still failed. Veteran actress Meryl was putting on makeup on the side and turned her head to look at Ivanka. Yeah, Sister Meryl, why can't I find the feeling? Damn it. Ivanka held her head and lay on the dressing table, her mind in a mess. Hey, honey, I know that every actor has a time when he can't get into the role. Yi said your expression is not right. Try to relax a little. Meryl comforted Ivanka kindly. What should I do? Ivanka asked herself in her heart, but she couldn't find the answer no matter what. Honey, how did you perform just now? Can you show me again? Meryl and Ivanka have a good relationship, especially Meryl took Ivanka's plane to New York first, and the two of them went shopping together and bought a lot of fashionable things. Women are very emotional. After spending a few days together, it can be said that in her heart, Meryl has already regarded this girl as her little sister. Seeing her so troubled, she couldn't help but show her concern. Okay. Ivanka gathered her mind and repeated the performance just now. Wait, it seems that there is something wrong. Meryl bit her lip, frowned her beautiful eyebrows, and thought hard. The director said I look like facial paralysis. Ivanka said helplessly. Facial paralysis? Oh, this Chinese Yi is really venomous. How can he say such a beautiful girl has facial paralysis? Meryl laughed. Okay, dear Ivanka, forget that guy's hateful words. Come on, try my method. How should I put it? Have you seen Gone with the Wind starring Vivien Leigh? I have. It's a great play. That's easy. Try to turn yourself into the heroine of this play, the one with a sharp tongue and a very unique surname, Hestia, and then use her eyes and expressions to say your lines to me just now. Yes, that's it. Try it, my baby. Meryl patiently instructed Ivanka. What? Vivien Leigh, Hestia in Gone with the Wind? Ivanka suddenly raised her head, carefully sketched Hestia's expression and eyes, and then said the lines of the character in the script to Meryl. Look, baby, isn't it great that you did this? Meryl laughed. The role is dead, but people are alive. Many directors ask actors to substitute for roles, but they forget that many actors can't find a template to substitute for them. In fact, those roles have been interpreted in many movies. Now we just use them for our own use, or package them. This is an actor, it's that simple. Meryl's words stunned Ivanka. For the first time in her life, she heard people say that acting is done in this way, and that people are substituted for roles. It turns out that roles can also be stolen and used. Turning her head, Ivanka looked at herself in the mirror. Yes, both her eyes and her expressions were almost exactly the same as in the script. She touched the door of acting. Yes, that's it. Ivanka's mind seemed to flash with lightning. She quickly stood up, said thank you to Meryl, and ran out of the dressing room quickly. Meryl just smiled at Ivanka's hurried back and said loudly, come on, dear, you can do it. Hey, director, dear director Yi, I think I can do it. Yes, I can do it. Ivanka found Feiyang who was drinking coffee, putting his feet on the table, and looking at the script, and shouted in surprise. "Oh, are you sure?" Feiyang stood up. "Yes, I think I can do it," Ivanka said with a trace of determination on her face, and she said without doubt. "Okay." Feiyang picked up the loudspeaker and shouted to everyone, "Everyone, take your positions. Let's do it again." Assistant Director Ben, who was originally explaining the play to the young actors, hurriedly helped shout after hearing it, "Hurry up, guys. It's about to start." Ivanka calmed down and quickly found the feeling of Hesgard in Gone with the Wind and played a rivalry with Andy played by Anne Hathaway on the field. Weird, too weird. Looking at Ivanka, who seemed to have changed in the camera, Feiyang couldn't help but mutter. Photographer Cindy couldn't help but say, "Yes, her tone and expression now, and that look, God, why does it feel so familiar, yet so strange, and most importantly, it matches your request just now. It feels weird, because it matches too well," Feiyang said. A set of shots was shot quickly, smooth, without any jams, almost done in one go. Perfect. Feiyang's heart seemed to be hit by a sledgehammer. Ivanka's performance was beyond his expectations. She had keenly discovered the characteristics of this role and finally broke through the previous restraints and took her performance to the next level. Beautiful. 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 Feiyang stood up and shouted beautiful 3 times in a row and gave a thumbs up to Ivanka, who felt relieved of the heavy burden. This shooting was a success. To be continued. Chapter 242. Long live the Mad Devil. After solving the problem that Ivanka encountered in her first filming, the following filming went smoothly. The heroine Andy, played by Hathaway, officially entered the fashion company and started her new life. However, with the hardships of work, especially the bitterness of serving the female devil, Andy felt tortured, so she went to the company's Nigel, an old man in the company, who knew the surname, was considerate, and had a good heart, to complain. This clip is very demanding for actors, especially Hathaway. As for the actor of Nigel, it is the veteran actor Maximum, who starred in Feiyang's Jigsaw in Saw. In order to shoot this play, in order to play the kind-hearted old oil stick in the company, Maximum read the script carefully and did a lot of work in private. In order to get closer to the character in the script, Maximum even took the initiative to change his image, shaved a shiny bald head, and put on a pair of black glasses, which made the whole person's temperament change drastically. Specifically, there is a cultural atmosphere in the fashion industry. Feiyang was very pleased with Maximum's high requirements, so he regarded this scene as particularly important. Especially this scene is the psychological turning point of the heroine Andy in the whole play, which plays a connecting role. It was precisely because of the difficulties caused by the female devil Miranda that Andy, who was ready to surrender, began her new life in the fashion company under the guidance of Nigel. Everyone, take your positions. Pay attention. The next shot is ready to start shooting. Feiyang shouted into the loudspeaker. Hathaway, the next scene is about you. Yes, you must interpret your psychological changes. You are a fledgling female employee, a simple girl who believes that God is kind and that people all over the world are kind. Now you have suffered hardships and are full of fear of Miranda. You must pay more attention to your spirit and interpret the feeling of exhaustion, inability, and lack of confidence. Feiyang looked at Anne Hathaway, who was dressed in simple clothes in front of him, and said seriously, "Got it, director, I can start." Hathaway, who plays Andy, has memorized this scene by heart and thinks she can do it in one go. "Okay, all departments get ready, let's keep working hard." Feiyang waved his hand vigorously and sat down on the chair. The camera turned on. The upset Andy rubbed her cheeks, acting a little nervous, and hesitantly pushed open the door of Nigel's office. Nigel, played by Markway, was working hard. Andy walked to him, pulled her clothes a little unnaturally, and said, "She hates me, Nigel." Nigel raised his head and said in a joking tone, "Oh, what's my problem? Oh wait, it's not my problem. Andy, oh, really, I really don't know what to do. Because when I do the right thing, I don't get affirmation. She doesn't even say thank you. But if I do something wrong, she will be fierce." The camera shifted, and Nigel gave his opinion without raising his head. "Resign." The tone was cold and unexpected. Andy looked at him in surprise. "What? Resign?" Netchel raised his head and repeated. I can find someone to replace you in 5 minutes. Someone who really wants this job. But I don't want to resign. It's not fair. But you know, I just think that I should at least get a little recognition from her for working so hard. Yes, that's it. Andy said with certainty. The camera closes up. Netchel looks at Andy with a firm look. Oh, Andy, seriously, you didn't work so hard. Huh. Andy opened her mouth wide and looked at Netchel. You are complaining. Netchel put down his work. What do you want me to say to you? You want me to say you are so pitiful that Merida is too picky about you? Poor bastard. Poor Andy. Huh. Wake up, Andy. This is her job. Do you know how many of the greatest artists of this century have been produced in the place where you work? Halston Brack, Phil Gallant. Their works, what they create, are greater than art. Because you live in it, not you, but obviously some people. The camera switched. Netchel was holding a company magazine in his hand. Do you think this is just a magazine? No, it is a beacon of hope. How should I put it? Maximum's Netchel's expression changed quickly, and the character was deeply portrayed. This made Feiyang behind the camera secretly give a thumbs up, worthy of being an old actor who brought this old man to life. In the camera, Netchel, for example, a boy with 6 brothers who grew up in Rhode Island, pretended to play football, but actually went to tailoring classes. He also secretly watched the catwalk at night with a flashlight. Netchel wiped his glasses and said, you don't know how many legendary figures have come here, and what's worse is that you don't care. You should know that many people dream of working here, but you condescend to work. Do you want to know why she is unwilling to kiss your forehead, give you enthusiastic encouragement, and let you end a day's work happily? Netchel tapped Andy's forehead with the pen in his hand. Wake up, baby. According to the script, Hathaway, who plays Andy, had to act as if she was suddenly enlightened and woke up from a dream, but Hathaway was so excited that she screamed reached out and knocked over the ink bottle on the table, and the ink splashed out, making Maximum, who was playing the opposite role, look. It's over. It's going to be cut again. The script is not like this. Hathaway felt cold in her heart, as if she was about to hear Feiyang's furious and frightening voice again. You know, Feiyang is always against the matter and not against the person when filming. Although Hathaway and he have a close relationship, Feiyang is absolutely impartial when filming. Several new crew members who followed Feiyang to film laughed out loud. Everyone knew that there was no ink splashing plot in this play, and Maximum, who was embarrassed and made into a big clown, made them laugh. Surprised, looking at Maximum, who was in a very miserable state in front of her, Hathaway, who had caused a lot of trouble, was at a loss and kept waiting for Feiyang to shout cut, but she didn't hear the sound she should hear. Others around looked at Feiyang curiously, watching the expression on the face of this famous tyrant on the set. Hathaway wanted to look back to see how Feiyang reacted, whether he was staring at her angrily. Just as she was about to turn her head, she saw a hint of teasing in Maximum's eyes. Oh damn, Andy, is this your way of thanking me? Although I like writing with ink, I don't like getting ink on my face. Yes, I hate having ink on my face. It was as if a huge lightning flashed through her heart. Hathaway understood at that moment and tried her best to control the desire to turn her head and became Andy in the play and continued to perform. Yes, sorry, I didn't mean to. I really didn't mean to. I was too excited. Yes. Come, let me wipe it for you. Hathaway was quick-witted and took out a handkerchief. Her expression was like a little girl who had done something bad, pitiful, lively, and interesting. Oh no, baby, I'm really afraid that my face will dirty your handkerchief again. Maximum's Netchel joked. But Andy was a little surprised, but she had nothing to say, so she could only look at Netchel awkwardly. But I still need your help. Oh no, 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 never. Oh please, dear Netchel. Nothing you say will help. Netchel said weakly. Oh, really? Andy opened her arms and wanted to hug the other person. Okay, don't do that, I promise. Damn, I hate hugs the most. Netchel surrendered. Cut. Very good. Very good. A perfect scene. Feiyang finally shouted this sentence. Upon hearing the call to stop, Hathaway hurriedly apologized to the veteran actor Maximum, saying that she didn't mean it, she was too absorbed in acting, and didn't expect to spill the ink bottle. Maximum smiled and said, "Fortunately there is no end machine, otherwise we have to start all over again. This ending is better than anything else." As the director, Feiyang announced that the crew would temporarily disband and rest, and the crew finally breathed a sigh of relief. There was no way. Everyone was too nervous during the filming. Just when everyone was about to leave the stage for a break, Feiyang yelled angrily, "Wait, everyone stop." In the confusion of everyone, Feiyang shouted angrily to the cameraman Cindy, "Have you filmed all the scenes just now?" "All of them have been filmed," Cindy answered concisely. "Didn't the scenes break?" Feiyang meant the moment when the ink bottle was knocked over just now. "No, I have been filming seriously the whole time. If you don't call a cut, I will never stop." "Very good, very good." Feiyang seemed very relieved. Others were still looking at Feiyang in confusion, not understanding what he was going to do. Feiyang turned around and kicked a chair to the ground with one foot. The huge noise shocked everyone. Then he stepped on the overturned chair and climbed onto the table, and then looked down at all the crew members. The crew members also looked at him, silently. What was he going to say? What was he going to do? Did we do something wrong? Everyone looked at Feiyang's sharp eyes and angry expression, and began to feel uneasy and their stomachs were beating fast. Feiyang's aura was very strong at the moment. His anger could be seen from his fiery eyes. He looked around the people below, and then shouted decisively, "Yes, there was an accident just now. There is no such shot in the script. Hathaway should not have spilled the ink bottle, and Maximum did not have a big clown face. But I want to ask those staff members who burst into laughter, is this really funny? Is this a clown show? Is this a circus?" There was an extremely stern light in his eyes, and no one dared to look at him, and everyone lowered their heads guiltily. Look at the cameraman Cindy, Hathaway, and old Maximum. Why don't they laugh, but work as hard as ever? This is professionalism. Where is your professionalism? Where is the professionalism I want? If even professionalism no longer exists, where will perfection be? Perfection can only be in your dreams. Because you can never do it. Feiyang shouted angrily, and the staff who were laughing just now hid in the crowd, not daring to show their faces. I didn't shout cut just now, because it happened suddenly, but it was in line with the plot design. Especially old Maximum was very determined to continue the play, and staged a scene with Hathaway that was not in the script. This is quick wit, it is improvisation. Actors are not required to follow the script meticulously, but to do their job well as the environment changes, and cannot stick to the lines. Remember, you are people, not machines. Feiyang's voice is very loud, making everyone's ears buzz. Finally, I just want to say one more thing. If you want to act, you must put aside everything. Yes, everything. Remember my words. If you are not crazy, you can't live. In order to make a good play, you must go crazy. You must be obsessed. If you are not crazy, you can't live? Exclamation mark. At that moment, everyone, including Meryl and others who have always been very proud, remembered this sentence. And this sentence will become the most famous motto in the Hollywood film industry in the future. At that moment, I seemed to see a thunderbolt in the sky. China Yi used his anger to interpret what an actor is, said Meryl, the Oscar-winning actress. To be continued, Chapter 243. Invitation from the White House. Feiyang's reprimand made everyone start to concentrate on filming the play. No matter who is in the crew, it seems that everyone has changed their mindset. If you don't go crazy, you can't live, so let's go crazy together. Long live madness. Shouting slogans in their hearts, the filming continued. Soon, according to the development of the plot, the play filmed the change of mentality of the heroine played by Hathaway, from a newly entered assistant to a fashion queen. Such personality and identity transformation scenes have been performed in many movies, such as La de Morgue's Camellia starring Greta Garbo, and Pretty Woman starring Julia Roberts, which almost all have such scenes. I don't know whether it was because of the accident of knocking over the ink bottle or for some other reason. Hathaway, who played Auntie, became a little depressed and confused in her mind, so that she was a little bit unpredictable for this scene, because the transformation of the character's personality is the biggest challenge for the actor. You know, actors are also human beings, and as human beings, they must perform the emotions of the characters. In the eyes of many excellent film actors, the transformation of characters' personality is the most critical and difficult. The most representative one is Face/Off, directed by Hong Kong director John Woo. In this play, after the two male protagonists exchange their identities, the character's personality must also change. Fortunately, Nicolas Cage and John Travolta grasped the role very well, so the performance was welcomed by everyone and achieved success. There is also God of Gamblers, which is a more representative Hong Kong play. In the play, Chow Yun-fat has a change in his eyes from an 8-year-old child to the god of gambling Gao Jiabao. It is the scene where he was dragged by Zhou Aiwang to save Xiao Dao, played by Andy Lau, and face the big bad guy Wu Mengda to gamble. In this scene, Chow Yun-fat's whole person changed from an 8-year-old innocent kid to a fierce-eyed god of gambling in an instant. It can be said that it refreshed everyone's eyes and proved that Chow Yun-fat's acting skills are by no means covered. The title of the god of acting is absolutely well deserved for him. Now, Hathaway is facing this challenge. Feiyang saw Hathaway's distress, but could not help, which made him feel distressed. As time went by, this scene had been filmed 3 times, but Hathaway still could not reach the perfection required by Feiyang. Hathaway's repeated shooting was a very strange thing for the entire crew. You know, from the beginning of the filming of this play to now, Hathaway's primary color was perfect, and she had never been constantly shooting like Ivanka. But now, hey, everyone, take a break. Director Feiyang announced that he really couldn't bear to watch Hathaway continue to act, hoping that she could change her mood. Hathaway herself was even more annoyed. If she spilled the ink bottle during the last filming, it was an accident. Then now, she was really incompetent. If she couldn't play the transformed Andy well, how could she face Feiyang and everyone in the crew? Exclamation mark. In the rest area, Hathaway hit her head with her hand in great distress, and at this time Feiyang walked in and handed her a bottle of water. No, Annie, don't think too much, drink some water first. Feiyang comforted Hathaway kindly. Am I useless? Hathaway raised her head and looked at Feiyang with pitying eyes. Feiyang felt distressed because he knew that it was because of him that Hathaway was so strict with herself, and it was also because of him that she worked so hard. No, you have tried your best, haven't you? Feiyang's eyes gave Hathaway endless comfort. She took the mineral water, opened it and took a sip, then shook her head. Maybe, but I didn't succeed, which affected the progress of the entire filming. It doesn't matter, filming is to take it slowly. You never know when you will understand it, and then it will come naturally. Well, you are right, but I still don't know how to do it. Hathaway nodded, thinking hard, but still couldn't think of the key point. Hey, Annie, what you realize yourself is the most important thing for your growth. If everything is told to you by others, then you have lost your soul. I can only give you some advice. For example, you need to go into the inner world of Andy, the character you play, and understand her and become her. You are her, and she is you. If she is you, how will you dress yourself after your personality changes? Feiyang gently reminded Hathaway, with a gentle look, not the slightest bit of the tyrant on the set. If seen by outsiders, they would definitely be shocked. Okay. Hathaway looked at the script again carefully, then held it in her arms, thinking quietly, with seriousness and persistence on her delicate face. In a moment, Hathaway's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. I want to ask you a question. Ask. What's the question? Feiyang looked at her with a smile. You asked me to intern at a fashion company for a month, just to let me experience life. What do you think? Why were you so surprised by my appearance when I came back? What do you think? So who was prettier, me before or me after the internship? This. What do you think? Feiyang said the same thing. Me, Andy, fashion. Haha, I finally understand. Hathaway's face was full of joy of sudden enlightenment. She jumped up and hugged Yi Feiyang and kissed him fiercely, then ran away laughing. Yi Feiyang wiped the saliva from his face, smiled bitterly at Hathaway, who was jumping and running away, shook his head, and quickly calmed down. It seemed that the filming was about to start again. This girl had already had a great enlightenment. I understand. Mickey, put on my makeup. Hathaway rushed into the dressing room and shouted to the stunned makeup artist Mickey. Mickey is a veteran of Dream Pictures. When Yi Feiyang founded Dream Pictures, he recruited many talented technicians who were wandering on the edge of Hollywood, including photographer Cindy, lighting engineer Charlie, and makeup artist Mickey. Mickey has changed a lot in the past 2 years. He used to be decadent and down and out, but now he is well dressed and well dressed. Of course, Mickey is a person with a heart. Although he is not as ambitious as Cindy and others, he is not satisfied with being a photographer and wants to be a director. Mickey loves his profession, which is makeup. Therefore, he has no regrets about his profession. Yi Feiyang sees this and intends to train him to go further, especially for the upcoming Planet of the Apes, which requires very advanced makeup techniques. Yi Feiyang plans to put him in and train him to be a special effects makeup talent. You know, makeup artists and special effects makeup artists are basically 2 levels of heaven and earth. When special effects makeup artists reach a certain level, their abilities are enough to restrict the progress of the entire play, especially in the field of science fiction and horror films, such as the future Lord of the Rings and Avatar. Mickey certainly understood this, and was grateful to Yi Feiyang for trusting him and cultivating him. Therefore, Mickey tried his best to shoot Yi Feiyang's scene this time, especially when Yi Feiyang was upset. He would be more upset than Yi Feiyang. Oh, it's you, Annie. I also have some ideas. I want to make your hair into the most popular and fashionable hairstyle now. Well, the color can be brighter, so that your image will be full of texture under the light, and with your facial features, it will definitely be very colorful and amazing. Mickey was not idle at this time. He was almost racking his brains and suddenly grasped something. Hairstyle? Okay. I was planning to do this. Yes, it's a good idea. Thank you, Mickey, Hathaway said, and then said, in addition, I need you to prepare some fashionable clothes for me. Yes, it must be the most fashionable, popular, and trendy today. Is that so? I can do it for you right away. However, how many sets do you need? 1 or 2 sets? No, I want 30 sets. Huh? Mickey opened his mouth wide. 30 sets? Hathaway nodded. Yes, 30 sets. Mickey was completely stunned. Okay, I'll try. But there's not much time. I can only temporarily arrange a good set for you. Mickey understood what Hathaway said, and also understood what she wanted to do. What to do? To be a versatile queen. In fact, the highlight of Hathaway's enlightenment is a variability of clothing. You know, after experiencing twists and turns, the heroine Andy she played, understood that working in a fashion magazine company, she must make herself fashionable. What is fashion? It's clothes. In the previous life, The Devil Wears Prada had at least hundreds of fashionable clothes in the whole play, which were presented on Miranda, Andy, and Emily. On average, each person had at least dozens of sets of clothes. Yi Feiyang was very demanding on the script when filming, but he ignored the relationship between fashion and clothes. It's not his fault. In the words of Yi Feiyang's fashion mentor Ajafald, this child is a fashion idiot. Yi Feiyang's slowness in understanding fashion made the play a lack of fashion highlights. When Hathaway woke up, she realized that she had to change. An hour later, Yi Feiyang, who was impatient, strode into the dressing room. When he raised his voice to urge Mickey, he held it in his mouth, with shock in his eyes. Mickey was not in the dressing room. Maybe he went out for something. Nonsense. 30 sets of branded clothes. He was very miserable. Hathaway was the only one in the room standing in front of the window, looking at the mirror and posing. Hathaway was completely refreshed. Her long hair had turned into a heroic and neat short hair. The Channel jacket and a pair of fluffy casual trousers made her look extremely fashionable and noble. The strong contrast made Yi Feiyang's eyes light up. Hearing the sound, Hathaway turned around and saw Yi Feiyang, and she smiled naturally, hoping to be recognized. Yi Feiyang looked at Hathaway, and at that moment he felt that the whole world was still, and only the stunning Hathaway was dancing in his eyes. A ray of sunlight was projected on Hathaway's body, and the golden sunlight illuminated her hair, her eyes, and her lips. Hathaway in the sunlight was like a freshly blooming flower, delicate and charming. The breath of fashion was like the nectar hidden in the flower. Although you can't see it, you can smell her breath, which is so sweet. Why do so many girls like to wear fashionable brand clothes? Because it is a prop to wrap and bloom beauty, and it is an indispensable petal for women to attract the eyes of aliens. Seeing Yi Feiyang looking at her stupidly, Hathaway couldn't help but smile charmingly, and in an instant, the whole world seemed to be raining extremely brilliant and colorful petals. Yi Feiyang's heartbeat thumped, and he believed that the beauty of this moment could flow in his mind forever. The long eyelashes dyed in ink like a butterfly that has spread its wings and emerged from its cocoon, slowly and gracefully, with every move, every frown and every smile, touching the heart. She looked at him, he looked at her, only time passed, only gentle breathing, and the two people looked at each other in silence. On the camera, Hathaway's appearance made all the crew members silent, and the shock in their hearts could not be described as stunning. The shooting at that moment was extremely quiet and extremely smooth because everyone was stunned. For a week in a row, Meryl, an actress with a long acting background, took Hathaway and Ivanka to almost play the rivalry in the script. Hathaway, who worked hard to improve her acting skills, and Ivanka, who was constantly improving under the guidance of Yi Feiyang, not only played their roles in a comprehensive way, but also expanded and enhanced the character's personality. In particular, Ivanka's progress can be said to be obvious to all, and even Yi Feiyang praised her. Compared with the same kind of girl, Paris Hilton, this rich girl has a stronger willpower. It can be said that she is soft on the outside and strong on the inside. The elegance and calmness on the surface cannot cover up her inner strength. Sometimes Yi Feiyang can't help comparing her with Hathaway. Although the two girls come from different backgrounds, they are very similar in temperament. Perhaps it is because they were born in different environments. Hathaway gives people the feeling of being pure and elegant, but more of a kind of tenderness of a neighbor's little sister, while Ivanka, who was born in a wealthy family, looks elegant and quiet on the outside, but has a kind of unattainable in her bones. As the saying goes, all men are cheap. They think it is worthless for girls to chase them. It is fun to chase girls by themselves, especially chasing those cold and frosty women with noble status. That is more exciting and challenging. Therefore, in terms of the degree of attraction to the opposite sex, Ivanka is more popular with men than Hathaway. Yi Feiyang is a normal man, and he also has an inexplicable feeling for a top-notch girl like Ivanka. Therefore, during the filming, Yi Feiyang was very concerned about Ivanka, and he was the most careful and serious in guiding her. Hathaway felt very uncomfortable when she saw this situation, but unfortunately, someone careless did not notice it. On this day, Hathaway did not have any scenes, and Hathaway was not in the crew. After finishing the filming early, Yi Feiyang was asking people to pack up the filming equipment. Suddenly, a crisp and sweet voice sounded in his ears. "Hi, dear director, are you free today? If you are free, I want to invite you out for dinner." "Well, thank you for your help during this period." Ivanka stood in front of Yi Feiyang with a smile and said in a tactful tone, her eyes full of expectations, "Well, okay, I'll relax today and relax and work hard, the way of civil and military affairs." Yi Feiyang could not refuse the request of this beautiful girl, so he could only surrender. "Then let's go now. I know a restaurant that makes very good French cuisine. I have already made an appointment with the chef today, and he will cook for us personally." Ivanka's eyes showed a smile. "Wait, hey, Meryl, you don't have anything to do, let's go together. It's more lively with more people." Yi Feiyang was afraid that he and Ivanka would be photographed by paparazzi alone, and it would be terrible if Hathaway got jealous. Subconsciously, Yi Feiyang might be afraid that he couldn't resist something, so he pulled a big light bulb to feel at ease. "Me. I don't want to go out. I still want to see the script." How could Meryl, who was so slick and experienced, not see it? Although I and Ivanka were friends who could talk about anything, Ivanka, who obviously wanted to be alone with Yi Feiyang, didn't want to follow her and be an annoying light bulb. Therefore, Meryl quickly refused and then looked at Yi Feiyang with interest. Don't. I'm the script. You can see the script instead of me. You can see it however you want. Besides, it's not right for a big name director like me to go out without two beauties around me. Haha. Yi Feiyang saw Meryl refuse and had to speak up. Forget it, Sister Meryl, you should go too. If you don't go, I can only stay in the room and watch TV tonight. Ivanka shrugged helplessly. She didn't quite understand Yi Feiyang's thoughts. Did he really not want to be alone with her? Or was he really afraid of being seen by the media reporters? For the first time, Ivanka couldn't read a man's mind. For example, she had so many men pursuing her, but she had a good impression of the man in front of her, but the other party seemed to be avoiding her, or in other words, not tempted by her. What kind of man is this? Ivanka didn't understand. Just when the atmosphere was a little awkward, a very beautiful car park near the shooting site, and a white man wearing sunglasses got out of the car. The man glanced at Yi Feiyang, walked over, and then said politely, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Yi Feiyang?" "Yes, I am," Yi Feiyang said. "Hello, I'm President Clinton's personal bodyguard. The president wants to invite you to dinner at the White House tonight. I wonder if you can spare the time." "What? The White House, the president, dinner together?" Yi Feiyang was stunned by this sudden invitation. Meryl and Ivanka were even more stunned than Yi Feiyang. Especially Meryl, the old actress who always looked down on others. She never thought that Yi Feiyang would be so honored. At that moment, she suddenly felt that she should build a good relationship with Yi Feiyang in the future. It was necessary. To be continued. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244. The President Who Wants to Enter the Entertainment Industry. The White House. The most famous mansion in the world. The residence of the world's hegemon, the President of the United States. It can be said that the people who live here represent the most power and influence. The White House is open because you have the opportunity to visit here and even have the opportunity to have dinner with the dear president. Of course, the premise is that you must be excellent or you must be lucky. The White House is closed because it is heavily guarded and heavily guarded. Before you get close to it, you will be arrested as a terrorist. Yi Feiyang came here by car, looking at the white building in front of him. There is no feeling of splendor, nor a sense of grandeur. Only one feeling, that is, it is very simple. Yes, the White House is like this, not as mysterious as many people imagine. From the perspective of grandeur, and even gorgeousness, it is not even as luxurious as the government building built by a county government in the past life of the Celestial Empire. But this kind of simplicity, that makes people look simple at first glance, but it faintly reveals a strong political atmosphere. This kind of atmosphere is invisible and imperceptible, just like this building is alive and alive, so that when you see it, it is like seeing the vicissitudes of the United States. The magnificent history. The car Yi Feiyang was riding in drove smoothly into the White House area. The heavily guarded gatekeepers made Yi Feiyang feel once again the important position of this place as the center of American politics. In his previous life, Yi Feiyang had seen a very exciting American film called White House Down. In the film, the director used airplanes and heavy weapons to fire fiercely at the White House. The White House was crumbling in the gunfire and was destroyed. The audience was very satisfied. But in reality, let alone walking around the White House with a gun, you can be searched out, even if you carry a fork. However, this film praised the fearless spirit of American filmmakers from another perspective. They dared to bomb and destroy anything. The White House is nothing, but it was blown beyond recognition! Exclamation mark. Of course, it also shows the tolerance and openness of the United States towards American films, and its support and understanding for the creation of filmmakers. If this type of film was in China, it would probably be harmonized before the script was completed. Therefore, American filmmakers are happy and have a lot of creative space. There is a reason why Hollywood dominates the world. They dare to blow up the White House. What else can't they do? Exclamation mark. Yi Feiyang got out of the car and saw from a distance that the First Lady of the United States, Hillary, was standing at the door of the White House with a white-haired curly man to welcome guests. Yi Feiyang didn't dare to be arrogant. After all, the atmosphere here was different, so he hurried over. Hi, hello, dear Yi, we meet again. Hillary smiled and stretched out her hand. Yi Feiyang gently held her fingertips and smiled. It's an honor, Mrs. Hillary. Thank you for your invitation. This is my husband, Bill Clinton. Hillary introduced the man next to her. Nice to meet you, Mr. President. Yi Feiyang shook hands with Clinton. Clinton looked similar to the one on TV, with a big face and some pockmarks on his face. It might be because he needed to put on makeup to appear on TV. Clinton in real life was older than on TV, especially the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes, which were enough to pinch an ant to death. Hello, Yi Feiyang. We are very happy to invite you to dinner tonight, Clinton said to Yi Feiyang very kindly and friendly. After the two parties exchanged a few pleasantries at the door, the Clintons invited Yi Feiyang to have dinner in the White House. This reception or invitation was obviously a private dinner, without any political connotations, so both parties were relaxed, and there were no media or politicians accompanying them. During the dinner, Clinton's wife Hillary personally served a delicious dinner for everyone, and Yi Feiyang ate and drank without any hesitation. Everyone talked and laughed during the drinking, which was very lively. Seeing that Yi Feiyang remained calm after drinking so much, Clinton couldn't help but smile and said, Dear Yi, although I don't know much about you, there are endless news reports about you. You are called a genius when making movies, a prodigy when writing scripts, a freak when being a boss, and even your talent in discovering talents and making a lot of money. Haha, I really have to admire you. Yi Feiyang smiled, shook his head and said, Your Excellency President, you are too kind. I'm just a little luckier than others. Alas, I don't deserve the title of genius. Haha, you can't say that. Clinton said seriously, one success may be considered luck, but think about it, how many times have you succeeded in just 3 years? Haha, the title of genius belongs to you. As he spoke, he picked up the wine glass and shouted happily, Come on, buddy, cheers to the genius. Cheers. Yi Feiyang clinked glasses with him, and drank half a glass of red wine. Come, eat. Clinton seemed very happy, and said with a smile, If you only drink without eating, stomach problems will often occur. You are still young, and cannot experience this kind of pain. Haha, I always eat first and then drink. I usually don't get drunk, and it doesn't hurt my body too much. Come, eat as much as you can. My wife's cooking skills are great. Haha, thank you. We are not polite. Yi Feiyang certainly would not be polite. He always accepts all kinds of good wine and food. In this feast, a bottle of top quality red wine was soon finished. When Clinton was about to ask his wife Hillary to get the wine, Yi Feiyang hurriedly stopped him and said with a smile, Okay, dear President, there will be time to drink wine later. I ate too much today and can't drink anymore. Let's do it later. If possible, let's eat some fruit and drink some tea now. Okay, then have a cup of tea. I also like your Chinese green tea. Yes, it tastes very good and is good for the body, Clinton said with a smile. Seeing Clinton's attitude, Yi Feiyang knew that, after eating and drinking, the real drama was about to begin. The governor's mansion was very big. Although it was not as big as some big stars such as Michael Jackson's villa, the decoration inside was very luxurious, and some valuable oil paintings were dazzling. Although it was his first time here, Yi Feiyang seemed very calm, which made Bill Clinton, who had been secretly observing him, nod secretly. You know, Clinton had hosted many celebrities in the entertainment industry in the White House, such as basketball flying man Jordan, black movie star Will Smith, great director Spielberg, etc. These people were more or less nervous when they met him or came here. For example, Will Smith even dropped his knife and fork on the ground several times during the meal. Come on, guys, let's sit down and enjoy tea and life. Clinton was barely an expert on China, and his knowledge of Chinese tea ceremony was much better than that of Yi Feiyang. He fiddled with the tools and said, I used to drink coffee and even look down on Chinese tea. Haha, I didn't understand why tea was so expensive, but since I came into contact with real Chinese tea, I changed my mind. Clinton washed the cup and said, perhaps you don't know, dear Yi, before this, I consulted a famous tea ceremony master, and he told me he said, that tea ceremony must follow certain rules. Haha, I asked him at that time, isn't drinking tea just to quench thirst? What rules are there? Haha, but he told me that drinking tea is not just to quench thirst, on the contrary, it is a process of self-cultivation, because tea itself has a good therapeutic effect. Drinking more tea can not only play a role in healthcare, but also calm down through the process of brewing tea, and then you will experience a taste of life when drinking tea. Feiyang couldn't help but feel ashamed. Look at him, the president who is busy with all kinds of affairs, still takes time to learn the tea ceremony, and he knows nothing about it. So Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, haha, I like drinking tea, but I only like to experience the taste of sweetness after bitterness, not as good as you, Mr. President. I also know a little bit, yes, just a little bit, in your Chinese words, it's not worth mentioning. Clinton said humorously. The old man also said that drinking tea is an art that everyone can access. You can call it noble or inferior, but in short, this tea water is definitely a good thing, much better than those certain coffees. Haha, thank you, Mr. President, for your admiration for Chinese culture. I'm really grateful. Feiyang reached out and picked up a cup, sniffed it gently, and said, I can't taste any difference when I drink tea, but I can smell the fragrance. Good tea will be fragrant and intoxicating. After saying that, he drank it all in one gulp, closed his eyes for a long time, and sighed. It tastes really good. Yes, Mr. President's tea making skills are really good. Haha. Clinton seemed even happier after hearing Feiyang's praise, and said to his wife Hillary, come on, dear, try it too, and see if my skills have improved. Hillary sat down, drank a cup lightly, and poured another cup for Feiyang. Feiyang politely drank it all again. Tea tasting? Drinking? Seeing him like this, Clinton smiled and said, look at the way my dear Yi drinks tea. He is also the kind of person who looks gentle on the outside, but is generous on the inside. Haha. Feiyang smiled and nodded repeatedly, saying, I can't help it. I'm used to drinking. I like to drink up everything in the cup. I'm sorry to make you laugh, Mr. President. Haha, it seems that you are also a romantic person. I like people like you, man, who are decisive in doing things. Only then can you be courageous. Clinton poured him another cup, then put down the tea set, smiled and said, now my dear Yi, you should know some of my situation. Yes, it's very bad. If nothing unexpected happens, I will leave the White House at the end of the year and step down from the position of president. In that case, I will have to find a new job. My friend suggested that I open a law firm, which is my old profession, but I'm not interested in doing it anymore. Yes, not interested. It's too boring. What is my ideal career, do you know? Clinton's words startled Feiyang, and suddenly he was alert, because in his previous life, after Clinton stepped down, he directly signed an actor contract and made his debut as the male lead. It is said that Clinton will play a lawyer who repeatedly solves strange cases and upholds justice in a detective film. In fact, it is a well-known fact that Clinton intends to enter Hollywood. It is said that after he officially expressed his intention to enter the film industry, the relevant production unit immediately wrote a script for him. Clinton's secretary said that Clinton hopes to become a real actor. People in the American entertainment industry said that Clinton has the talent of being an actor and the special charm of a man. If the series is popular with the audience after its launch, the former US president is likely to open up a new world in the entertainment industry. As for Clinton's claim that his friends persuaded him to become a lawyer, that's bullshit. Although Feiyang is not very clear about this line of work, he also knows that Clinton's hometown of Arkansas has already suspended his lawyer qualification because of his false testimony to conceal his ambiguous relationship with former White House intern Lewinsky. After thinking for a while, Feiyang looked at the smiling Clinton and then guessed according to his own thoughts. Could it be that the president is interested in entering the entertainment industry? Ha, you are worthy of being the magical Yang, you guessed it right. Yes, I have this plan, Clinton said excitedly, looking at the old man in front of him who thinks he is a gentleman, but has wrinkles all over his face. Feiyang was speechless. Are all presidents so confident that they think they can easily succeed in anything? Exclamation mark. I'm very grateful to my wife. Since I had this idea, she has supported me and recommended you to come here. Yes, you are a recognized genius in the whole Hollywood, especially in writing scripts. You are an expert. As long as you are willing to help me write a script, I think that entering Hollywood will definitely be twice the result with half the effort, Clinton said confidently. After he said that, Feiyang understood everything. So he invited himself here tonight to be a ghostwriter. Write a script for this old man. Although he is the president, he is about to step down. Is it worth it for him to cooperate with him? Feiyang's mind turned quickly. Although Clinton will step down in the future, there is still his wife Hillary. This woman is not easy to mess with. Hillary once said that she would not be a little woman who bakes cookies at home and stays behind a man. In fact, it is true. She is the most unsettled first lady in American history and has been controversial for this. After her husband retired, she energetically completed a successful term as a senator. Next, she wants to be the first female president in American history. She is a woman, and she is also the leader of the Democratic Party and the most powerful candidate. Now, she is so active in getting her husband Clinton to join the entertainment industry. To put it bluntly, she is paving the way for her future political career. You know, Clinton's reputation has fallen to the extreme after the scandal was exposed. This is a heavy blow to Hillary. She originally wanted to take advantage of her husband's brilliant glory to embark on a brilliant career. Unexpectedly, this husband is not up to the task. Instead, he put a shit pot on her. How can she clean up this shit pot? This is Hillary's biggest headache. Then she thought of using the entertainment industry. As we all know, the entertainment industry is the easiest place to make people famous, not to mention that the title of president is very suitable for Clinton to use. Besides, there are many people who have gone from the entertainment industry to politics, such as former US President Reagan and the action star Schwarzenegger, who is now actively moving towards politics. Hillary's idea is very simple. Throw this disgraced husband into the entertainment industry to package him well, wash off some of the dirt on his body, and then as her supporter behind the scenes, dedicate everything to her political dream. There is one thing I don't quite understand. Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, there are so many excellent screenwriters and directors in Hollywood. Why did you choose me? Feiyang said seriously. This time Clinton did not speak, but Hillary spoke. She said, because we want to establish a strategic partnership with you. Your goal is in the film industry, and our goal is in the political arena. This sentence is undoubtedly full of weight, and it is not an exaggeration to describe it as earth-shattering. Dear Yi, in fact, since I met you, I know that you are an ambitious young man. I like you like this, young, ambitious, motivated, and most importantly, you have unparalleled talent. Hillary put down the teacup and then said seriously, as we all know, Hollywood is a very exclusive place. Unless you can really integrate here and take charge here, otherwise, you can only stay at one level forever and cannot be promoted. In this regard, I can help you, or use the power of our Democratic Party to help you. We need fresh blood like you. We need talented entertainers like you. Politics is also entertainment. The two are closely related and inseparable. You know, many film companies are actually territories fought over by our Democratic Party and the Republican Party, and many Hollywood blockbusters have integrated the political ideas and political views of our two parties, and not just movies. Feiyang was stunned by this sentence, as if someone had lifted the veil that was blocking his eyes. He saw things that he had not seen before. In fact, what Hillary said was right. Many American movies secretly carry many unknown political purposes. Although not all Hollywood movies are made to express political views, some creators' left or right political views will inevitably wrestle with each other like the Democratic and Republican parties. Below, based on my understanding of movies and my knowledge of American political factions, I have classified some representative film and television works into the left-wing Democratic faction, the right-wing conservative faction, and the Democratic will faction in the United States. For example, Fahrenheit 9/11, which was a representative of the Democratic faction in my previous life, was well received and popular. It is also a film that ranks first in the box office history of documentaries. This documentary can be regarded as a heavy blow to the Democratic faction, making Republican President Bush Jr. a clown in front of the media. In addition to being a famous director, the film's director Michael Moore is also an active Democratic political commentator. In the film, he exposed a series of scandals of Bush Jr. and expressed strong opposition to the Iraq War. As we all know, most Democratic factions are supporters of the Democratic Party. The release date of this film in the United States coincided with the 2004 US presidential election. Therefore, some conservatives accuse the film of having conspiracy theories and fictional element, and hope to achieve the political goal of winning votes for the Democratic Party. As for conservative movies, the representative work is Forrest Gump. It may be a bit strange to classify this movie as a conservative movie, because the director Robert Zemeckis and the starring Tom Hanks are all supporters of the Democratic Party, and the whole movie gives people the feeling of the left-wing thought of good people get good rewards. However, this movie, which is regarded as a microcosm of American history and society, naturally has some right-wing ideas, the most obvious of which is that Forrest Gump participated in the Vietnam War to fight against communism. In addition, after Forrest Gump returned to the United States to receive the president's commendation, he somehow appeared on the podium of the anti-war demonstration held by the Democratic youth. At this time, the mentally handicapped Forrest Gump looked coldly at the typical anti-corruption youth on the stage, who was wearing American flag clothes, and could cause cheers from thousands of people every time he said a swear word. It was not difficult to see the irony. Of course, Forrest Gump cannot be regarded as a completely conservative movie. In Hollywood, where the left is dominant, it is not easy to find a few right-wing directors, and Clint Eastwood can be regarded as an outlier in Hollywood. He is a rare Republican in Hollywood, and many of the movies he directed convey conservative political ideas. It can be seen that Hollywood movies are closely related to American politics. This is why Hillary invited Feiyang to dinner, and why she wanted to get closer to him. Some people may say here that Feiyang is still insignificant in the entire American film industry at this time, so why does Hillary think so highly of him? In fact, this is just like investing in stocks. If you wait until the stock index is high, then the profit will be very small. On the contrary, if you buy this stock when it has not been noticed by people, then this stock will bring you huge profits and miracles. To put it bluntly, Feiyang is a rare potential stock, and this is what Hillary values. Feiyang is not a fool. He understood the reason after a little guidance. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably refuse to accept the olive branch from the other party because Clinton, the last president, was about to step down. But Feiyang was different, because Feiyang knew that, although the future president had stepped down, his wife Hillary had officially entered the political arena, and had great power, and could even compete with the then US President Obama. This is an amazing woman, worth investing in. Feiyang quickly turned his mind, and made a decision immediately. I'm glad that you think so highly of me. Yes, I'm a filmmaker, and I'm proud of making movies. If Mr. Clinton really intends to enter the entertainment industry, then I will do my best to tailor an excellent script for him. Feiyang said this neither servilely nor arrogantly, especially when he replaced Mr. President with Mr. Clinton, which was somewhat meaningful, indicating that he was not a subordinate, not a civilian, nor an ordinary person, but their partner. Who are Clinton and Hillary? They are so successful in American politics, and they are not ordinary people. They immediately understood the meaning of Feiyang's words, and said with a smile, "Thank you very much, dear Yi. I hope your script can be written soon." Clinton added, "It would be better, before I leave office. Man, I can't wait to join the entertainment industry." There was a burst of laughter, and everyone understood tacitly. To be continued, chapter 245. Spring of the Tyrant. Writing a script for Clinton still needs to be delayed. Although Feiyang has a lot of treasures in his belly, he can make this pockmarked and stubby American president famous by just picking out a play. However, Feiyang is not in a hurry. People often don't know how to cherish things that are too easy to get. On the contrary, the more you drag your feet to produce something, the more precious it will be to the other party. In short, Feiyang has only one word for writing a script for the president: drag. In addition to making Feiyang worry about this matter, Paramount called him. The boss Raymond heard that Feiyang had conceived a new cartoon after Speedy Snail, called Despicable Me, and was very interested in this play, and strongly requested to cooperate in filming. This is the taste of the marrow. The profit brought by Speedy Snail to Paramount made the other party eager to continue to cooperate with Feiyang. Feiyang certainly would not refuse this kind of friendly cooperation, but compared to the first time, the dream pictures represented by Feiyang would take a little more profit. Raymond had no objection to this. After all, the script was written by someone else, and the animation team was also from someone else's company. It was good enough that he could make money together with them. At present, in addition to Dream Pictures and Paramount preparing to jointly create the animated film Despicable Me, Dream Pictures and Lionsgate are also investing in Pirates of the Caribbean 2. The above two dramas are co-filmed. In terms of individual filming, Saw 3, Dead Silence, High School Musical 2, School of Rock and Planet of the Apes have entered the preparation and filming stages respectively. The largest investment among these 6 dramas is the science fiction film Planet of the Apes, which is said to have an investment of $100 million. In fact, it is not that much, mainly for the sake of gimmicks. The least investment is School of Rock, directed by Fat Jack Black. If you add The Devil Wears Prada, that Feiyang is currently filming, Dream Pictures has a total of 8 dramas in production. It can be said that this shooting number is nothing for big movie companies like MGM and Fox, but for medium-sized movie companies like Dream Pictures, it is a very huge output. For the shooting of so many dramas, it would be a lie for Feiyang to say that he doesn't care, so during the shooting, he would call the crews of these dramas from time to time. What for? Checking in, mainly to grasp the shooting progress of each drama, and any unresolved problems during the shooting, etc. It can be said that Feiyang is very careful about everything, which makes him feel extremely tired. Feiyang reminded himself countless times that Zhu Liang died of exhaustion in this way, and he must relax. However, he couldn't do it. As soon as he closed his eyes, everything and every movie was dangling in front of him, so how could he settle down? Fortunately, as time went by, it was October of 2000. The film The Devil Wears Prada, directed by Feiyang himself, would be completed in a few days, which made him feel both happy and nervous. Having directed countless final scenes, Feiyang is already familiar with the process, so why is he nervous? In fact, it is not the case. Feiyang has too high expectations for this play. Therefore, he can't help but bring his emotions into it. Compared with Feiyang's unstable emotions, the 3 beauties, Meryl, Hathaway, and Ivanka, who are the leading actors of this play, have different feelings. Meryl is conscientious about the final scene and shows her superb acting skills. Of course, the premise is to relax herself and not be nervous. As for Hathaway, it would be a lie to say that she is not nervous, but she is hardworking enough, and her understanding of the role has been praised by everyone. Therefore, overall, she has no problem. As for Ivanka, although Ivanka's acting skills cannot be said to be good at present, after Meryl's guidance and Feiyang's training, her performance has reached a higher level. It can be said that the smooth shooting during this period was due to the veteran actress Meryl. Her delicate feeling for the movie role, somehow, was very compatible with Feiyang, as if they were in sync. No matter who it was, as long as they couldn't get past Feiyang, they would come to Meryl to talk, and they would always get her enthusiastic help, and quickly find a way to perform, or suggestions to successfully solve the problem. This made the opportunity for the tyrant who made people talk about it less and less to roar on the set, but instead became a topic of conversation for the crew members after dinner. Many people thought that Meryl was like another Feiyang, and her understanding of the movie and the degree of analysis of the role were completely beyond the ordinary. Some people even said with a bad taste that, if it weren't for the huge age gap between Meryl and Feiyang, then Meryl should have had a relationship with the tyrant on the set long ago. Otherwise, how could there be such a high degree of cooperation? Of course, the above is a bit exaggerated. In fact, Meryl is indeed very capable in acting. As for the tacit understanding between her and Feiyang, it is actually just a problem of smooth communication between the actor and the director. However, there is a saying that the speaker may not mean anything, but the listener may take it seriously. Especially when these words reached Hathaway's ears, she felt very jealous. But compared to being jealous of Meryl, Hathaway was more jealous of Ivanka, especially when Ivanka's potential was tapped, and she shone brightly. Feiyang praised her highly, which made Hathaway very depressed. As Feiyang's underground girlfriend and official girlfriend, Hathaway and Feiyang had also been rumored to be together, but they were not recognized by everyone. But look at Ivanka, she was recognized by everyone as soon as she showed up. What a difference. Hathaway, who was too suspicious, forgot a little bit. Ivanka's special identity was originally the target of media pursuit. Therefore, when something happened to Ivanka, it would be magnified 10 times. This effect is also very normal. It is not that everyone pays special attention to or recognizes the relationship between her and Feiyang. Hathaway was staying in her room. The final scene of the play was scheduled for tomorrow. Although everyone said that she would be okay in one go, she was still a little nervous. She knew how high Feiyang's expectations were for her, and she knew how high Feiyang's expectations were for the play. Therefore, she kept holding the script, carefully thinking about her role, and imagining in her mind what she needed to pay attention to when facing the camera tomorrow. At this moment, footsteps sounded, and Ivanka hugged her neck from behind, covered her eyes, and said with a sweet smile, "Hi, dear Annie, guess who I am?" During the filming period, although Hathaway secretly ate a lot of Ivanka's jealousy, Hathaway was not a narrow-minded person, so she had a harmonious relationship with Ivanka. In addition, the two had studied acting with Madonna together, and their relationship could be said to be classmates, which made it even closer. Of course, Ivanka didn't know about Hathaway's ambiguous relationship with Feiyang. If she knew, then who else could it be? Isn't it the sweetheart Princess Ivanka? Hathaway couldn't help laughing, but there was some bitterness in her smile. Ivanka was born into a wealthy family, was beautiful, and treated people and things very properly. She didn't have the temper of a young lady at all. In addition, she often sent midnight snacks, dinners, and desserts when everyone was tired. This kind of care and concern made the whole crew full of confidence. The enthusiasm that disappeared due to fatigue would suddenly come back and continue to work. Compared with Feiyang's indecent nickname the Tyrant on the set, Ivanka's nickname Sweetheart Princess spread like wildfire and was loved by all the crew members. Sweetheart Princess, but Dee doesn't care whether I'm a princess or a sweetheart. He kept yelling at the camera that he wanted to be amazing and blind all the audience's eyes. Haha, this is so funny. Ivanka let go of her hand, walked in front of Hathaway, and imitated Feiyang's roar on the set, smiling sweetly. Director Yi has high expectations for you. Although you are not the protagonist, you can play such an important role in your first acting. For him, this is the first step to promote you. In the future, your star will go further and further. Yes, I believe that you will be more popular than everyone else. Hathaway obviously said something intimate to Ivanka. In her opinion, Feiyang's attention to Ivanka is more to make her famous. As for whether there is love, only the bad guy knows it. Of course I know this. Yes, very clear. Well, I will definitely work hard, Ivanka said firmly. Hathaway smiled faintly, looking at the beautiful Ivanka in front of her, but thinking in her heart, if I were a man, would I be tempted? But I heard that you received Yi's guidance, and then you played the role of Andy so well. And, can you teach me what he said to you? Ivanka asked curiously. Nothing, he just told me to put the role into it, and forget that I'm an actor. Hathaway did not hide anything, and told her in detail what Feiyang taught her last time. Oh, is that so? Ivanka pondered. I'm Emily, I'm an excellent personal assistant. Because of Andy, I fell out of favor, and lost my job, so I hate her, yes, very much. Ivanka opened her charming eyes, and looked at Hathaway in front of her. Her eyes revealed hatred for Hathaway. This look made Hathaway shudder, almost forgetting that she was the actor of Andy. Obviously, Ivanka has been into the role. How is my expression in this look? Ivanka washed off the extremely hateful expression just now and restored her elegant and moving appearance. Very good. Yes, your expression just now really scared me. Your performance is really great. Hathaway nodded and said, is it true? Really great? Ha ha ha. It seems that Sister Meryl is right. I really have a talent for acting. Ivanka seemed very happy and said in a hopping manner, by the way, Anne, you seem to be 2 or 3 years older than me, so I will call you sister from now on, okay? Ivanka suddenly said to Hathaway with a smile. Hathaway thought she would suddenly establish a relationship with her. Of course, dear Ivanka. Well, let's work hard together. Sister Anne. Come on, Sister Ivanka. The two shook hands tightly. To be continued, chapter 246. New play completed. The final scene is about to start filming. In this The Devil Wears Prada, Meryl plays a fashion queen who leaves all her business and personal affairs to her assistants, making the poor heroine Andy miserable. For example, when there is a hurricane, she asks Andy to find a plane to send her back to New York from Miami, because her twins will perform at school the next morning. When the queen finds out that Andy's ability is higher than Emily's, she decides to let Andy go to Paris instead of Emily. However, going to Paris is Emily's dream, and the queen also wants Andy to tell Emily the bad news herself. Andy did it one by one, hurting Emily, but deceiving herself into thinking that she really had no choice. Andy's attitude changed from muddling through at the beginning and having to change herself for work, to later taking the initiative to change into fashionable clothes in the circle and completing her work perfectly. But in the end, through a conversation with the queen, she found that she got the job, but lost her family and friends, and also suppressed others severely for the advancement of her work. After that, she resolutely left the magazine and found her lost happiness. The final scene, that is about to be filmed, is about Andy's enlightenment after her work experience. She found that she got the job, but lost her family and friends. Therefore, she left the queen and returned to love and family affection. But her hard work also earned the queen's personal recommendation letter. Feiyang stood behind the camera, watching the wonderful duel between Hathaway and Meryl. You have to think clearly, Andy. What you have now is something that many girls dream of but never get in their lifetime. Miranda, played by Meryl, who was dressed elegantly with silver hair, sat in the boss chair and said in a asterisk tone, yes, I know, but I'm tired of this kind of life, especially hurting others for myself. Andy, played by Hathaway, said seriously, oh, really? You don't want to hurt others? Who did you hurt? Emily? Or others? Miranda tapped the resignation letter submitted by Andy with her fingers. Anyone. Anyone and everything I shouldn't hurt. Haha, you're so cute, Andy. Miranda laughed. What do you think you're doing here? Playing house? Who are you? The kind Snow White? Who am I? The hateful queen, or the ice witch? Behind the camera, Feiyang clenched his fists tightly. He is worthy of being the god of Hollywood acting. Meryl's performance, from expression to tone, has fully interpreted the coldness and ruthlessness of a fashion queen, as well as the hypocrisy and elegance. You should know that the most difficult thing for an actor to play is not a good person, but a bad person. The type of good person is easy to grasp, kind-hearted, amiable, hard-working, and without regrets. But for bad people, there are many forms, such as those who are very bad on the surface, those who are wicked to the bone, those who are both cunning and bad, those who are bubbling with badness, and those who make people's teeth itch. It can be said that there are many levels of playing bad people, so in many movies, bad people are generally more colorful than good people. Many idol stars, in order to wash away their idol type labels, have tried to play villains in order to seek transformation. For example, Tom Cruise, who has been an idol for decades, dyed his hair white in order to become a powerful actor and played a villain in Borrowed Knife Killer. Andy Lau and Louis Koo from Hong Kong both played the drug lord and the Taoist friend in The Disciples. It can be said that they have no limit to self-destruction, but their performances are really wonderful. The camera switched and projected on the character played by Hathaway. Facing Miranda's ridicule, Andy, who she played, had a firm expression and said, no, I don't think so. I don't know if I'm Snow White. I just know that I can't live like this anymore. Even if this is a paradise wrapped in gold and silver, I must leave. In the close-up, Andy's eyes are very firm, showing her determination to leave. Okay. Miranda shrugged. Andy, you are the only girl I have ever tried to keep. Yes, the only one. But I still want to remind you that, after you leave here, don't think about finding a similar job anywhere else. The fashion industry is a small circle, and can't accommodate those who run away at the last minute. Miranda said, and signed the resignation letter. Andy took the signed resignation letter and said, "Thank you, Miranda, but I still want to say that I'm not running away at the last minute, but getting a new life." After saying that, she turned and left. Get a new life? What do you mean? Is this hell? Damn it. Miranda was a little angry, but looking at Andy's happy back, she was a little envious. If this is really hell, she has to stay here. Camera switch. Lens adjustment. When Andy walked out of the office door, Emily, played by Ivanka, suddenly came over and held Andy's hand. "Thank you, Andy. Actually, you don't have to do this." "No, Emily, the person I really want to thank is you. Yes, it's you who made me clearly know what I need. Because of you, I have now achieved asterisk asterisk. Thank you, Emily." Close up shot. The two hugged each other tightly. Andy and Emily said goodbye to each other in a friendly manner. When she turned around and left, colleagues around her and the entire company burst into applause. Andy smiled. Cut. Very good. One shot. Feiyang stood up and waved his hands with satisfaction. "Now I declare." Feiyang looked around. "This play has been successfully completed." Wow. Everyone went crazy. It's completed. It's finally completed. After more than a month of shooting, everyone has tasted the hard work and sadness, and of course the joy of success. Yes, it's completed. Finally, it was finally finished. Anne Hathaway, the lead actress, jumped up excitedly, but before she could rush over to hug Feiyang, Ivanka had already jumped into Feiyang's arms. "Director, thank you for giving me the opportunity." Ivanka lay in Feiyang's arms, tears streaming down her face. Feiyang didn't expect this rich girl to be so sentimental. He gently patted her back, wanting to comfort her, but didn't know what to say. Not far away, Hathaway watched this scene quietly, feeling sad. The successful completion of The Devil Wears Prada finally made Feiyang feel relieved. You know, the main reason for flying all the way from Los Angeles to New York was to shoot this movie. Now more than a month has passed, and everything is going smoothly, which makes him happier than anything else. The movie was finished, and then it was time for promotion and release. Feiyang had already made a promotion plan for this movie. First of all, he chose New York as the promotion location and premiere location for the first time, instead of returning to Los Angeles. First, New York is a world fashion metropolis, and it has a stronger sense of fashion than Los Angeles. Second, the movie was shot in New York, and it is the best place to premiere it, which makes people feel involved. Third, the main audience of this movie is female, and according to surveys, New York, especially Manhattan, is the place with the highest concentration of females in the United States. Fourth, if you fly back to Los Angeles from New York now, it will not only delay time, but also waste effort. The most important thing is that Feiyang is optimistic about the American schedule in October. There are no tigers in front and no wolves behind. It can be said that there are no two strong competitors and no pressure. The box office will definitely be able to achieve good results. Since he had such a plan, Feiyang called Los Angeles and discussed with Vice President Ders about holding a premiere in New York. As for the publicity work, it was left to the fat man Gao Jiabao to handle it. By the way, since arriving in New York, Fatty Gao has started his decadent life of drunkenness and debauchery. Of course, he pays for everything out of his own pocket, and he calls it a sleazy and decadent life in capitalist New York. He was not seen during the filming, but Fatty Gao is indeed in charge of finances, and he holds the company's purse very tightly, so that the crew members have to report to Feiyang, the boss, if they want to improve their lives. And Feiyang, every time he mentions a dinner party to Fatty Gao will immediately object and yell, "This is a waste of public funds to eat and drink." Yi Feiyang was depressed and accused Fatty Gao of living too extravagantly. Fatty Gao only said one sentence, "I'm using my private money to live extravagantly, and I never took a penny from the company." This rebuttal made Yi Feiyang speechless. Now, Yi Feiyang has assigned a publicity task to Fatty Gao, and Fatty Gao has finally woken up from his life of drunkenness and debauchery. Having something to do made him energetic. He wiped off the lipstick marks of the woman on his face, poured out the champagne that had been fermenting overnight, and pulled up his increasingly wide belt. Fatty, take action. As mentioned before, in Dream Pictures, the publicity activities have always been managed by another fat man, Fatty Jack Black, and it has been proven that he has a talent for this. Now, Fatty Gao Jiabao is ready to compete with Jack Black to see how effective his own publicity is. To be honest, Yi Feiyang was very worried about handing over such an important job to Fatty, but there was no one around him for the time being, not to mention that Fatty kept confessing to him, "I'm not a foodie, use me, Ian." Although Yi Feiyang reminded himself not to be emotional, he finally accepted the fact that Fatty was the publicity director. Just when Yi Feiyang was waiting for Fatty Gao Jiabao to show his skills and promote his new play, Yi Feiyang received a call from Mrs. Hillary, inviting him to participate in a charity auction in the evening. Yi Feiyang was already familiar with this kind of banquet for fame and reputation, but in a metropolis like New York, being able to participate in such a grand event was also an opportunity to promote himself. Therefore, Yi Feiyang immediately agreed on the phone and would attend on time in the evening. But he never thought that this trip would cause such a sudden change. To be continued, chapter 247. Entertainment Tyrant. At 8 o'clock that evening, Yi Feiyang, together with three beauties, Meryl, Hathaway, and Ivanka, appeared at the New York Charity Gala. Compared with ordinary charity auctions, tonight's charity gala is somewhat different. Not only some celebrities and wealthy people in New York attended, but also important officials of the US government. For example, Federal Reserve Chairman Greenspan and future Secretary of State Powell, etc. It can be said that almost all the participants of this charity gala are very important, and not ordinary people can participate casually. Not many people in the film industry were invited. Since this is New York, the heads of the three major film companies stationed in the local area, MGM, Fox, and Columbia, came. Abbas, the chairman of the North American Film Association, and the great director James Cameron, the famous actors Tom Hanks and Denzel Washington attended the dinner, and the Black Prince Will Smith, whom Yi Feiyang knew, also appeared at the auction. Seeing such a strong lineup and such a strong aura, Yi Feiyang was really flattered to be invited to such a charity gala. In fact, Yi Feiyang's appearance here surprised others, including the great director Cameron, actor Tom Hanks, Denzel Washington, and Will Smith. You know, Yi Feiyang had just arrived in New York, and he was able to attend such a large-scale and important dinner. It must be said that it was very surprising. Yi Feiyang brought three beauties with him. Meryl was still charming, Hathaway was pure and elegant, and Ivanka was noble and charming. Three different kinds of top beauties appeared here at the same time, accompanying Yi Feiyang, like three flowers set off a green leaf, which can be said to be extremely eye-catching. After Yi Feiyang entered the banquet hall, he greeted people he knew, and so did Meryl and Ivanka. One of them was an old actor in Hollywood, and the other was a rich girl. They knew some people more or less, but Hathaway was the only one who stayed close to Yi Feiyang, and seemed indifferent to everything around him. In fact, it is true, Hathaway is indifferent to fame and fortune. If she hadn't met Yi Feiyang, she might have become a nun. She wouldn't even look at such colorful social events. But it is her cold and indifferent expression that makes some men attractive. Hey, Director Cameron, hello. Yi Feiyang greeted the bearded Cameron. Yi Feiyang got to know Cameron thanks to Raymond, the boss of Paramount. Raymond invested in Cameron's Titanic, which almost sank his ship. Fortunately, this movie became a masterpiece and sold well, which made Raymond's position in Paramount more solid. Yi Feiyang admired Cameron very much. After all, there are not many people in Hollywood who dare to spend huge sums of money to make movies. Like Cameron, he will invest in Avatar, which is said to be the largest investment in history. Such a great man, it is impossible not to admire him. Cameron's understanding of Feiyang was basically based on Raymond's introduction to him. The bearded director was most interested in tinkering with his own movies, big productions, and was almost deaf and blind to the things around him. Therefore, he knew a lot about Feiyang's recent popularity. Even this evening party was dragged to the party by Abbas, who was beside him. He originally wanted to fertilize his roses in the garden. Why is Cameron like this? The reason is that he is big enough. This movie tyrant who directed the highest grossing Titanic in history and won countless Oscars, holding up the little golden man and shouting I'm the king of the world domineeringly, has the power to do whatever he wants. Therefore, when Feiyang greeted him, Cameron just nodded politely and ignored Feiyang's outstretched hand. Compared with Spielberg, who stuttered a little but was very humane, Cameron in front of him was cold enough, so cold that it made people feel painful. Feiyang withdrew his hand somewhat awkwardly. Some guys nearby who liked to watch the fun snickered. Look, that Chinese Yi has been defeated. Yeah, a small tyrant is nothing when he meets a big tyrant. Don't think you are so great just because you have made a few hit movies. Look, the big director Cameron doesn't care about him at all. There can't be two tigers in one mountain, let alone a little tiger like him whose hair hasn't grown yet. Feiyang turned a blind eye to these gossips and still said to Cameron very kindly, I like the movies you directed very much. If I have the chance, I will definitely ask you for some shooting techniques. Feiyang is not the type of person who would try to please others but get ignored. Since Cameron ignored him so much, Feiyang would not go up to him to get ignored. So after saying this, he turned around and left without being humble or arrogant. Coincidentally, Will Smith, whom Feiyang knew, walked towards him, and the two shook hands cordially and started chatting. Looking at Feiyang's back, Cameron's mouth showed a trace of disdain. Next to him, Abbas, the chairman of the North American Film Association, suddenly said, don't underestimate him, man. This Chinese director has great power. He can not only write and direct, but also has great skills. Maybe the box office record you created will be broken by him in the future, and your status as the king of the world will also be destroyed by him. Are you provoking me? No, I'm telling the truth in Hollywood. Many people say that if China's Yi continues to grow, he will one day replace you, Cameron. This is not what I said, but what those guys in Hollywood said. But in my opinion, this statement is not impossible. Abbas glanced at Feiyang meaningfully. At the last Film Association conference, if this guy hadn't suddenly stood up to make trouble, he wouldn't have been scolded by the political bigwigs behind him. Hi, dear Yi, I didn't expect to see you here. After not seeing each other for a few months, Will Smith's complexion has improved a lot, no longer the dying like before. Yeah, I was also surprised. Aren't you in Los Angeles? Why are you here? Feiyang asked with a smile. What else can I do? She came here to heal her wounds. Haha, I'm just kidding you. My wife came here to reunite with her sister. Yes, she also wants to buy some fashionable clothes, and I'm responsible for paying for the money. Will said humorously. Feiyang couldn't help but smile. Hearing what you said, I have to think carefully about whether to get married in the future. Oh, don't. Will said with a smile. Look at the beauty next to you. If possible, I think any man would be willing to kneel down and propose to her. Will praised Hathaway next to Feiyang very appropriately. Hathaway felt sweet in her heart and glanced at Feiyang with her beautiful eyes, which meant to say, see, there are many people who know how to appreciate beauty. Feiyang shrugged and smiled. By the way, Will, my new play will premiere soon. Are you interested in being a guest? Premiere, here. Yes, in New York. Of course, man. I have nothing to do besides shopping with my wife. Then it's a deal. Of course, I will never break my promise, but can you give me some more free tickets? Oh, no problem. I'll give you as many as you want. Oh no, I just want to give some friends. I hope they like your movie. Will Smith smiled. Also, Yi, you promised me that you would write a script for me. I look forward to working with you. Will brought up the old matter again and mentioned asking Feiyang to help write the script. Yi Feiyang scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Sorry, well, I've been too busy recently. I don't have time to write at all. Alas, I knew that you, China Yi, are a busy man. Will sighed a little disappointedly. Don't say that. Will, please believe me, since I promised you, I will definitely do it. Well, your script is left to me, and it must be completed by the end of this year at the latest. Oh god, this is what you said. Don't forget it when the time comes. Don't worry, I never will. Yi Feiyang and Will Smith bumped fists to finalize the matter. Yi Feiyang and Will Smith were chatting happily. Not far away, Abbas muttered to the great director Cameron, "Did you see that, man? That guy is hooking up with that black movie star again." "Yes, that's right. He must be up to something bad. You know, even a figure like Spielberg is on friendly terms with him, and some Hollywood stars like Johnny Depp and Nicolas Cage are all at his disposal." Cameron's eyes narrowed. It can be said that he had no ill feelings or good feelings towards Yi Feiyang originally, but with a series of rumors saying that Yi Feiyang is the greatest talent in Hollywood, his future achievements are limitless, and he may even surpass Cameron himself. This made Cameron, who called himself the king of the world and was arrogant, very uncomfortable. Now, Abbas in front of him was fanning the flames, making Cameron even more unhappy. "I told you that this guy is very resourceful. Yes, he has incredible interpersonal skills. You can't imagine who he will interact with." Just when Abbas wanted to reveal Yi Feiyang's background, he didn't need to say more. Because not far away, the First Lady of the United States, Hillary, was waving at Yi Feiyang. After seeing this, Yi Feiyang politely said goodbye to Will Smith and walked over, and over there, almost all of them were bigwigs in the American political world, including Greenspan and Powell. No way. How could he know someone in the government? Cameron was surprised for the first time. I was just about to say that China Yi seems to be very close to the First Lady. Abbas shrugged helplessly. "Come on, dear Yi, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Greenspan, and this is Mr. Powell." Hillary introduced Yi Feiyang to these two political bigwigs very friendly. Greenspan and Powell looked at Yi Feiyang in surprise, watching Hillary introduce Yi Feiyang to them. To be honest, since Clinton took office, the First Lady Hillary Clinton rarely got involved in political affairs, so as not to be criticized for interfering in politics. But secretly everyone knew that this Iron Lady wanted power more than anyone else, and liked to use power. Therefore, Hillary Clinton occasionally introduced some people into the political arena, or got to know people in the political arena. Of course, the people who could enter Hillary Clinton's eyes were not ordinary, either business celebrities or rising stars in the political arena, but the one in front of him seemed to be a movie maker, and what was even more surprising was that he was Chinese. However, out of courtesy, the two political leaders still greeted Yi Feiyang with grace. Hillary Clinton spared no effort to praise Yi Feiyang's rare movies and his outstanding talent. Hillary Clinton's praise made Yi Feiyang feel a little embarrassed. Seeing Greenspan and Powell looking at him with a smile, Yi Feiyang felt very unnatural. Of course, this unnaturalness was not shown on the surface. Yi Feiyang still looked neither humble nor arrogant, and had a strong aura. Greenspan and Powell did not regard Yi Feiyang as a big shot worth making friends with or getting to know. Hillary's efforts to introduce him were just a process of going through the motions. Therefore, the two of them only asked a few questions occasionally out of curiosity, and seemed very cold. Hillary certainly understood this situation. You have to know that Clinton has basically announced his resignation, and these two big men will be the strong men who will control the United States in the future. Even Hillary herself feels a little distant, not to mention the young director she introduced. However, Hillary's intention was not really to introduce Yi Feiyang to these two heavyweights, and she basically guessed the result of the two people's disdain for Yi Feiyang. In fact, Hillary's intention was very simple, which was to make Yi Feiyang grateful to her. Yes, it was gratitude, to publicize the political strength of her side. Look, I can introduce such a strong man to you, so that Yi Feiyang can feel that Hillary's strength has not been greatly reduced because of losing the presidency, and thus be grateful to her. On the other hand, Hillary did this for the people around her to see, indirectly showing that she is thirsty for talent, and is absolutely thirsty for knowledge of talented people, regardless of their status. position, or skin color. It can be said that Hillary made this move steadily, accurately, and ruthlessly, allowing everyone to see her shrewd political skills. As the person involved, Feiyang has not yet fully understood the secrets of Hillary, but he is very clear about one thing, that is, he knows his own weight, so he will never be arrogant, especially in front of so many American strongmen. In addition, Feiyang also felt the envious and jealous eyes around him. The first bird to stick out gets shot. Americans are also human beings, and they also like to be jealous of others' talents. What's more, Feiyang is a yellow-skinned Chinese, which makes many American directors and filmmakers feel very uncomfortable. Therefore, they cast their thorny eyes on him one by one, and the meaning is very clear. F***K. What the hell, you can actually know those big guys. Feiyang felt more and more thorny, but he couldn't change the facts in front of him. A Chinese kid accidentally became the target of public criticism. For this, Feiyang really didn't know whether to thank Hillary or talk nonsense. In a moment, Hillary was pulled away by an acquaintance. Before leaving, Hillary did not forget to tell Feiyang to have a good chat with Greenspan Powell. Chat with you. Feiyang was depressed. People were so polite because of your face. I guess if you leave like this, people will leave, and tea will be cold. Sure enough, after Hillary left, Greenspan and Powell no longer had to act. They ignored a small figure like Feiyang, so they started chatting on their own, basically about the US economy and politics, and didn't care if it had anything to do with the movie. Feiyang was embarrassed. He didn't know whether to leave or not. He could only stand there stupidly, looking at his nose and his heart, acting like a living Buddha. Greenspan and Powell chatted happily, just treating Feiyang as air. After a while, the two seemed to remember that there was such a person around them, so they asked Feiyang very politely, I wonder what you think about the future US economy. This was just a polite question, and the two didn't expect the Chinese boy in front of them to say anything. But Feiyang had been frustrated for so long, and it was rare for him to have a chance to speak. Damn it, you ignored me, so I will ignore you too. Hence, Feiyang could no longer hold back, and began to express his own opinion. In my opinion, the economic situation in the United States will get worse and worse in the future, especially in terms of national debt, which is even more stretched. The more Feiyang spoke, the more excited he became. He had long forgotten about hiding one's shortcomings, keeping a low profile, and the need for people to be modest and cautious. Feiyang talked incessantly, bringing out all the economic knowledge he knew in his previous life. He spoke very quickly, and at the beginning, Greenspan and Powell still had indifference on their faces, and then they laughed, and then the laughter became stiff, and then their eyes showed surprise, and the muscles on their stiff faces began to twitch, especially when Feiyang talked about some strategies for improving the economy implemented by the United States in his previous life. Powell was still fine, but Greenspan, as the chairman of the Federal Reserve, had already held his breath, fearing that if he exhaled a little more, it would affect Feiyang's speech. Looking around, at first, those politicians thought that this young man was just talking nonsense without knowing the world, but as Feiyang spoke faster and faster, and became more and more practical, those politicians couldn't help but gather around him one by one, listening to Feiyang's speech with great interest. Occasionally, someone would ask one or two questions, and Feiyang would answer them with some information he knew in his previous life. Gradually, everyone began to look at him, as if Feiyang was a star standing on the podium, shining brightly and attracting everyone's attention. Not far away, Hillary, who was talking to her friends, suddenly felt that something was wrong with the situation around her. Why did people all walk towards Feiyang? Looking at Feiyang again, he was standing among the crowd and talking freely, looking extremely confident. No way, how could this happen? Hillary was speechless. At this time, Abbas and Cameron were even more speechless than Hillary. Why didn't they expect Feiyang to instantly become the star of the entire charity gala? Especially Cameron. If he had not taken Feiyang seriously before, now he has learned how powerful Feiyang is, or more precisely, his incredible social skills. Abbas was right. This Chinese is not an ordinary person, but no matter how powerful his social skills are, what's the use? No one can break the record I set. Yi Feiyang's excellence made Hathaway happy and nervous in her heart. She was happy because Yi Feiyang was so great, and as a girlfriend, she was proud of him. She was nervous because she felt that the better Yi Feiyang was, the further she would be from him. Didn't you see that the ladies, daughters, and wealthy ladies at the banquet had already taken a new look at Yi Feiyang? As for Yi Feiyang, when he came back to his senses from his endless chatter and saw the people around him, as well as the stunned Greenspan and the surprised Powell, Yi Feiyang knew that he had said too much, or more precisely, he had revealed too many secrets. If there is anything shocking about what Yi Feiyang said just now, then you can tell by looking at Greenspan's reaction. Before Yi Feiyang could find an excuse to escape, the old man Greenspan could not help but invite him. Hey, Yi, what you said just now is the most insightful statement I have ever heard. Yes, the US economy is like this. You have completely grasped its lifeline, especially the countermeasures you mentioned. Although they are a bit unrealistic, they seem to be very practical. So I hope you can accept my invitation and go to my house to discuss it in detail. What's going on? The Fed boss invited Yi Feiyang to visit their home. Almost everyone around thought they had heard it wrong. You know, the home of the Fed boss is not open to ordinary people, and the people he invited are even fewer, especially those business leaders who almost racked their brains and refused to enter. But now, the boss actually took the initiative to invite someone, and it was a young Chinese guy. Yi Feiyang was also shocked by Greenspan's invitation. What the hell? What he just said was just some superficial things he heard in his previous life. He didn't know how to do it specifically. If he really went, he would be exposed immediately. Yi Feiyang was still very self-aware. He knew that he had already shaken out the bottom of the pot and the rice crust, and there was nothing left in his stomach. So he immediately acted modest and cautious, and said politely, "Oh, no, dear Mr. Greenspan, I was just talking casually just now. In fact, I don't know anything about economics." Yes, that's it. So I'm sorry, I can't accept your invitation. Uproar. Rejection. This Chinese young man actually rejected the invitation of the Fed boss. So stylish. Who is he? Who is he? Exclamation mark. Yi Feiyang was telling the truth, but in the eyes of others, he was being modest, cautious, and pretending to be high profile. Chinese people like to play this kind of tricks. Yi Feiyang was miserable. No one believed him when he told the truth. Just when the situation was awkward, the charity auction finally started. Everyone fell silent, and those who had originally surrounded Yi Feiyang also dispersed. Someone could finally take a breath. To be continued, chapter 248. Heavy taste. The charity auction finally started, and everyone quieted down. Those who had been surrounding Yi Feiyang also dispersed. As the target person, or the person in the spotlight, Yi Feiyang could finally take a breath. Here, Ivanka Trump had already been dragged out by her friends to play. After all, she was a rich girl with a wide range of friends. Those girls couldn't stand the boredom and loneliness of such a charity party, so they made an appointment to go out and have fun together. Originally, Ivanka's character didn't like this kind of socializing, which was different from Paris Hilton, who also came from a wealthy family. However, her new film was about to be released, and Ivanka intended to ask these friends to help support her, so she couldn't be rude to the other party on a date. In fact, this form is very common in the upper class. That is, you give me face, and I will give you face in the future. After Ivanka left, only Meryl and Hathaway were left by Yi Feiyang's side. Hathaway didn't care, as long as she could stay with Yi Feiyang, she was satisfied. As for Meryl, she had seen Yi Feiyang giving orders in front of the bigwigs in the American political circle, so she wanted to strengthen the relationship with Yi Feiyang. When the auction started, Will Smith and his wife had already found a seat and sat down, and Yi Feiyang and Hathaway came over. Meryl looked at Yi Feiyang and Hathaway with a smile in the corner of her eyes. "There is a good thing going to auction today. If you buy it and give it to Anne, my dear Yi, I believe she will like it very much." Yi Feiyang smiled awkwardly, glanced at Hathaway next to him, and asked, "Oh, really? What is it that is so good? If possible, I can take a picture of it and give it to you." "Haha, are you pursuing me, my dear Yi?" You should know that I don't accept gifts from men easily. Meryl covered her mouth lightly and joked, but I can still tell you that it is a women's handbag. It is not very expensive, but the famous movie star Garbo once used it. Things are expensive because of people. It costs about tens of thousands of dollars. I guess you will be reluctant to pay for it, right? Stingy boss. Yi Feiyang was very embarrassed. The so-called stingy boss was another nickname given to him in the circle. It meant that he was very stingy and even fussy about how many sheets of paper his employees used when going to the toilet. But in fact, these regulations were made by the fat man Gao Jiabao and had nothing to do with Yi Feiyang himself. However, Yi Feiyang joked with Meryl more than once or twice. He was very familiar with the joke, "You underestimate me, dear Meryl. Although I'm sometimes stingy, I'm sometimes very generous. If you don't believe me, you can ask Hathaway, or Ivanka, etc. I'm a real gold that is not afraid of fire." Listening to Yi Feiyang's interesting words, Hathaway couldn't help but smile and glanced at Yi Feiyang. Of course, all this could not escape Meryl's eyes. In fact, Meryl had already noticed the ambiguous relationship between Yi Feiyang and Hathaway. As for Ivanka, Meryl lamented that she had met a match. Hathaway seemed to be less noble than Ivanka in terms of status and position, but there was one thing that Ivanka could not compare with Hathaway, that is gentleness. Gentle girls are most liked by men, and it is obvious that Ivanka does not belong to this type. In Meryl's view, Ivanka and Paz are both strong women, but Paz Hilton is very strong inside and out, while Ivanka is soft on the outside and strong on the inside. Therefore, in Meryl's opinion, Hathaway has an advantage in attracting men. Poor Ivanka, she may not know that she has such a strong opponent. As a person who has experienced it, Meryl has already seen through the relationship between men and women. Therefore, she just turned a blind eye to this complicated relationship and saw who was more destined to Yi Feiyang between Ivanka and Hathaway. It's a pity that I'm a little older, otherwise I might be a strong opponent. China Yi is really a good man. Just as Meryl was daydreaming, the auction on the stage had already begun. At that moment, Yi Feiyang and others stopped joking and began to appreciate the auction seriously. In fact, the items in this charity auction are very miscellaneous, with everything from antiques to fashion, from jewelry to watches. Yi Feiyang roughly looked through the introduction materials and then focused his attention on an oil painting created by a French painter and the women's purse that Meryl pointed to. Yi Feiyang was interested in the painting because he knew Hillary liked this kind of thing. Last time he went to the White House for dinner, he saw such decorations hanging in their guest room. In addition, according to gossip, when Hillary was young, she dreamed of becoming a painter, but unfortunately she ended up in politics. Art and politics, two things that don't go together. She encountered both, which can be considered a bad omen. Yi Feiyang was going to take a picture of the painting, purely out of a desire to return a favor. After all, the First Lady helped him a lot, so he had to show some appreciation. However, Yi Feiyang knew that it was not convenient for him to do this kind of thing himself. If he took a picture and gave it to Hillary, it would be known to everyone. The United States is still against corruption and bribery, and this would leave a handle. Therefore, Yi Feiyang quietly turned his head to Meryl, pointed at two items and said, "Dear Meryl, can you help me? You help me take this oil painting, and I will take the purse myself." Although Meryl didn't understand why Yi Feiyang did this, it was just a small effort, so she still smiled and nodded. The French painter's oil painting was taken very smoothly, and it only cost $110,000 to take it. Then Meryl took a piece of jewelry by the way, probably because she liked it. After all, no woman is immune to jewelry and diamonds. Finally, it was the turn of the purse. The reserve price was only $15,000, but it was equivalent to the monthly income of some American citizens. However, this purse was once used by the big star Garbo, so it was very popular among women. After only 3 rounds, it doubled. When it came to the 4th round of bidding, Yi Feiyang thought it was time. Just as he was about to bid, he heard a voice from behind. 50,000. Yi Feiyang was startled. He and Hathaway turned their heads and looked over. It was a white guy in his 30s with short blonde hair, neat and handsome, and very tasteful in his clothes. He must be a rich kid. When the guy saw Hathaway looking at him, he couldn't help but smile at him. Feiyang couldn't help but frown. It looked like a rival had come. Hathaway saw Feiyang's expression and couldn't help but smile secretly. That's one of my fans. His name is Morse. He is very enthusiastic. Yes, he even chased me from Los Angeles to New York. Chasing from Los Angeles to New York. Infatuated. Exclamation mark. KO. A rival. Definitely a rival. Although Feiyang knew that some fans and moviegoers were crazy about their favorite stars. For example, in his previous life, some girls who liked Korean drama stars would run from China to Korea to cheer for their favorite stars, and some rich women even joined forces to charter a plane to visit their idols. It can be said that the actions of those fans and moviegoers are beyond your imagination. This is the United States, and there are also star chasers in the United States, and their degree of craziness is no less than that of the little girls in China in his previous life. The stylish and handsome white man Morse in front of him is undoubtedly a loyal fan of Hathaway, and he is the kind of fan who has money and time. Otherwise, he would not be able to follow Hathaway from afar to support her, let alone be invited to such a large-scale charity auction. It seems that you have a rival. Look at that boy. He seems to be very good in both appearance and conditions. Well, if I were a girl, I might like him. Meryl said half-jokingly. Feiyang knew Meryl was joking, but he was filled with hatred when he thought of the look Morse was giving Hathaway. He shouted out the price without hesitation. 100,000. This price was so high that the whole audience was shocked and looked at Feiyang. Then they couldn't help but wonder, why is it him again? Exclamation mark. There was no way. Feiyang had been in the spotlight just now. Now he stood up and shouted the price again, obviously wanting people to pay attention to him. Hathaway didn't understand why Feiyang was so generous all of a sudden. She couldn't help but pull his clothes and whispered, "No, it's too expensive." Feiyang patted the back of her hand nonchalantly, meaning that she didn't need to worry. Then Feiyang turned his head and glanced at Morse. He threw a look at him, which was actually a bit provocative. Morse hesitated for a moment. It wasn't that he didn't have money, but he felt that it was not worth spending 100,000 to buy a bag. But when he thought of Hathaway's possible happiness when she received the gift, his heart was warmed, and he immediately forgot everything. 150,000. Feiyang smiled. He originally wanted to buy this purse and give it to Hathaway to make her happy, but now he suddenly wanted to play with this Morse. 300,000. It caused a sensation again. Everyone focused their attention on Feiyang, the new movie star, and thought, God, has this guy been stimulated by something? Either they were thinking, this guy must be crazy, or he is spending money to pursue someone. Well, maybe it's for a woman, such as the beautiful girl next to him, and Meryl, the charming mature woman. Heavy taste, Chinese Hathaway was also stunned by Feiyang. Although she had worn more than 30 sets of fashion brand clothes in one go during filming, the most expensive of those things were only tens of thousands of dollars. It's not like now, a purse was called 300,000 by Feiyang. God, is he crazy? Exclamation mark. Thinking of this, Hathaway couldn't help but pull Feiyang's arm and shook her head gently. Don't argue, It doesn't matter whether I want it or not. God knows, I never really like to carry this kind of bag when I go out. Morse didn't speak this time. He felt that there was no need to spend 300,000 to buy a handbag. It wasn't inlaid with diamonds, so what? Even if this handbag was really used by the big star Jiabao, so what? If it was really taken to the auction, it would only be 150,000 or 160,000 at most. Now the price has exceeded doubled, and it is not worth buying it. Well, then again, I really hope to win the favor of Anne Hathaway, but it would be better to spend 300,000 to please a woman than to spend 300,000 to please a woman. It's up to you to choose tall, short, fat, and thin. As a result, Feiyang was extremely depressed. Will Smith laughed strangely beside him. Hathaway shook his head and smiled bitterly, and Meryl laughed triumphantly. This bag, which was worth only a few 100,000 at most, was bought by him for 300,000. Yi Feiyang wanted to shout wildly, 300,000, enough to make a low-budget movie. Yi Feiyang took the women's purse. That made him beat his chest and stamp his feet, feeling extremely painful. He winked at Hathaway without any hesitation, and then handed the purse to Meryl. The whole audience was in an uproar. In the past old cows ate tender grass, but now young cows eat old grass. Countless people were talking about it. It turns out that this guy wanted to pursue Meryl. No wonder he was willing to spend a lot of money to buy this bag. Movie people are really unusual. Meryl, who was at a loss for what to do with Yi Feiyang's unexpected trick, took the purse, but felt extremely embarrassed in the strange eyes of everyone. After glaring at Yi Feiyang, Meryl sat down. Seeing that Meryl was really annoyed, Yi Feiyang quickly leaned over to her ear and explained with a smile, "Hey, don't be angry dear Meryl. Actually, I want to give this purse to Hathaway, but you can see that there are so many people. I ask you to pass it to her later. Help me, dear lady." Meryl suddenly realized that Yi Feiyang did this not just to play tricks on her, but to cover up his relationship with Hathaway in public, to avoid any suspicion from others. If the media linked her with Yi Feiyang, Hathaway would naturally be rarely mentioned. The most important thing is that Meryl is much older than Yi Feiyang, and even if those gossip reporters make up stories, they can't make anything out of it. With this cooperation, Yi Feiyang and Hathaway naturally look innocent. Guessing Yi Feiyang's intention, Meryl immediately felt envious. God, if only I could have such a thoughtful and considerate boyfriend. She dared not think about it anymore. Yi Feiyang didn't notice Meryl's expression, but just told Hathaway his intentions. Hathaway just smiled charmingly at Yi Feiyang. She believed Yi Feiyang. Yi Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief, and seeing that Meryl had also settled down, he suddenly leaned over and said, "By the way, there is one more thing I almost forgot. That oil painting. Please give it to Mrs. Hillary later." Meryl. After a while, go to hell. You really treat me like a servant. Ah. Someone was stomped and screamed, attracting everyone's attention, and then shook their heads and sighed. What a heavy taste. Now they have started flirting. Chapter 249. Preparing for the October schedule. The next day, after the charity auction, Yi Feiyang, the popular director and screenwriter in Hollywood, once again made the headlines in newspapers and magazines, but this time it was not in Los Angeles, but in New York. China Yi spent 300,000 yuan to fall in love with veteran star Meryl. Meryl is still charming in her middle age, and she is in love with China Yi. Is he pursuing her, or trying to win people's hearts? Magic Yang has close contacts with American politicians, and his hidden power should not be underestimated. Charity auction, unlimited scenery. Magic Yang is creating a trend again. New York is in turmoil, and Magic Yang is creating a new topic again. In short, everyone is full of curiosity and sighs about this Chinese director, who is always restless and can break new scandals and revelations anytime and anywhere. How can he be called a director? He is even more popular than the popular superstars. Yes, those red stars have their expiration dates, but this guy keeps getting popular. Facing these waves of public opinion, which were more fierce than the last, Yi Feiyang was not affected by the gossip at all, and acted in an orderly manner according to his plan. Only occasionally, the fat man Gao Jiabao would roar at him, "You are a spendthrift. You spent 300,000 yuan on a bag. If your mother knew, she would beat you to death." "Oh, you want me not to tell you, right? No problem. After all, we are old friends. 30,000 yuan for keeping quiet. What, you don't want to give it? Can't I give you 20% off?" Yi Feiyang ignored the fat man's roar. It can be said that no matter how lively the outside world was, Yi Feiyang turned a blind eye to it, because he was busy doing post-production in the house with photographer Cindy and others. The first thing to start with was the editing work. This part was easy, because during the shooting, Yi Feiyang had repeatedly considered each shot, and with the reference of the information from his previous life, the editing work was easily dealt with. The next thing to do is to dub the characters in the movie. Although many Hollywood movies like to collect original sound and record on site during filming, it is inevitable that they will be affected by some other noises, such as the sound of car horns suddenly appearing when the characters are talking, or the sudden laughter when shooting indoor scenes. These are not acceptable and do not match the characters and the environment. Therefore, dubbing needs to be modified during post-production. Fortunately, the leading actors Meryl, Hathaway, and Ivanka are almost all around, so there are basically no big problems in dubbing modification. Just let them face the camera and re-record the lines. As for those actors who are temporarily absent, it is also easy to ask them to mail their dubbing and then cut out these sounds and match them according to the shots. As autumn slowly approaches, during this period, many film companies have released their films in advance to avoid being cannon fodder in the Christmas season, hoping to win the first prize in October. Therefore, they have started a fierce publicity offensive. Feiyang has no time to watch the specific movies. Anyway, she can find out by reading the newspaper after work. Now is not the time to understand those things. First of all, the key is to perfect The Devil Wears Prada. In mid-October, the editing work of The Devil Wears Prada was completed, including the cast list at the beginning and the staff list at the end. It is a total of 115 minutes. There are many office intrigues in these 115 minutes, but more of it describes the spirit of Anda's survival in the modern jungle of the office, and the influence of her friends, relatives, and colleagues on her, which makes her have a subtle change in her outlook on life and the world. Of course, as a female film, family affection and love are indispensable, and this is also very important. Feiyang has enough reason to believe that the processing and addition of these elements will definitely make American audiences who are used to watching horror and science fiction films shine. The soundtrack is of utmost importance for any type of movie, and the soundtrack full of office survival rules and tenacious struggle in adversity is a major attraction of The Devil Wears Prada. A movie without music will become boring just like food without taste. Therefore, Feiyang is very strict about the soundtrack. The composer of The Devil Wears Prada is Theodore Shapiro, who composed the music for it in his previous life. This is also the first time that Feiyang has cooperated with this music master. Although it is the first time to cooperate, Feiyang still seriously requires Theodore Shapiro to make the most perfect effect. The remuneration is not a problem at all. He cares not about money, but about the effect. The role of the soundtrack is to set off the psychology of the actors, and at the same time, it also has the mission of creating the atmosphere of the scene. The most used method is exaggeration, which expands the effect in a scene. Many horror movies use this method to infinitely expand the fear in people's hearts. Of course, The Devil Wears Prada is similar to an art film or inspirational film. It does not need to be too exaggerated. What is needed is the kind of tenacious effect. When it is difficult, there should be background music to set off the effect, and when it is happy, there should be soothing music. It sounds simple, but it is not so easy to do it. Theodore Shapiro held back his strength. It is not so easy to cooperate with this great director. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared from the beginning. However, even if he was mentally prepared, when he really cooperated with the demanding post-production of the entertainment tyrant, such complex requirements completely stunned him. Although he was stunned, Theodore Shapiro still played the level that a master should have. After countless revisions, Theodore Shapiro finally completed the soundtrack of The Devil Wears Prada. Time is still flying. After completing the soundtrack, Feiyang finally had some free time. Only then did he have time to read the newspaper, to see who his competitors were. And he didn't know until he saw it. He was really surprised. The first is the Italian blockbuster Sicily's Beautiful Legend released by Columbia Pictures. It is also a romantic movie. Feiyang knows a little about this movie because the star of this movie is Italian supermodel Monica Lubecki. Yes, a sexy long-legged beauty. As for the box office performance and word of mouth of this movie, Feiyang is not too clear, but there is one thing he is sure of. This movie and his own movie are similar in route. Both are based on female audiences, but his own is a workplace comedy with realistic element, while this movie takes the popular romantic love route, and the overall characteristics and highlights are not too prominent. The second is the blockbuster Castaway released by 20th Century Fox and DreamWorks. The reason why this movie is called a blockbuster is that it has a big star, who is Tom Hanks, the one who played the Green Mile. Hanks lost the Oscar last time, but he still won the honor. After all, his role was played very well. This time, in order to challenge his acting skills, he took on this very interesting movie. The reason why this movie is interesting is that most of the scenes are set on an island, and Tom Hanks is the only actor, which means that the whole movie depends on his acting skills. Feiyang is not too clear about the box office, but the reputation of this movie is very good. In particular, Feiyang knows that after the release of this movie, Hanks was dubbed as Hollywood's most mature acting school. In addition to these two movies produced or distributed by big companies, the rest are some small and medium cost movies, but Feiyang pays close attention to two of them. One is Scary Movies and the other is Meet the Fockers. Scary Movies is a spoof comedy produced and distributed by Dimension Films. In the past life, it was a vulgar comedy with excellent box office and reputation. Meet the Fockers is a low-cost comedy produced by a small company under Universal Pictures. This movie is not optimistic by many people, but Feiyang knows that in the future, this movie will not only sell well at the box office, but also have a sequel. Facing these two big names, two dark horses, if it were someone else, they would have felt guilty long ago, but Feiyang was very calm. The original intention of the movie Queen was not to compete for the box office. If it could achieve good results, it would be better. If not, there would not be much disappointment, as long as he was satisfied. Now, everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Feiyang secretly held back his anger. He wanted to use actual achievements to prove that he could handle any type of film, including themes about women. Chapter 250. Restricted Movie. October is a time for both the past and the future. There is the heat of the summer vacation in front and the trend of the Christmas season in the back. It is actually very interesting to be stuck in the middle. There are not many competing blockbusters, but there are many good ones. The two blockbusters from Columbia and Fox alone are enough to make people look forward to, not to mention Feiyang's The Devil Wears Prada scheduled to be released on October 13th. In fact, Feiyang can completely avoid these four new movies with their own characteristics, but after repeated consideration, he still chose this fierce collision. Unlike the blockbusters created by the two big stars, Feiyang did the opposite. He did not use any big superstars, nor did he do any story packaging. He either chose a life and death love story in World War II, or threw the male protagonist to an island to be Robinson Crusoe. He used realistic methods to create an ordinary office worker, or an image of an urban white-collar worker. Although Andy's image is very ordinary, it is actually an important foreshadowing in the movie, because this kind of ordinariness will lead to the final success of the extraordinary. In fact, when Feiyang created the role of Andy, he focused more on Miranda, the female devil, but this female devil is flesh and blood, not blindly hated to the end. On the contrary, she brings joy and reflection to people. The characters created by Feiyang are almost all from life, real, credible, and give people a strong sense of substitution. Compared with those empty love stories or unconvincing desert island disasters, the struggle of urban white-collar workers is easier to move people. This is the effect that Feiyang wants, to create a flesh and blood urban girl. When people see this story, they will immediately think of someone around them. Such a movie is the most moving and can go deep into people's hearts. What Feiyang wants is the kind of heartwarming touch, a kind of flesh and blood reality happening around him. Feiyang wants the kind of movie that resonates strongly after watching it and then strives hard. Feiyang wants the kind of feeling that after watching it, he cherishes family and love more and cherishes the people around him more. In short, the ultimate goal of The Devil Wears Prada is to resonate with the audience. No matter how the box office is, as long as it can impress the audience, it is a successful movie, at least a successful movie in his mind. In short, the production of The Devil Wears Prada has been completely completed. In addition to copying the bottom roll and reporting to the relevant departments, its release is a foregone conclusion. What needs to be considered next is how to best complete the publicity work. In fact, long before the filming of the movie began, Feiyang had already thrown out several heavyweight news. The first is that the rich girl Ivanka Trump joined the film. As a public figure liked by the media, Ivanka has a high popularity, so she can help the show do free publicity. The second is a participation of Hollywood acting god Meryl and new generation goddess Hathaway. These two pieces of news alone can attract many fans to watch the movie. The third is the affectionate guest appearance of Maximum, the veteran actor of Jigsaw, which Feiyang did not publicly announce. You know, after the popularity of the Saw series, Maximum's value and popularity have soared, and he has captured a large number of fans of the chainsaw, and is respected by everyone as Uncle Saw. This time, Maximum changed his image from the chilling Jigsaw to a delicate fashion expert, and his acting skills are definitely worth looking forward to. As mentioned earlier, because of the shortage of manpower in New York, Feiyang had no choice but to hand over the important task of publicity to the fat man Gao Jiabao. Not to mention, the fat man is first class in managing money and is also good at publicity. After a busy run around, the publicity officially began. So on the same day, the official website of Dream Pictures and the homepage recommendation of Google officially announced that the movie would be released soon. According to the 3 selling points pointed out by Feiyang, Fatty made an album report and gave a character introduction to the main actors of the play. For example, when introducing Meryl, the words given were fashion devil, new employee's nightmare, white collar destroyer, etc., which gave people a strong impact, aroused curiosity and attracted attention. In addition, Fatty also waved his hand and allocated funds from the company account to make concept posters. No, to be precise, Fatty did not make posters, but calendars. Yes, fashion calendars. Basically, all the female characters in this play are extremely beautiful and appear on the calendar, including ladies, mature women, pure, charming, fashion temptation, uniform temptation. It has to be said that Fatty is really cheap in terms of aesthetics, but the more cheap, the more people like it, especially this kind of beautiful and fashionable calendar poster, which is sought after by fans, especially male fans, who shout, "Got, I want to collect all 12. At the same time, Fatty contacted several movie theaters in New York and officially released the trailer of The Devil Wears Prada to let fans enjoy it. The release of the trailer also reduced the enthusiasm of fans to pursue the poster, but there are still countless people shouting "I love Meryl, I love Hathaway, I love Ivanka," and many people said that they must watch this play for their idols, not for anything else. But is this play really something you can watch if you want to? No, you are wrong, because at this time Feiyang gave Fatty a will and asked him to issue a statement. The content of the statement was very simple. Only female audiences are welcome to watch the movie The Devil Wears Prada. What? Are you kidding? This movie only accepts female audiences, but not male audiences? What's the matter? Exclamation mark. God, did I hear it wrong? The movie hasn't been released yet, and there are restrictions? Exclamation mark. As soon as a statement of this movie from Dream Pictures came out, it immediately set off a big storm. The point is, why do you have to pick the audience? Why can't men watch this movie? Discrimination. Discrimination. This is out and out gender discrimination. Women have always been the most discriminated against, but this time, it was men who were discriminated against. It's like suddenly finding men are not allowed in a female beauty center, and suddenly seeing men are not allowed, and other signs in a female bathhouse, which makes the majority of male friends feel very warm. When did men not welcome men in movie productions? Those who were not interested in the play The Queen began to murmur, "What's going on? Why set up restrictions?" Those male audiences who did not like to watch this kind of female-themed movies were also indignant. How can this be? Is China Yi crazy? He actually prevents male audiences from watching. What secrets are hidden in this play? It was not China Yi who announced it, but the fat man next to him. Damn the fat man. We must protest and oppose him. Yes, down with the fat man. Oppose discrimination. Gao Jiabao, who was extremely innocent, would never have thought that he had just issued a statement on behalf of Feiyang, but it would cause such a big trouble. In particular, the slogan "Down with the fat man" made Gao Jiabao extremely miserable. Who did he offend? No wonder Feiyang was so kind to give him such an important publicity work. It turned out that he wanted to find someone to take the blame. The gun shoots the bird that sticks out. Poor Gao Jiabao was used as a bird. No matter what, the public opinion is getting more and more powerful nowadays. Those men with strong self-esteem have launched verbal attacks, pointing out that the statement of the play The Queen is discriminatory and blasphemous. Newspapers, magazines, television, other media. Male audiences were interviewed on the street. Oh yes, this is too bad. We really don't understand why this play has to limit male audiences. How to say it? I guess this is a kind of hype. Yes, it is hype. Isn't China Yi the best at this trick? When reporters asked these interviewees, will you go to see this play? There were all kinds of answers. I will go to see it. I'm curious about what secrets are hidden in this play. I won't. Yes, I will never be fooled by China Yi. Maybe, after all, this play is directed by China Yi, and his plays are all great. Compared with these male audiences, the female audiences announced in unison, we will definitely go to see China Yi's new play. The reporter asked, why? The answer was, this is specially made for us by him. We love his plays, and we love him even more. I watched the trailer. It's very exciting, worth looking forward to. As time went by, the play The Queen was about to be released. Those men who were bored with nothing found that the male restriction order of this play had not been cancelled. They couldn't help it, got angry, and got furious. We want to watch this play. Why don't you let us watch it? We have the right to choose what movies to watch. You can't stop us. We have decided to watch this play. Let's see what you can do. Faced with these increasingly rude remarks, Feiyang knew that he had to stand up. If he didn't stand up, it would affect the company's image and interests. So one day before the premiere, Feiyang held a small press conference to explain the matter. It was called a small press conference, but in fact, it was attended by a large crowd of people. Entertainment media from all directions surrounded the entire venue. Facing many entertainment media, Feiyang said calmly, based on the various public opinions recently, I would like to make an explanation here. First of all, the reason why the play The Queen is restricted to male audiences is not discrimination, but intentionally to protect the wallets of male audiences. Feiyang's opening remarks made everyone faint. What do you mean, protect your wallet? Seeing the reporters staring at each other, Feiyang continued, as everyone knows, this drama is a fashionable urban comedy about women. Since it is a fashion theme, it is inevitable that there will be a lot of brand name clothing, brand name bags, brand name women's shoes. These items or props are absolutely real. If you watch it with your girlfriend or wife, what if they like them? What if they ask you to buy them? Out of love for them, can you refuse? Do you have the nerve to refuse? No, said a big black man. If I refuse, my girlfriend will definitely break up with me. And my wife, if I don't buy her something she likes, she will definitely make a fuss. The fans in the audience talked about it, and even some reporters felt the same way. Yes, it's terrible when women are serious. Seeing that everyone's emotions had stabilized, Feiyang continued, you may all know that I spent 300,000 yuan to buy a women's purse at the last charity auction. Yes, 300,000 yuan, this is a fact. Therefore, I understand and know the feelings of the majority of men about buying such things. It is based on this unspeakable secret that I'll let the company announce that male audiences are prohibited from watching this play, so that everyone will not be embarrassed at that time. Yes, I sympathize with everyone, and I don't want everyone's wallets to be empty because of me. Everyone will scold me at that time, isn't it? Feiyang's words made everyone laugh. Don't worry, China Yi, just have this sentence, support your new play. You are a kind man, a man who cares about us. In a word, support you. We support your play. We don't need special care. Haha, we all want to know if your play is really that attractive. Support. I support you. God bless you. With waves of cheers, Feiyang knew that this press conference was a success. To be continued. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 251. When happiness knocks on the door. When the calendar on the wall turned to October 13th. In North America, the October season of 2000 will officially begin. Dream Pictures, which has been prepared for this, also held the premiere today. The premiere of the play The Queen was arranged on Broadway in New York. Broadway is a very famous name. Generally speaking, it is an important venue for song and dance performances and American stage performances. However, today it was booked by Feiyang as the premiere site. Why choose such a place? According to Feiyang, since it is a fashion movie, it should be released in the most fashionable place. Undoubtedly, Broadway is the most suitable place. On a night with a rustling night, the periphery of the Broadway theater has long been covered with red carpets, and countless fans and media reporters have long crowded the originally spacious theater door. This is the premiere of The Devil Wears Prada. According to past practice, before the premiere, Feiyang will work with the main characters of this play to welcome the guests on the red carpet. Seeing the long red carpet spread out in front of them, everyone was wondering who would be the first to come and show their support. Exclamation mark. The car horn sounded, and the first big star came. Ha, dear Yi, congratulations. Congratulations on your movie premiering tonight. With smooth hair like an otter, a brilliant smile on his face, and a pair of triangular eyes squinting with piercing spirit, Feiyang never thought that the first person to come and show his support for his movie would be him, Abbas, the chairman of the North American Film Association. Yes, it was this guy who was ruined by him last time and hated him so much, but seeing him smiling now, he didn't look like his enemy at all, but like a close friend who hadn't seen him for many years. This guy is a first-class actor. Feiyang sighed. Although he didn't know why Abbas suddenly came to support him, Feiyang still had to do his superficial work, so he shook hands with Abbas cordially. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking time out of your busy schedule to attend the premiere of my movie. Of course. Haha. Abbas was obviously smiling like a tiger, with a spring breeze on his face. Since you and I are both filmmakers, then we are all family. How do you say it? We should help each other, right? Feiyang was speechless. The guy's words were so nice, and those who didn't know him would really think he was a selfless good man. Seeing that Feiyang and Abbas had such a harmonious relationship, the media couldn't help but shout, "Be together. Be together." What are they doing together? Of course not getting married, but taking pictures. Helplessly, Feiyang had to stand side by side with Abbas, holding hands, crackling, and accepting the baptism of the spotlight. After the photo shoot, Abbas did not leave immediately, but rather took Feiyang's place in a very annoying way, and began to express his own feelings in front of the media. His feelings were nothing more than how hard the North American Film Association worked, and how much he had worked hard to let the audience watch good movies. In short, he did a lot of things to flatter himself. It was not until some reporters couldn't stand the loneliness and began to yawn that Abbas shut up and said, "Welcome everyone's supervision. We will work harder. Thank you." Although the arrival of Abbas, the uninvited guest, was somewhat unexpected by Feiyang, it still made the premiere scene a little more lively. Then, the black movie star Will Smith, who Feiyang had invited early in the morning, appeared on the red carpet. Will Smith came with his wife, which made Feiyang sigh that this black star was definitely a good husband, and he always brought his wife with him wherever he went. As soon as Will Smith saw Feiyang, he punched him on the shoulder and laughed. "Why did you make that statement to restrict male audiences from watching? Don't forget that I'm also a man. Haha, isn't the order lifted now? No matter men or women, everyone is welcome." Welcome what? No sincerity. Will pretended to be angry. Oh, then what is sincerity? Feiyang pretended to be confused. Needless to say, of course, help me write the script quickly. Will urged. You know, I have been resting for so long, and my acting skills are itching. If I don't shoot again, I will be anxious to death. Buddy, then you have to take it easy too. Don't urge me every time we meet. I also have a lot of work to do, but I promise that the script will be out soon, and it will be a good script. Feiyang patted his chest and promised solemnly. Words are not enough. Will was not fooled. It would be better if you could tell me a little bit about the general content of the play. Yes, I should know what role I will play, right? Seeing that Will Smith was so tricky and insisted on showing off his skills, Feiyang was helpless. He saw that the dark horse prince in front of him suddenly came up with another plan and thought, I got it. Hey, Will, since you insist on me revealing some information, then I can only tell you the general content of the play. Then, Feiyang gently told the stock market of the play in his mind. It's about a single father who became homeless due to career failure, but he still had to take on the heavy responsibility of raising his son. Although he lived in poverty, hardship, loneliness, and busyness, his strong sense of responsibility enabled him to cheer up and muster up the courage to pick himself up for the future of his son. He knocked on the door of opportunities everywhere. God rewarded those who worked hard and finally became a successful investment expert. The biggest motivation that supported him to grit his teeth in the process, in addition to his precious son, was his constant belief, as long as he worked hard enough today, happiness would come tomorrow. This is the saying bitterness will pay off. When Feiyang finished telling this story, he looked at Will Smith again. His eyes were already shining, and he was staring at Feiyang, as if his clothes wanted to eat him. Ahem. Dear Will, you look at me like this, it will make my sister-in-law jealous. Yes, it's too ambiguous. Feiyang had to remind Will, oh my god, what a great story. Just listening to the general idea, I have fallen in love with him. Come on, write the script quickly. By the way, what is the name of this play? Will asked impatiently. Oh, this play is called The Pursuit of Happiness. I wrote it originally. How is it? Feiyang said with a thick skin. What do you mean? It's simply great. Nonsense. Can the excellent Oscar films in the previous life be great? Feiyang thought. In fact, the play The Pursuit of Happiness is a typical American inspirational story. Adapted from a true story, the protagonist is Gardner, an African-American investment expert. As a single father, Gardner once faced the dilemma of not being able to solve his own food and clothing. In the most difficult period, Gardner could only carry his only property on his back, and then carry diapers in one hand and push the stroller in the other hand, and go to the homeless shelter with his son. When there was really nowhere to stay, the father and son could only spend the night in parks and subway toilets. In order to support his son, he started as a salesman from the bottom of the society and eventually became a well-known financial investor in the United States. Recalling his past, Chris Gardner said, "In my 20s, I experienced all kinds of hardship, darkness, and fear that people can imagine, but I never gave up. The reason why I published this autobiography is to tell everyone that no matter how painful life is, even in the most difficult moments, fathers and sons are inseparable and rely on each other. The blood thicker than water father-son relationship, the entrepreneurial story that inspires people to strive for progress, and the perfect ending that makes people burst into tears. This is the excellent movie in the previous life, The Pursuit of Happiness." Originally, this movie was starred by Will Smith in the previous life. Now Feiyang designed it in advance, which can be regarded as keeping the fat water within the field. Not to mention that Will was cast in the lead role, which is not a disgrace to him. I have decided. Yes, I must be the male lead in this play. I must, Will Smith said excitedly. You know, good actors also like to choose plays. It is definitely a rare opportunity to meet a story and a role that they like. Good actors and good scripts, when combined, will cause a fierce collision, sparks flying, and will definitely create a classic. Will Smith has been filming for so many years. He can judge whether the script is good or not just by listening to the general story. Moreover, Feiyang is an expert in storytelling. Under his vivid narration, Will Smith has completely fallen in love with this play. Ahem. Dear Will, are you too impatient? To be honest, I only have a general idea of this play. As for whether it can be filmed, it is not yet clear, so we need to take a long-term view. No, we can't wait any longer. At worst, you write the script and I will act for free. Feiyang opened his mouth wide. Will's wife looked at her husband in surprise. You know, Will's current filming value is $100 million US. How could she not be surprised when he asked to act for free like this? Seeing that Will even said such a harsh word, Feiyang almost shamelessly clapped his hands and praised Zero Pay as good. Fortunately, he has a high eck and smiled. Oh dear Will, I'm so touched. It seems that you really like this play, so I will try my best to write the script quickly and prepare this play as quickly as possible. You will be my male lead, I can promise God.
but there is no need to act for zero pay, just lower your pay a little bit. Yes, this is the greatest support for me. Yi Feiyang's heartfelt words touched Will very much. Look, this is a filmmaker who is not for fame or profit. Then how much should I reduce my pay? Will muttered. Nonsense. Of course, the more the better. Yi Feiyang thought to himself and said, let's talk about the pay later. Why don't you and your wife go in first? Yes, I have another guest. Haha. For some reason, Will always felt that Yi Feiyang's smile at this moment was a bit like a fox. To be continued, chapter 252. The president arrives. As they were talking, some filmmakers and partners whom Yi Feiyang had met after coming to New York arrived one after another, and Yi Feiyang had to take time out to welcome and greet them. For a moment, the red carpet was once again full of stars, but compared to Will Smith, these were not big names. Yi Feiyang had originally invited Tom Hanks, but Hanks' new movie Castaway was also being released, which was equivalent to competing with Yi Feiyang. Of course, he would not come to cheer for his opponent. Fortunately, Tom Hanks did not come, but Denzel Washington did. Yi Feiyang was not familiar with this black superstar, but it didn't matter. Since everyone was in the same circle, they still had to give each other face. So after receiving Yi Feiyang's invitation, Denzel Washington thought about it for a while, especially recalling the way Yi Feiyang and the political big shot Powell talked and laughed at the charity dinner. He finally decided to come. The appearance of Denzel Washington made the red carpet in front of the newspaper old meeting the focus of everyone again. The media reporters around him also began to grumble. Look, China Yi is so powerful that it invited two big stars. Yes, they are both black superstars. I don't know if it has something to do with China Yi being Chinese. Chinese and black people are used to discrimination, so of course they should stick together now. If Yi Feiyang knew that his unintentional act was actually considered as forming a clique, he would definitely be amused. Look, China Yi only has this much power. Now two big dramas from Columbia and Fox are also premiering, so all the big stars have gone there, and the red carpet here ends here. A media reporter sneered. Really? So there is nothing to look forward to here. Why don't we go somewhere else? Maybe we can still shoot some exciting news. Of course, you'd be a fool not to leave. Don't you see that this place is already deserted? Sure enough, the smarter reporters around him had already run away after shooting Denzel Washington. As for the small fish and shrimp on the red carpet now, they have no news value at all. It seems that the red carpet show of China Yi has also been cold. After a while, those stupid reporters began to yawn when they saw that there were no big names coming. Let's go, there is really no show here. Another wave of reporters left. Yi Feiyang looked at the red carpet that was gradually becoming deserted and shrugged helplessly. It seemed that it was only this extent. Alas, I originally thought that the competition in October would not be too fierce. Who would have thought that there would be so many films premiering at the same time? New York reporters are really realistic. Can't they take care of outsiders? Exclamation mark. There is no hospitality at all. Looking at the time on the watch, it is almost 7:40 and the movie premiere is about to begin. Just when Yi Feiyang was about to greet Meryl, Hathaway, Ivanka and others to enter the cinema together, 4 cars escorted a black extended Lincoln sedan quietly drove in. Those reporters who were about to turn around and rush to other scenes slowly turned around, wondering who else would come to support. Exclamation mark. Yi Feiyang himself was also confused. Yes, who else is there? It seemed that almost all the people he invited had arrived. 5 cars slowly parked in front of the red carpet. First, 7 or 8 people got off 4 cars, and then they guarded respectfully and opened the car doors. Look at this posture, it's quite a big shot. The reporters muttered. Who is it? Yi Feiyang was even more confused. Then, the car door opened. A couple came out, Clinton and Hillary. The president is here. I don't know who shouted, and everyone immediately became excited. The audience and reporters who were originally ready to leave the scene immediately turned 180 degrees. Ah, yes, it's the president. Everyone was stunned by the sudden appearance. The president actually came to support China Yi's new play, which was incredible. Although Clinton was about to step down, or to be more precise,
He had gradually handed over most of the power, although Clinton was criticized by everyone for the scandal with Lewinsky's surname, and although Clinton suffered from the US Congress's asterisk and almost stepped down, his popularity still existed. Yes, at this moment, everyone screamed and shouted, and applauded warmly, welcoming the arrival of the president and his wife. Feiyang was a little distracted, and even forgot whether he had invited this super famous couple. Yes or no? Exclamation mark. If yes, it's easy to explain, but if not, isn't it uninvited? Exclamation mark. After thinking for a while, Feiyang finally figured out that he did not send an invitation letter to the Clintons. It's not that he was impolite, but he knew that as the President of the United States, he would not generally attend such a ceremony. It's just that, when he visited the White House last time, he invited them to come and show his support in a joking tone, and they agreed. Everyone knows that it was just a polite greeting, but now, Feiyang took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. After all, it was just the president and his wife who came to show their support, nothing to be surprised about. Although he thought so in his heart, Feiyang couldn't help but feel warm inside. After all, it was definitely a great honor to be able to invite the current president of the United States and his wife to appear together. The reporters around were not as reserved as Feiyang. They shouted the name of Mr. President and the title of First Lady Hillary. The spotlights flashed like thunder and lightning, making the scene as bright as day. Clinton and Hillary kept waving to the audience and cooperated with the media to take pictures. It must be said that the president who was about to step down really had the posture of a star. No wonder former President Reagan said, "The president is like an actor, and both must be good at acting." After finally getting rid of the crowd, our dear President Clinton and his wife met Feiyang. "Congratulations, China Yi, your new play premieres tonight. It's my honor that you two can come. Haha, that's a must, you know, my dear Hillary and I are attending someone else's premiere for the first time." "Don't listen to his nonsense," Hillary interrupted Clinton. "We came here mainly to watch the new film you directed." "Yes, I heard it's a fashionable drama about women, and I, as you know, am the chairman of a women's rights organization, so I have to pay attention to current women's issues at all times." Feiyang finally figured out that his play had such a watching effect on Hillary, a strong woman. But then again, Hillary is famous in the American women's rights movement, and she is also an advocate and leader of many women's organizations. The women's film shot by Feiyang is undoubtedly a window for her to understand the current situation of women. It's not just coming here with her husband to show support. Anyway, Feiyang said, "I still want to thank you for your presence." "Haha, you're too polite, Yi. Hey, why don't you introduce us to the leading actors of this play first?" Hillary glanced at Meryl and others around Feiyang. Of course, Feiyang smiled and then introduced Meryl and others to the Clintons. The Clintons knew Meryl. After all, they had seen many movies starring her and they had a good impression of her. Therefore, the two of them kept praising each other's acting skills, which made Meryl very excited. After all, being praised by the president and his wife was also a very face-saving thing. When introducing Hathaway and Ivanka, the Clintons were also very enthusiastic, praising them as beautiful girls and hoping that they could have a wonderful performance in this play. Especially for Ivanka, who came from a wealthy family, the two were even more enthusiastic. It can be seen that for the presidential couple, pragmatism is the most important, and people who may or can help them in the future must be treated specially. After the introduction, Feiyang saw that the time was almost up, so he invited the Clintons and said, "Well, Mr. President, the movie is about to be released. Let's go in first." Amid the flashing of spotlights, the pursuit of media reporters, and the screams of fans and audiences around, Feiyang accompanied the most powerful couple in the United States into the Broadway theater. Although Feiyang and his team went in, the aftermath of the president's arrival had not yet subsided. The reporters behind had already started to write articles frantically. It is conceivable how lively the front page headlines of newspapers and magazines will be tomorrow. Inside the Broadway theater, all the guests and the crew led by Feiyang all sat and waited for the movie to be released. It started. The first thing that appeared in the audience's sight was an absolutely graceful mermaid figure with a perfect body shape. This mermaid, who was like a mermaid in the clouds, was particularly sexy. On the flat mirror-like surface of the sea, she performed a dance like a fairy in colorful clothes. It was simple but absolutely beautiful. Just when everyone thought that this beautiful opening was the official content of the film, the mermaid jumping out of the sea gradually became blurred and fixed into a logo. Then some words appeared on the surface of the sea, gradually emerging and standing up. When the freeze frame was completed, the audience saw the two Chinese characters' dream pictures and a row of English words below. People who are familiar with Dream Pictures movies know that this is the company's very distinctive brand logo, just like the Lion of MGM, the Goddess of Columbia, and the snow-capped mountains of Paramount. But this opening seems to be a little different from the previous ones, appearing more beautiful, real, and vivid. The audience who don't know this feel that such a different opening is surprising, but it obviously makes a deep impression on them. Feiyang laughed in his heart. It seems that his brand logo has become more and more popular. In fact, Feiyang has modified the opening of the mermaid jumping out of the water several times. As the company's strength grows, this time he abandoned the original computer special effects design and adopted the method of real-life shooting. For this purpose, an artificial ocean was specially created and filled with absolutely pure water, making the surrounding environment extremely beautiful, and then using the steel wire effect to create an extremely ethereal and illusory beauty. The only difficulty is how to turn the real object into a frozen virtual image on the screen. With the current technology, this is not easy. In the end, Feiyang chose to combine real scenes with animation, and the result is what it is now, with both illusory beauty and real beauty, which can be said to be the best of both worlds. The company logo is definitely of extraordinary importance to a certain extent. A very eye-catching company logo and title animation can definitely make most audiences remember this company, which is very beneficial to Feiyang's brand effect. Today, with the gradual growth of Dream Pictures, this brand logo has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Although it is not as dazzling and loud as the titles of big companies such as MGM and Paramount, compared with Lionsgate and Dimension Pictures, the title of Dream Pictures is definitely good enough. At least it is beautiful and beautiful enough. Unlike the squeaking gears and rough iron gates of Lionsgate, the fashionable New York metropolis showed colorful smiles in the early morning. All kinds of people started a new day. The opening song of the film sounded beautiful and moving. Feiyang chose the original master of the previous life for the soundtrack of this film, but for the opening, middle and ending interludes, Feiyang did not choose any celebrity singers or famous lyricists and composers to create them. Instead, he chose a new singer who has only been in the music scene for 2 years. Of course, for Feiyang, the best thing to do is to promote newcomers. The reason why he did not choose a famous singer is that Feiyang is very clear that interludes are something he can master, not photography or something, which requires very high skills. At least Feiyang is very clear about what songs are suitable for what movies, and he believes that his appreciation ability for movie interludes is absolutely quite high. This is indeed the case. Don't forget that Feiyang himself has created the well-known golden song No ***ODY, which is popular among thousands of fans. Especially in terms of songs, Feiyang has also worked with big names in the music world. In addition, his close relationship with Michael Jackson and Madonna, the pop king and queen of the music world, has made his song appreciation level soar and his vision reach an extremely high level. This is a very helpless thing. There is no way. Under the cultivation of the works of peerless masters, it would be a miracle if your vision is not high. For the interlude of this play, Feiyang found several singers and was not satisfied until he found this young singer named Gandalf, which made him feel good. In Feiyang's view, this is definitely another unsuccessful original singer in the Hollywood music world of the United States. Gandalf! Exclamation mark. What a great name. If I remember correctly, it should be a protagonist in Pavarotti's opera. At that time, Feiyang was also attracted by this name, and then he paid attention to him. Sure enough, this Gandalf is different. Although he can't sing opera, his slightly hoarse and muffled voice is very moving when he sings the interlude of the Queen. At least when the song started, it matched the movie scene very well, making all the audience intoxicated. With the beautiful and fresh melody of the song, the screen switched shots. In the gorgeous bedroom, a tall beauty was trying on various brand name clothes. In the simple apartment, a girl was wearing her cheap clothes. The camera took in these two contrasting scenes, turned a circle for a full 10 seconds, and then focused on the intern Andy played by Hathaway. On the street, Andy bit a sandwich and looked at the gorgeous and charming female white-collar workers around her, her eyes full of envy and longing. Then she came to the lobby of the fashion magazine. Compared with other places, this place is simply a paradise for women. You can see all kinds of fashion brands, handbags, shoes, clothes, coats, and jewelry everywhere. The audience's curiosity has been raised to their throats. What is this rustic girl doing here? It's like throwing a Cinderella into a gorgeous dance floor without transformation. Finally, someone opened the door and shouted, "Andy, intern Andy." "Oh, it's me, that's me." Andy stood up excitedly. The female assistant who called her looked at her with a sharp and arrogant look, and then said, "Although I don't know if you will still appear here tomorrow, I must warn you that what you are wearing is very inappropriate. Yes, very bad. It can be said that your whole body does not match everything around us. Remember, this is a fashion magazine company, not a supermarket or a vegetable market." "I understand. I will change it. I will." Andy was afraid of losing her job and kept apologizing. The female assistant looked at her coldly, as if she didn't care, and suddenly seemed to have found something disgusting, pointing to the spot on Andy's collar and said, "What is this?" "Oh, sorry, it's the sandwich I had this morning. I was afraid of being late, so I ate it while walking." "I don't care so much," the female assistant said harshly. "I don't care whether you can get this job, but I still have to tell you that Miranda hates other people's clothes to be dirty the most." Miranda? Andy heard this name for the first time. This was the first day that Andy started to work in the fashion magazine company, and she began to have formal contact with the female devil Milada. It can be said that this wonderful beginning has attracted the attention of many people, especially for the legendary fashion queen and female devil on the screen. Everyone is full of curiosity. Who is she? What kind of person is she? Why do people in the company hate and fear her? Exclamation mark. Meryl, who plays the female devil Milada, sat next to Feiyang and felt the anger around the cinema. She couldn't help but lean over and whispered, "Hey Yi, I didn't expect this beginning to be so good. How can this be called good?" Feiyang smiled, and the excitement is still to come. Why come to New York to shoot? Why shoot on site at a fashion magazine company? Why order hundreds of sets of clothes and accessories? It's all for excellent production. However, he didn't make too many changes to the general story, just adding some details and changing the title and other places. I have to admit that Cindy, who wanted to upgrade to become a director, was very good at photography. Feiyang almost didn't want to let him be a director, which delayed his photography work. The exquisite photography, coupled with the use of a bright yellow filter, was much better than other companies' films, and the pictures were even more exquisite. But it was strange. Why was a guy like Cindy unknown in the previous life? Could it be that a piece of gold was really dug out by me? If it weren't for me, there would be no Cindy now? As the plot developed, when the screen played the scene of Milada choosing clothes, Feiyang laughed. You know, this scene was a super classic in the previous life, and was hailed as the most connotative segment in fashion films. In this play, veteran actress Meryl plays the editor-in-chief Miranda, who is known as the female devil, and is famous in the fashion world for her sharpest fashion sense and the most vicious and malicious words. Lack of taste in dress is her biggest enemy in life. As soon as she saw the simple Andy, she ridiculed her severely. This is just the beginning of Andy's nightmare. In the following days, she became the object of Miranda's torture. She worked day and night every day to serve Miranda. If she made a mistake, she would be scolded. In addition to being scolded, Andy gradually discovered at work that this seemingly magnificent fashion world is full of ugliness that outsiders can hardly find. All the setbacks made the fledgling Andy feel discouraged and disappointed. And the scene of Miranda choosing clothes is actually a microcosm of the entire fashion world. In fact, the character Miranda in the previous life has a prototype. The prototype of Miranda played by Meryl is undoubtedly Anna Wintour, the editor-in-chief of Vogue. Although Lauren Weisberg once strongly denied it, it has increased everyone's curiosity about this movie. Meryl was also asked if she was worried about offending people by playing this role. Meryl smiled and said that she met Anna at the preview of The Devil Wears Prada. The fun thing is that Anna really wore a Prada suit to watch the movie that day. It's better now. At least the image of Miranda will not cause too much controversy. Of course, for Yi Feiyang, there are also fewer gossips and less publicity effects. If he can choose, Yi Feiyang would rather give this prototype hat to someone. It must be said that the scene of Miranda choosing clothes is really wonderful, especially Meryl's performance is even more amazing. Her vicious and sharp mouth and analysis of the fashion industry really stunned all the audience. Is that so? Like Miranda said, the fashion industry is hypocritical and terrible? Oh my god, it's crazy. The fashion I've always hoped for is this kind of thing. Excellent acting, almost makes people want to be Meryl, but is the fashion industry really shameless? It can be said that Yi Feiyang used this play to kill most people in the fashion industry with one stroke. It is conceivable that after the release of this play, it will cause a sensation in the entire American fashion circle. Verbal criticism, lightning and thunder. It is conceivable that the publicity effect that Yi Feiyang wants will come uninvited. To be continued. Chapter 253. Son of God. Let's continue to enjoy the film The Devil Wears Prada. When the scene of Miranda choosing clothes ended, Yi Feiyang could even vaguely hear the audience in the front row holding their breath. The sharp criticism and the deep exposure of the fashion industry were undoubtedly very shocking. It can be said that the veteran actress Meryl used her charm and temperament to completely bring the character of Miranda, the fashion devil, to life. When the heroine Auntie in the play adapted to the work in the fashion industry, she began to subtly change her personality in this circle and alienated the people she loved around her, which made many viewers who had originally liked her feel very depressed. They were eager to make her turn back, and what happened to Andy next made everyone look forward to it. It can be seen that this film has touched the hearts of each of them. Especially when they saw Andy breaking up with her boyfriend, their emotions were even more sad. Yi Feiyang gradually lost the mind to appreciate the audience's reaction because his attention was gradually attracted by the film. This is a very wonderful classic, and Yi Feiyang himself was definitely very excited. His appreciation ability is not weak to begin with, and he can also perceive what is good and what is not good when appreciating his own works. In Yi Feiyang's eyes, and in the eyes of the audience, this film has almost only one heroine, that is Miranda, the fashion devil played by Meryl. Perhaps there is another heroine, that is the intern Andy played by Hathaway throughout the whole play. As for Ivanka, who plays the female assistant Emily, she was very depressed on the side, because she could see that she did a good job in acting. It can be said that Yi Feiyang gave her a lot of advice on this, but in the end, she was still overshadowed by Meryl and Hathaway, whose acting skills were even more advanced. Especially when I saw the plot where Meryl's Miranda sacrificed the people around her in order to keep her position as editor-in-chief, and when I saw Meryl's body language, eyes, or expressions, all aspects showed an extremely weird queen aura. Yi Feiyang was shocked, and he dared to swear that Meryl's performance here was definitely better than the original version he had seen. No wonder Meryl was called the chameleon and acting goddess of Hollywood in her previous life. She made people love and hate Miranda. Yi Feiyang now has only one idea. Miranda is a rare future Oscar Grand Slam in Hollywood. Oscar Supporting Actress, Oscar Best Actress. Only such a plot is enough to confirm her extraordinary status. At the end, the dialogue between the female devil, played by Meryl and Andy, pushed the character's name to the extreme, especially her sentence, "The fashion industry does not believe in kindness and tears. Kindness can be replaced by glory, and tears can be replaced by diamonds." It reveals the hypocrisy and filth of the American capitalist fashion industry without any cover-up. Money can buy everything. Fashion is a game for the rich. In this scene, Hathaway and Meryl's conversation is wonderful. Miranda's arrogance, pride, and self-righteousness when sitting in the boss chair, her expression of crossing her legs, Her sharp and sarcastic words, and her careless tapping of the table with her fingers all show the inner world and personality of this character. In contrast, Hathaway's performance as Andy in this scene is also very wonderful, especially her sentence, "Even if I sit on your queen's seat, I will not feel happy, because I have lost something that money and glory cannot buy." When Miranda asked, "What is it?" she said, "You will never understand it. Family, love, and friendship." Although Hathaway's acting skills are not as exquisite and delicate as Meryl, she interprets the character very well, especially the role of Andy, which is almost tailor-made for her by Feiyang, plus more than a month of experience and practice before filming, making the role of Andy flesh and blood. Therefore, in the last rivalry, Hathaway and Meryl both played 100% of their acting skills and performed the last scene very wonderfully. It can be said that Andy's final departure from the fashion magazine, A Paradise or Hell, was straightforward, neat, and she never looked back. Everyone in the play was dumbfounded, and countless audiences were extremely happy. Great job, Andy. Leave this damn place. Pursue your own happiness, Andy. God bless you, Andy. You are not lost. The audience who were immersed in the play could not help but shout. And it seemed that they felt everyone's expectations for Andy's future happy life. Director Feiyang not only arranged for Andy to reconcile with her ex-boyfriend and live in harmony with her family, but also arranged for Miranda to write a recommendation letter for Andy to another magazine. Andy found her favorite job again. Everything is happy. As soon as the subtitles began to fall, the audience began to applaud crazily until the subtitles ended. When the lights were turned on in the cinema, Feiyang and his group of creators appeared in the back row, and the audience spontaneously applauded for them again, with excited expressions. Many audience members even came up to Meryl, Hathaway, and Ivanka and immediately asked for their autographs. Interestingly, some even asked for Feiyang's autograph, saying that he was more like a star than a star, because he was always on the front page of gossip news. It can be said that at this moment, no one can resist the enthusiasm of the audience, because all this is so exciting. Feiyang feels that he is very lucky. Many Hollywood directors have basically experienced lows when filming, and have been scolded, criticized, and even thrown banana peels by the audience. For example, Sam Raimi, the most famous director in Hollywood, was scolded to death by some audiences who did not understand him because of filming the eyes. But I can enjoy the applause of the audience again and again. It is really a very lucky thing to enjoy the honor and flowers that fall on my head. Sometimes, Feiyang felt a sense of time and space confusion, especially when accepting flowers and applause. He felt that this was not the United States, not New York, not Los Angeles, or Hollywood, but on an extremely huge snow mountain. Every time he climbed to a certain stage, a violent avalanche would be triggered around him to indicate his success or express congratulations. Now, he is still halfway up this snowy mountain. Yes, there is still a long way to the top, but the dizzying avalanche, glory, has made him lose his way. In fact, Hollywood has had many young talented directors and screenwriters over the years, but with the decadence and glory, they gradually faded their aura and gold. Will he be like this one day? Feiyang couldn't help asking himself. He shook his head violently. Feiyang felt a little incredible about his subtle psychological changes. Let's face the reality. Haven't I succeeded again now? Why worry so much? On the other hand, although the play The Queen is a copy of the original to a large extent, Feiyang does not think it has much to do with the original. This should be his own work, but it is not pure enough. But these are no longer important. What is important is the applause at this moment and the shouts. China Yi, good job, you are the best. God said that people should know how to be grateful. Feiyang is very grateful now, grateful for so many people supporting and liking him. No matter how Hollywood changes, the ups and downs, only the audience, they are the most lovely people. After the movie officially ended, as a member of the crew, the big guys were surrounded by the entertainment media. Feiyang gave a simple speech, with sincere and enthusiastic emotions, mainly expressing gratitude and thanks to the audience. Meryl, Hathaway, and Ivanka, the three heroines, were also sought after by different audiences and reporters. It was rare that they were so popular, so Yi Feiyang ruthlessly stuffed them to the media reporters and fans, and escaped alone. Here, Will Smith, President Clinton and his wife Hillary were waiting to congratulate him on the successful premiere. Of course, when everyone was congratulating Yi Feiyang on his success, in a corner, as the first guest to come to support him, Abbas felt very uncomfortable. It was a very sour taste. It was a very envious taste. It was a very jealous taste. Originally, he came here to see Yi Feiyang's movie premiere fail and make a big fool of himself, but the result was the opposite, which made him very upset. Why? Why is this Chinese Yi so lucky? Damn. Is he really the son of God, the favorite of God? Abbas didn't know that his complaints and whining were heard by the reporters around him. What? Son of God. It's a good title. The reporter wrote it down happily. No one could have imagined that Yi Feiyang would have another nickname, the Son of God. The day after the premiere, as expected, the play The Queen became a hot topic. Especially last night, President Clinton attended the premiere of the play, which made everyone dumbfounded. If the president likes to watch a play, how could it be wrong? In addition, coupled with the strong recommendation of black star Will Smith, many viewers have a strong interest in this play. Especially those female viewers. They are looking forward to this play. In front of a movie theater in New York, a black lady was selling tickets, and a middle-aged man and woman came over. The middle-aged man said he wanted to watch Castaway starring Tom Hanks. This is Hanks' work, you know, dear. Also, have you seen Robinson Crusoe? This is a modern version of Robinson. The middle-aged woman wanted to watch The Devil Wears Prada. Go to hell with your damn Robinson Crusoe. Be realistic, okay? Let's watch The Queen. Don't forget, I work in a magazine. As a result of the argument, the woman got what she wanted and bought a ticket for The Queen. In Los Angeles, a young couple walked to the entrance of the cinema. The white boy wanted to watch Scary Movie. Oh my god, you know, I heard that this movie is so funny, and it spoofs a lot of movies. Yes, it's exciting. The white girl was looking at the poster of The Devil Wears Prada, staring at the brand name bags and fashions on it, as well as the slogan on it, a fashion devil, training a fresh young clerk. Watch this movie and you will have a chance to win a brand name bag. Honey, why don't we watch this Queen? I heard it's also very funny. Besides, I like the bags above. With the girl hugging the boy's arm and speaking in a coquettish manner, the boy finally compromised. 2 tickets for Queen. Thank you. I hope I can win a bag. God bless my wallet. Situations like this are also happening in other places. In Chicago, in Philadelphia, in New Orleans. It can be said that once Queen was released, no one could compete with it. An urban fashion inspirational drama specially created for female audiences. It began its amazing box office strategy. Give me 3 tickets. No, 5. My 2 sisters, my younger sister, and my mom want to watch it together. Oh my god, it's not that I want to watch this play, it's my wife who's pulling my ear and insisting on watching it. I don't know what's so good about this play. Look, the line is so long. You can hear exclamations and complaints like the above anytime and anywhere, and with these exclamations and complaints, the box office of the play The Queen has been rising steadily. At the same time, major cinemas have been overcrowded because there are too many people who want to watch The Queen, and major theaters have to automatically expand the scale of screening to meet the audience's requirements. With the expansion of the scale of theater screenings, the number of copies of The Queen has also increased significantly. In particular, in addition to several major cities in the United States, other cities in North America, as well as Canada and other regions, are also interested in this play, so the number of copies has soared again. However, when the number of copies reached 8,000, Yi Feiyang forbade further copies. Fatty Gao Jiabao was confused and didn't quite understand why he didn't continue to copy. After all, there is still demand in the market, right? Finally, Yi Feiyang pointed out that the art of film is also alive. The more times it is copied, the more blurred the picture will be. Therefore, Yi Feiyang will never make too many copies. It is right that the film should be released, but the quality must be guaranteed. After hearing his explanation, Fatty and other people who still don't understand are relieved, but they still feel that it is not worthwhile to give up some theaters. There is no way. Who told me that my time is too rushed? Feiyang explained. Now that the play The Queen has premiered, it has begun to be fully released in North America. Fatty Gao Jiabao in New York and Bill, Jack and others in Los Angeles are all worried about this play. However, Feiyang is confidently sitting in the lounge with tea, quietly waiting for the box office statistics in the morning, constantly muttering to himself that he is worried about Fatty Gao. The photographer Cindy, who became very anxious when the time came, was also pulled into his office by him, under the pretext of being cut together. Seeing the time passing by bit, Gao Pangzi and Cindy in the leisure room became more impatient. Even Feiyang, the boss who was very confident just now, was restless and began to turn back and forth. After all, if the fans really don't give face to watch it, the box office is a mess, then he, the newly promoted Hollywood director, will be embarrassed. Ding ding. The indoor phone rang crisply. Looking at the time on the wall, it was exactly 10 o'clock. Someone came to report the results of the premiere box office. Several people looked at each other, and no one dared to answer the ringing phone. After a long time, Feiyang took a deep breath and said, "Hey, guys, no matter whether it is happy or sad, no matter whether it is a flop or not, I, as the boss, should answer it." He clenched his fists tightly, walked quickly to the phone, and took another deep breath, and then tremblingly stretched out his hand to hold the handle of the phone. "God bless, it must be good news." Feiyang said this like a prayer, and quickly picked up the phone. "I'm Feiyang, reporting the results right now." Yes, now Feiyang realized that it takes a lot of courage to pick up the microphone. He didn't even know that his palms were full of sweat, but he just waited quietly for the report from the other end of the phone with his heart beating violently. Boss, we won. We won. The person on the other end of the phone was obviously very excited, and he kept saying the phrase "we won" back and forth. Feiyang was so anxious that he almost cursed, but he knew that now was not the time to be angry, so he had to suppress his anger and said softly, "Please calm down now, and tell me what the box office results on the premiere day were." "Got. It's 3,800,000. It's $3.8 million US. Bang. The phone fell to the ground. On the ground, but Feiyang ignored him and rushed towards Gao Jiabao and the others, shouting, "Man, we really won. I really won. It's 3.8 million. The box office on the first day of the premiere is 3.8 million. Puff. The tea that the fat man had just wrapped in his mouth to suppress his worry spurted out again, spraying all over Feiyang's face, who was about to hug him, but they didn't mind at all, but hugged each other fiercely, patting each other's shoulders, making a bang bang sound, and letting go without knowing the pain. Although Feiyang had said to the outside world before that he didn't care about the box office of this play, but only cared about the reputation of this play, but when the time came, he had to admit that the box office was as important as the reputation. No, it should be said that it was more important than the reputation. It doesn't matter if the reputation is bad, and it won't starve people to death. It will be terrible if the box office is bad, because Feiyang is not a person behind him, but the entire company. After a long time, Feiyang suppressed his excitement. According to the first day box office of nearly 4 million, the weekly box office should be at least more than 25 million US. Moreover, this movie is a female-themed movie, which has a limited audience group. It is a miracle to achieve such an amazing result. Okay, don't be happy too soon. You know, the box office is either going up or down. A good premiere doesn't mean the subsequent box office will be equally good. So let's first investigate the current ticket sales situation. Feiyang straightened his clothes, then picked up the phone and dialed a number. Half a minute later, "Hello, this is Feiyang. How is your situation now?" Fatty Gao and Cindy both put their ears close to the phone, only to hear a voice saying, "Very good. The first and second rounds of tickets are all snapped up. It's the same in other places. Even if you have money, you can't buy tickets." "Yeah." Fatty and Cindy bumped into each other in a funny way, then shouted, "It's safe. God bless." Yi Feiyang chuckled and said, "Don't be happy yet. Let's wait until tonight and see today's box office results first." Although Yi Feiyang said so, he was even happier and more excited. After all, this was his first fashion urban film. There was no horror, no gorgeous singing and dancing, no guns of war, and no gorgeous animation. There were only bits and pieces of realistic life and life insights in the workplace. That night, at 11 o'clock, when everyone in the metropolis of New York was talking about how The Devil Wears Prada was, Yi Feiyang's office was a different scene. There were a pile of documents on his desk, but none of them mattered, because only the paper he held in his hand, that had been printed after statistics was the real list, that could reveal the final results. We finally ushered in the most important moment today, that is, the box office results of The Queen on the second day of its release. When Yi Feiyang spoke, his face was full of expectations, because even he himself didn't know what the content was, and how big the number was, because he wanted a surprise. Yi Feiyang turned his head to look at the other people in the room, and finally carefully opened the box office data report. His pupils shrank for a while, and he suddenly read, "The Queen, the North American box office performance on the second day of the release is 3.87 million. 3.87 million. Although it was only $80,000 more than the first day, it was this insignificant 80,000 that surprised Yi Feiyang. This shows that the quality of this play is very good and can withstand the test of the audience. You know, many Hollywood movies that are super blockbusters are often promoted very lively before the release, and the premiere is also very successful, but the subsequent box office begins to continue to decline. The reason is that the quality of the film is not up to standard and does not meet the public taste. Therefore, it can be said that the release movies are like stocks. Whether they open high and go low, or continue to rise, we need to wait and see. At present, The Queen is definitely a potential stock that absorbs box office. At this moment, Yi Feiyang's voice completely overwhelmed any other voices at this moment, or in other words, everyone was only listening to his voice. 3.87 million. This number has been floating in the night sky of New York. Although this number has not broken his previous record, it is already a miracle for a movie about a woman. To be continued. Chapter 254. Chinese Hurricane. Yi Feiyang was right. As the most fashionable metropolis in the world, New Yorkers have become obsessed with fashion. In the words of New York girls, you can skip meals and showers, but you can't skip wearing designer clothes. Money worship, hedonism, and the enviable fashionism are all revealed here. In New York, you can proudly say to others, "I'm a gold digger." No one will laugh at you or despise you, because the gold digger here is not derogatory, but represents a trendy and fashionable attitude towards life. Yi Feiyang's The Queen appropriately plays the fashion card, and it is the trump card among trump cards. In addition, the office survival rules interpreted in the movie make those New Yorkers feel immersed in the scene. Therefore, in just 3 days, the sections and forums of major networks have made comments on this play. After watching the movie The Queen, I was deeply shocked by the luxury and splendor of the fashion world. It turns out that the world that seems so far away from us is so real and so cruel, said a black fan. As an office worker, I just want to say that The Queen is a true portrayal of the United States today. The fashionable office is like a wild jungle. There is only one rule for survival here, that is, leave or die, exclaimed a white-collar worker in a company. I was moved by the changes of Andy and shocked by the reality of the female devil Miranda. Is there really such a boss in reality? The answer is yes. It's around you and me, commented an office worker. If these online comments and testimonials are only one aspect, then the film reviews published in major newspapers and magazines show how excellent this movie is. New York movie Shinkansen. For the new Chinese drama The Devil Wears Prada, I would like to sum it up in one sentence. That is wonderful. If I have to add a little personal feeling to it, then it would be wonderful to the point of cruelty. Yes, this drama is wonderful to the point of cruelty. When everyone regards this drama as a story of an urban Cinderella turning into a rich and beautiful woman, what I want to say is how real this story is. Maybe around you and me, we can meet people like the devil Miranda at any time. To us, they are like the strong ones in the food chain. They have everything we envy, but are they really happy? In the words of Miranda in the movie, even if the place where I live is like hell, I will decorate it into the most beautiful paradise. To be honest, China Yi rarely shoots such realistic movies. His Saw and Dancing are almost like horror stories and youth novels in books, but this play is like interpreting a group of flesh and blood people, which makes you feel happy and sad after watching it, and have a deeper understanding of life. That is what you pursue, is not necessarily what you want. In short, this play seems to be it as a comedy, but in my opinion, it is a true documentary. Los Angeles Film and Entertainment Report. If I have to sell my soul and constantly betray to achieve success and a superior life, then I would rather choose ordinary and poor. If it were before, I would definitely say so. But now, reality has taught me that not everyone can become a devil. Satan may not look down on those who cry and shout and chase Satan and offer their souls with both hands. If you really think that such a female devil is cruel and selfish, you can leave her, just like Andy, calmly, resign to your fate. It is not difficult. The difficulty is to the inability to let go of the benefits and vanity brought by this profession is a reluctance to the hard work and price that one has paid. Although this hard work and price may not be worth mentioning compared to what Miranda herself has paid. We are all mortals, neither Miranda's ruthlessness and persistence, nor Andy's transparency and frankness. That's why the movie has to interpret Miranda and Andy, because they are not mortals, they are God's favorites, they are demons and angels. It can be said that these film reviews have very accurately grasped the pulse of the play The Queen, a female fashion inspirational drama, a workplace survival documentary. Feiyang used his incredible insight, stood from the perspective of women, and used the perspective of white-collar workers to successfully shoot this The Devil Wears Prada. In the words of many fans, God, I really can't imagine how Yi, as a man, can shoot such a delicate female movie! Exclamation mark. Yes, how can a big man shoot a female-themed movie so well? Exclamation mark. When many people raised this question, Feiyang's answer was very clever. You know, my friend, if you observe carefully, you will find that in many places, the best chefs are often men, the best hairdressers are also men, and the best beauticians are also men. Feiyang's words are self-evident, and he cleverly explained why he shot the movie The Queen so well. Because of his remarks, Feiyang was named Friend of Women by many American female compatriots in the following days. Feiyang received such a title, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, the skyrocketing box office gave him great comfort. With the film reviews and good reputation, this movie, which was originally a female-themed movie, actually triggered a wave of movie watching. Whether it was women or men, they all rushed into the cinema to watch this movie. Even some men who didn't want to watch it were pulled in by their girlfriends or husbands. In short, The Queen was a hit, and the box office continued to rise. A week later, the North American movie state rankings finally came out. The first place in North American weekly box office was The Devil Wears Prada, produced by Dream Pictures, with a weekly box office of $0 million. The second place in North American weekly box office was Castaway, produced by 21st Century Fox, with a weekly box office of $21 million. The third place in North American weekly box office was Barbara di Sicily, produced by Columbia Pictures, with a weekly box office of $17 million. The fourth place in North American weekly box office was Meet the Focus, produced by Universal Pictures, with a weekly box office of $15 million. The fifth place in North American weekly box office was Scary Movies, produced by Dimension Films, with a weekly box office of $13 million. From the above box office rankings, we can see that the topical and fashionable The Queen took the lead and directly topped the box office champion. The total box office in North America in 1 week reached $1 million. According to specific data, the total box office in New York alone was as high as $4 million, accounting for 1/7 of the total box office. Many film critics believe that the movie can top the weekly box office champion because of its excellent quality, fashionable topics and popularity among female audiences. The most important thing is that President Clinton and his wife Hillary attended the premiere, making the movie a masterpiece and triggering a viewing craze. Fox, the carefully crafted Castaway with Hank's superb performance, came in second. In fact, this is also expected, because the play is based on, or copied from Defoe's Robinson Crusoe. Anyone who has read the novel will have a sense of familiarity with the play. Although this feeling will make the audience feel intimate, on the other hand it also kills the sense of mystery and curiosity. As mentioned earlier, Americans are the most curious in the world, so horror and suspense are big sellers here. Now Castaway is just an old medicine in a new bottle. It is good to get more than 10 million at the box office. As for Colombia's La Belle Sicily, Legend, the root of supermodel beauties is very straightforward. Love, war, life, and death in the light comedy obviously attracted a large number of American audiences who like to watch love movies. But again, this kind of fairy tale love is a bit far away from the audience's real life, so the weekly box office failed to break through 10 million. The remaining two movies meet the focus on scary movies from Universal and Dimension Films. In terms of genre, one is a family comedy, and the other is a spoof comedy. In terms of the audience group, Meet the Focus is more popular than scary movies, so it is inevitable that the box office is higher. But as mentioned before, this is only the first week, and the fate of each movie is not certain. Not all of them have been finalized. During the release of many North American movies, dark horse counterattacks will occur, and large ships will sink. Therefore, it is still unknown who will be the big winner. Soon, the second week of release has passed. Dream Pictures' The Queen is still as powerful as ever, and continues to sit firmly in the top spot of the weekly box office, while Fox's elaborate blockbuster Castaway was pulled down by Colombia's beautiful Legend of Sicily. According to the analysis of film professionals, the main reason is that although the actors and acting skills of Castaway are good, the content lacks novelty, and it is better to read the novel than to watch this movie, so the box office will fall. If you ask which movie has the potential to be a dark horse this week, many American audiences will tell you that it is a very spoof scary movie. Yes, it is this shit and fart movie that is not suitable for children and is spoofed to death. It has left the traditional comedy Meet the Focus behind, and the box office has been singing all the way, and there is a trend of continuing to rise, which has to surprise many North American filmmakers. In fact, in the previous life, this film, which was criticized by mainstream film critics as a typical example of the degeneration of Western civilization, set a box office record of $150 million in the United States during the summer vacation, becoming one of the most popular films in the history of Dimension Films. The story of this film is based on Dimension Films' popular youth horror film Scream, interspersed with classic parody clips of films such as I Know What You Did Last Summer, Halloween, Urban Legends, The Matrix, and Blair Witch. The plot at the end that ridicules the usual suspects makes people laugh and admire the imagination of the director. Interestingly, before the film was released, a reporter interviewed the Wayans brothers and talked about their views on film reviews. The latter said that they did not care too much because some of the films they shot that were favored by film critics had very poor box office results, while Scary Movies, which has not been recognized by mainstream film critics so far, has created a box office miracle. The Wayans brothers emphasized that the audience is their touchstone, especially young audiences who will not buy into film reviews. The worse the film reviews say, the more people want to watch it. Therefore, each of the Webster brothers films will be screened for audiences before the official editing, and some jokes will be decided according to the audience's preferences. In fact, in Hollywood, black artists often need to work harder than white people to succeed, and the Webster brothers always believe that success comes from 1 part talent and 9 parts hard work, and their perseverance is worthy of praise. Today, this Scary Movie is indeed extraordinary, and it has become a dark horse as soon as it is released. This has also made Feiyang, who has firmly occupied the top spot, more vigilant and secretly prayed that he would never capsize in the gutter. In order to ensure that there is no mistake, Feiyang mobilized several leading actors of his play to promote it in major theaters in New York, which has never happened before. As time goes by, the reputation of the Queen is getting better and better, which makes Feiyang very pleased. As the leading actors of this play, Meryl, Hathaway, and Ivanka have also become the topic of everyone's mouth. Is Meryl's Miranda a devil? Maybe, but her beauty, her elegance, her tenacity, her wisdom, her consistent and calm tone, her love and persistence for her career, and her broad-mindedness shown by her relieved and approving smile at Andy's back at the end of the film, all make me involuntarily tilt towards her. Even if such a woman is evil, she is evil directly, openly, and confidently. She lives a fulfilling and colorful life in a sea of jealousy and curses. Andy argued with others, Miranda is indeed powerful, but if he were a man, no one would care about her so much. This is just her way of working. Is Hathaway's Indian angel. Her beauty undoubtedly meets the standards of an angel, but her generosity and kindness, tenacity, and bravery, simplicity, and frankness conquer us more powerfully than her dazzling beauty. But even such an angel is weak, retreats, is attracted by vanity and material things, and has inner struggles and fights. This makes me feel that she is easy and approachable, unsurpassable but achievable. I have to mention Emily played by Ivanka again. She is snobbish, unlucky, and always out of tune. The clown role seems delicate and humane. This war between women is really full of smoke, but there is a lot of affection behind it, and it is lively and exciting. It makes people smile knowingly after sighing. The above is a specific analysis of the three characters in this play by a film critic. However, the more in-depth analysis is the one below. A girl who just graduated from school, simple and shabby, came to New York to pursue her dream. Finally, when she succeeded, she chose to give up vanity and live a life true to her heart. This is a typical American dream story. It is so vulgar when you peel it off, but it is so moving to be performed by Meryl Streep and Anne Hathaway. To quote Nacho in the film, this has surpassed the movie itself, because you can find the breath of life in it. I like these two women both in and out of the play. As for the new Ivanka, how can I say that? Although she is a little immature, her future achievements are limitless. In short, with such enthusiastic evaluations from everyone, all three women became popular. Countless reporters and media began to praise them as the darlings of today's fashion and the new upstarts in the film industry. Hathaway and Ivanka are still acceptable. As for the veteran actress Meryl, she self-deprecatingly said, I don't dare to be the new upstart in the film industry, but I'm still the evergreen in the film industry. Those reporters chased them, various fashion events, olive branches were thrown to them, and various movie scripts were accepted. Meryl was better off. She was basically immune to these things, and could handle them easily. Hathaway was also good, at least she had been famous before, and knew how to deal with these people. Ivanka was miserable. In the past, those reporters chased her, just because she was the daughter of a wealthy family and the daughter of real estate tycoon Trump. Now her identity has changed to an entertainment public figure and a rising star in the film industry. Suddenly, she still couldn't adapt to it, especially when she encountered those reporters' unreasonable questions and shameless candid photos, which made her very distressed. But Ivanka didn't know that in fact, Feiyang was more distressed than her. Yes, our great director Yi is very distressed now. If you say that you became famous by filming in the past, it was nothing more than being followed by paparazzi, being reported by the media, or being invited to various banquets, but this time it was different. Feiyang dared to make fun of the fashion industry, which immediately caused an earthquake in the entire fashion industry. Of course, if Feiyang was just a nobody, it would be better, and people wouldn't care what his play was about. But he is a popular new Chinese director. Then his words and deeds will inevitably attract everyone's attention, and the content and concepts represented by his movies will be magnified involuntarily. It can be said with certainty that this time, the play queen is Feiyang's satire and exposure of the vanity and greed of the fashion industry. Therefore, it is inevitable that people will identify with it. Many feminists in the fashion industry have issued a statement to denounce Feiyang's play for misleading the audience and talking nonsense. This is not true. It's just a movie. It's just that China Yi is telling a very unreal story. Although the fashion industry has occasional flaws, it is not as unbearable as he said. What queen? What female devil? What workplace survival rules? We want to question China Yi. As a film director who has nothing to do with fashion, why do you shoot like this? This statement directly hits the point of Feiyang. Many fashion people couldn't help but stand up and shout, China Yi, you have to give an explanation. Yes, you have to. Faced with such a battle, Feiyang, who originally wanted to avoid the limelight and keep a low profile, had to stand up and say, "I only have one thing to say about your questioning. That is, you can watch my movie or not. If you don't, get out." As soon as this remark came out, it immediately caused an uproar. Feiyang's arrogance, barbarity, and tyrant image immediately made many people angry. Boycott him. Boycott China Yi. Yes, boycott the movie The Queen. Let's work together to boycott. Come on. Faced with such a huge boycott storm, Feiyang sighed sadly for them. Fools, just idiots. Don't you know that the more things are banned, the more popular they will be? Jinping Mei, Mrs. Churtula's lover, and the movie Deep Throat. These things that were once banned all illustrate a problem. The more banned, the more popular they will be. As expected, in this massive boycott of the Queen, the victims in the fashion industry are desperately waving their flags and shouting, waving their fists in anger, determined to push Feiyang and his film into an irretrievable situation. But they forgot that they were just a small group of people, a small group of clown-like people. When they shouted desperately to cheer, they were actually put on the table by Feiyang as a promotional advertisement. Those curious Americans, those Americans who had not watched The Queen yet, were stunned by their huge scene, and then the first thought was, I must go and see what The Queen is all about. So, starting from the third week, the viewing storm of The Queen continued to rise, and the box office results were like a blowout, which stunned the whole United States. For 4 consecutive weeks, The Queen dominated the North American weekly box office rankings until the Halloween season in November. Its dominance was broken by the horror movies that came out one after another, and at this time, the total North American box office of The Queen had accumulated to an astonishing $130 million. In addition to the amazing box office results in North America, the film has also become a bestseller in overseas markets, along with the storm of moviegoers in North America and the accusations and abuses against Feiyang by the fashion industry. Cinemas around the world have posted advertisements for The Queen and put up slogans such as "Now Showing Hot," making Feiyang and his film the hegemon of the October schedule in the global film industry. Needless to say, European countries and Hong Kong in Asia have even more box office success. More than half of the more than 300 cinemas in Hong Kong are showing The Devil Wears Prada, which is rare in Hong Kong, which originally has a variety of genres. So much so that Hong Kong film tycoon Mr. Shaw could not help but sigh. Even when Shaw Brothers was at its peak, there was no situation where one movie dominated the world. Feiyang and his movies have created a miracle again. Of course, not all Hong Kong audiences buy Feiyang's account. A young Hong Kong director stood up and sarcastically said, "Is Feiyang a Hong Kong director? No, he is a Hollywood director. Is the movie The Queen made in Hong Kong? No, it is made in Hollywood. So I don't understand why everyone is so obsessed with such a flashy, hypocritical, overly decorated Hollywood movie. Does it mean that Hong Kong movies are not worth watching? Or are Hong Kong filmmakers all fools and no one watches their movies? As a Hong Konger, I hope everyone can support Hong Kong products. As a Hong Konger, I hope everyone can boycott Hollywood blockbusters. Long live Hong Kong. Long live Hong Kong movies." This comment made by the Hong Kong angry youth immediately aroused the response of some passionate people, and remarks such as Feiyang is not a Hong Kong director and The Queen is not a Hong Kong movie became the reason for everyone to boycott this movie. Regarding this very strange situation, a senior figure in the Hong Kong entertainment industry commented, "This is pure love turns to hate. Who made Feiyang's light so dazzling? Who made him so successful in Hollywood? If he is not envied, he is mediocre." Faced with this abnormal behavior of the young directors in Hong Kong, many fans and audiences with a sense of justice could not stand it. A super fan of Feiyang rose up and commented, "As a Hong Konger, I can say without any concealment that I like American movies very much. Because there is a kind of universal, simple, root, barbaric, plain, enterprising, and tenacious values in it. It faces the selfishness and defects of human beings frankly, does not stay out of it, does not pretend to be noble, and frankly tells you how cruel and ruthless life is, and then frankly expresses how much you yearn for beauty and warmth. This kind of frankness is exactly what we lack. Yes, in this age of emphasizing individuality and personalization, we say that American movies are flashy, fashionable, and formulaic, and they are only beautiful, but not the soul of an idiot lady from the upper class. Hollywood is a place of fame and fortune. In pursuit of box office money, it has killed the glory of many people. But when we often show disdain for Hollywood movies to improve our taste, and often put on an attitude of an artist who is not understood by others, have we ever thought about why the best film talents flock to it? Why the most powerful capital pours in like water? Why is it the world's largest film production base? Why can't we see her vitality and enthusiasm? Why do we demand perfection, and not allow her to have any failures or make mistakes? Wrong. Because she is at the top, just like Miranda in the play The Queen. We stand far away and look at her metal shell, which is shining with cold and hard light, so we blame her. Those who have been defeated by her, with their own narrow-mindedness and complaints about the cruel reality, also blame her. So her reputation is ruined. She became a labor sadist, and newspapers sold well, because of the harsh comments on the news of her divorce. If the way she treated Andy was cruel and selfish, then our accusations in the name of supporting Hong Kong production and justice are nothing but human weakness and selfishness. Question mark? Some people say that Yi Feiyang is a Hollywood director, not a Hong Kong director, and that the movies he shoots are Hollywood blockbusters, not made in Hong Kong. So I want to ask, are you envious or jealous? If not, then please spend more time on your own movies. If Hong Kong movies want to go global, it's not just talk, but rely on their own efforts. As soon as this comment came out, those young Hong Kong directors immediately shut up. For them, the height that Yi Feiyang has reached is beyond their reach. If Yi Feiyang really makes them feel something, it is jealousy and inferiority. Jealousy makes them lose their minds, and inferiority makes them use attacking others to maintain their dignity. But once this hypocritical and weak veil is removed by this comment, only their ugly true faces are revealed. The failure of the Hong Kong angry young director made Yi Feiyang's parents breathe a sigh of relief. They have always been proud of their son, and believed that all Hong Kong people would support their son's film career in Hollywood like themselves. But they didn't expect that this time there would be a fire in the backyard. Fortunately, some righteous people stood up to refute the rumors, otherwise the old couple would be embarrassed to go out on the street in the future, and even more embarrassed to say that they are the parents of China Yi. At that moment, this couple who had never had any bad intentions, and had always been honest and decent people sighed for the first time. The world is dangerous, and even our own people are unreliable. To be continued, chapter 255. 2 Billionaire Tycoon. Time flies. With the overwhelming box office and reputation of The Devil Wears Prada, the October schedule of Hollywood, which was not paid much attention to before, has become one of the most shining schedules this year. Soon, it was the Halloween schedule in November. The momentum of The Devil Wears Prada began to gradually slow down, and 3 new horror films replaced The Devil Wears Prada as the dominant force, namely Saw 3, Dead Silence, and Final Destination. Saw and Dead Silence are both produced by Dream Pictures, while Final Destination is produced by New Line Cinema. As mentioned earlier, New Line Cinema, Dimension Pictures, and Lionsgate were originally known as the 3 golden flowers in the field of Hollywood horror, but no one could have imagined that the sudden emergence of Yi Feiyang and the sudden establishment of Dream Pictures would completely eclipse the luster of these 3 golden flowers. According to the data from the most authoritative financial investigation company in the United States, Dream Pictures has reached an astonishing total strength of $1.3 billion in just 3 years of development, averaging nearly $430 million per year. If Yi Feiyang is willing to list the company, according to conservative estimates, he can immediately raise 3 times the funds, that is, $4 billion, to expand the scale of the company. However, Yi Feiyang has been hesitant to move, which made the 3 golden flowers secretly relieved. At least their status in the arena can still be maintained. However, according to Lionsgate Gusta, who has a good relationship with Yi Feiyang, Yi is not unwilling to expand the company, but to take steady steps. This sentence has a wide meaning. You must know that in the United States, listing a company is often the dream goal of many entrepreneurs. As long as the company is listed, it will have enough funds to support its expansion and development of its career. But Yi Feiyang did the opposite, which is puzzling. In fact, these people don't know that the United States is now mired in the quagmire of the economic crisis, especially the expansion bubble of the internet economy is spreading. Feiyang will never throw away the company he has worked so hard to build and wait for the economic crisis to be slaughtered. Feiyang is confident that, as long as he leads this team, he will be able to win every battle. This is indeed the case. Someone who is interested carefully studied the development path of Dream Pictures and was surprised to find that this company has never made a movie that loses money. Further research found that almost every movie shot by Dream has a box office of over 100 million. Miracle, miracle. Such a miracle was created by Feiyang. The performance of Dream Pictures has made the three golden flowers of Hollywood pale in comparison. It can be said that Feiyang and his company have become the hottest new stars in Hollywood. In November, 2 new movies on Halloween, 1 new glory for Dream Company, but Feiyang was not happy. He was looking forward to the upcoming Christmas season. In this big money making period, Feiyang is preparing to launch 3 movies of the company in one go: High School Musical 2, School of Rock, and finally the hugely invested science fiction film Planet of the Apes. Feiyang's hope for this movie is not how the box office is, but whether the director of this movie, Tim Burton, feels his sincerity. Yes, Feiyang wanted to recruit this great director, because as Dream Pictures grew, the company was in urgent need of such talents. In addition, there was also the great director Gao who was filming the sequel of Pirates of the Caribbean, and Feiyang also took him as a target to win over. It can be said that Feiyang at the moment no longer cared about the box office of the movie. What he wanted was talent. All kinds of movie talents. The Christmas season in North America in 2000 was filled with smoke and gunfire as usual. Just as Feiyang expected, this period was almost dominated by several Hollywood super crocodiles, and many small and medium-sized companies' movies became cannon fodder directly under these super blockbusters. The 3 movies of Dream Pictures were very asterisk, but the box office results were not much better than those cannon fodder. So many people sighed that God was still fair, and Dream Pictures had asterisk luck in the first period, and it was good luck, so it was right to suffer some setbacks now. In the words of Abbas, the chairman of the Film Association, God is not China Yi's aunt, and he will not always bless him. Yes, China Yi has been in the limelight enough. In the past 2 months, he has been the headline of almost all newspapers and magazines. The movie The Queen has dominated the world and dominated Hollywood. Although the movie has been withdrawn from North America, the residual heat is still there. However, the Christmas season is not a game. As soon as the heavyweight movies of Hollywood giants are released, China Yi's 3 new movies are immediately beaten back to their original form. Facts have proved that China Yi is not a god. His company is not a miracle company that has been deified, and it will also become cannon fodder, right? Exclamation mark. Rumors, gossip, the ridicule and sarcasm that were originally jealous and had nowhere to go, all broke out at this moment. It seems that with these mocking words, these Hollywood people can wash away the shame of being pressed on by Feiyang. It seems that only with these mocking words can these Hollywood people vent the depression of being trampled under the feet of Feiyang. This is how bright Hollywood is, speaking with strength and achievements. When you do well, thousands of people will applaud you. When you do poorly, tens of thousands of people will boo you. But surprisingly, just when those narrow-minded Hollywood filmmakers were laughing and mocking Feiyang and his company with joy, a week after its release, the box office performance of Planet of the Apes directed by Tim Burton under Dream Studios actually began to reverse. The black science fiction film that was originally not optimistic about by many people, became the only blockbuster that could compete with the 7 Hollywood giants in this Christmas season. And Dream Pictures also became the only film company that successfully reversed the Christmas season. December 13th, 2000. Just when the outside world was talking about Dream Pictures and Feiyang himself, just when the Christmas season movies were in full swing, Dream Pictures bought a 5-story building near Hollywood Boulevard and moved there quickly. Compared with the 3-story building converted from the old factory in Chinatown, the new company's site is very large. Twice the size of the original company, and it is definitely more than enough as an office building. Now everyone in the company happily praised Feiyang's feat. After all, the previous company had become too small as the company's strength grew, and the number of employees continued to increase. Who would have thought that the small-scale film company with only more than 30 people had now transformed into a large company with nearly 1,000 people. After the adjustment, the company members held their first meeting at the company's new address for the first time. In fact, it was basically the administrative staff who participated in the meeting. Even so, the large conference room that could accommodate hundreds of people was almost full of people. Thinking that it only took more than a year for him to move the company from Chinatown to Hollywood, Feiyang, who felt very accomplished, was in a very good mood. He took a look at the company's senior executives in the conference room, and then smiled and said, "Hey, guys, are you happy, like I'm now?" Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. The spacious and bright conference room, breathing the air of Hollywood at close range, made people feel extremely excited. Feiyang continued, "Okay, guys, now that the company has enough development funds and is about to officially enter the track, let's talk about the company's recent achievements. After all, it's the end of the year, and the company also needs to summarize the results report during this period. There is no need to describe the details one by one, but Dream Company's performance in the second half of the year is quite good. So far, 6 works have been released, namely The Devil Wears Prada, Saw 3, High School Musical 2, School of Rock, Dead Silence and the blockbuster Planet of the Apes. The only regret is that the 8 films originally planned by Feiyang have not been achieved. According to the original plan, 2 of the 8 films have not been released, namely Pirates of the Caribbean 2 and the animated film Despicable Me. As the company's financial director, Fatty Gao Jiabao has always been good at reporting profit results. Now he is familiar with it. Under the expectation of everyone, he picked up the financial report, stood up, coughed a little, and announced the profit situation of the 6 films in the second half of the year. According to incomplete statistics, the average weekly box office of Planet of the Apes, which is currently in theaters, is $23 million. Based on 8 weeks, the North American box office will reach $174 million, and the overseas box office will reach $230 million, totaling $404 million. The weekly box office of Youth Song 2 is $13 million. Based on 8 weeks, the North American box office will reach $104 million, and the overseas box office will reach $130 million. Totaling $234 million. The weekly box office of School of Rock is $9 million. Based on 8 weeks, the North American box office will reach $700,000, and the overseas box office will reach $96 million, totaling $178 million. In addition, Saw 3 and Dead Silence, which were released during the Halloween period, earned total box office of $280 million and $190 million respectively, and The Devil Wears Prada, directed by our boss and director Mr. Feiyang, achieved the following results. The fat man paused deliberately, looking at the people who were staring at him eagerly. Damn it, this fat guy is keeping us in suspense again. Oh my god, what kind of myth has the boss created? Hurry up, fatty, stop keeping us in suspense. Everyone knows that Feiyang's play is amazing, but no one knows how it turns out. Now that the results are about to be revealed, it's inevitable that they'll feel itchy. Seeing that he had aroused public anger, the fat guy didn't dare to play tricks anymore. He coughed and announced, the North American box office of this play is $275 million. Wow. Everyone was shocked. He is worthy of being the boss. He has made over $200 million in North America alone. As for the overseas box office, it has reached $343 million. Boom. Everyone was stunned. The overseas box office has directly exceeded $300 million! Exclamation mark. Oh my god. You know, this is a movie about a woman. How is it possible? Exclamation mark. How is it possible? Exclamation mark. So the total box office of this play is $618 million. The fat guy solemnly said the number. Those who were stunned were almost numb. A fashion drama, a female inspirational drama, and a workplace movie with no big cast actually broke 600 million worldwide. What is this concept? What concept? Exclamation mark. Could it be that the boss is really blessed by God, the Son of God? Exclamation mark. Oh my god. Okay, everyone, be quiet, let the fat man, oh no, Director Gao finish his words. Feiyang hurriedly stopped talking under the fat man's resentful eyes and changed the fat man to the director. Durs, Bill Rabbit, Jack Black, Cindy, James Wan, and the new dreamy Johnny Depp and Nicolas Cage and others finally quieted down. The fat man tidied his hair that was shaking with excitement and then announced the final result with a smile. In summary, the total box office of our 6 dramas in the second half of the year is as high as $2.304 billion, excluding the shooting costs, the theater chain share, and the high taxes. Our actual profit reached $830 million. Oh my god. 800 million. What a shocking number. Oh my god. A profit of 800 million in half a year is easier than robbing a bank. I can't believe this number. It's too scary. In addition to the above movie profits, our Asian hotel project co-invested with Hilton Group, the real estate project co-invested with Trump Group, and the 3 major areas of Google network have initially made a profit of $270 million. In other words, the current financial strength of our Menghuan film company has exceeded $2 billion. And our big boss, Mr. Feiyang, is already a veritable 2 billion tycoon. The fat man did not forget to praise Feiyang in the end. Feiyang smiled. A 2 billion tycoon? There seem to be many such tycoons in the United States. Let's not talk about anything else. Just talk about those futurate upstarts, whose wealth is not over 10 billion. In fact, Feiyang was a little self-deprecating to think like this. You know, many of those so-called 10 billion tycoons are inflated, especially in the ad industry, which is even more inflated. They are called 10 billion, based on the stock market figures, but in fact, if the stock market fluctuates slightly, their 10 billion wealth may immediately disappear. Unlike Feiyang is like this, the company is not listed, and his real net worth is more than 2 billion. Compared with those water-injected pork, I don't know how much higher it is. For example, if those billionaires are asked to take out 2 billion now, I guess none of them can take it out, because their money is just numbers on the stock market, not real US dollars. For another example, if Feiyang now asks the company to go public, let alone other things, just his real 2 billion net worth can immediately raise tens of billions of stocks. I don't know how long it took for everyone to calm down, and the companies everyone has seen the growth and development, but they were still stunned by the data of the fat man. Even those with strong hearts could not help but beat for a long time. Especially Johnny Depp and Nicolas Cage, who had just joined Dream Pictures, did not expect to witness the amazing profitability of this miracle company not long after joining the company. According to the people around him, the boss Feiyang is a very generous person. The more profits the company makes, the more dividends the subordinates will get. Johnny and Nicolas Cage are looking forward to how much they can get, especially Cage, who was pulled to join the company by Depp. He did not have much hope for Dream at the beginning, but now, he suddenly felt that this was a rare opportunity. Fortunately, he did not miss it. After the fat man Gao Jiabao reported the profitability of the second half of the year and listened to everyone roughly report their work achievements, Feiyang smiled and glanced around and then slowly said, in terms of entertainment, the company's strategy for the next year is to transform from a simple film production company to an entertainment group company that integrates film, television, and record album production. As for the specific content, does you tell us? As the vice president, Durs has lost a lot of weight in the past 6 months, but he looks more energetic. He stood up, looked around, and said to everyone, Hollywood now produces more than 600 films every year, and the number is increasing by 10% every year. There are many truly outstanding films among them, but there are definitely not many films that can be released worldwide. The results of the survey and statistics show that the Hollywood film market will gradually become saturated, so we need to disperse our investment efforts and diversify entertainment. In addition to movies, we should also involve the television and record markets. We should strive to make entertainment multifaceted and not put all our eggs in one basket. Of course, before this, we have also done statistics. There is still a lot of room for development in the North American record market and the television market, such as rap songs for teenagers and talent show reality variety shows for ordinary people. These are inexhaustible resources, and what we have to do now is to polish the spear in our hands and occupy this market in the spirit of Don Quixote. Preliminary survey results show that, although the North American record market is not as developed as in previous years, the record market has even begun to shrink, especially as online song downloads become easier and easier. However, we should clearly see that no matter how prosperous online downloads are, there is one thing it can never do, that is, high requirements for sound quality and high fidelity. Therefore, our records must be based on these two basic points and make high quality records. In terms of TV entertainment programs, we currently do not have the strength to build our own TV station, but we have successful cases such as American Idol, so we can continue to cooperate with TV stations to create new entertainment variety shows. Now we have put forward a new proposal to Fox TV called Hell's Kitchen, which is a food reality show. This show has been reviewed and will be on the air in March next year at the latest. Durs felt great standing here and talking freely. He didn't like to talk much before, and even if he did, he was concise and to the point. He used to be very eloquent, but now he can talk non-stop when he stands up, like a different person. In fact, it is true. In the past, Durs joined Dream Pictures because he had no choice. To be precise, it was to pay off his debts. But now, he is constantly promoted in the company, which makes him feel that he has a lot of room to play here. Moreover, the boss of the company is an ambitious person, so there is even more room for him to play. In summary, our Dream Pictures company must develop towards diversified entertainment from now on, and can no longer stick to the film aspect. Therefore, our company name will soon change from Dream Pictures to Dream Entertainment Company. Come on, everyone. Feiyang nodded in appreciation. He just admired Durs' serious attitude in every detail. Knocking heavily on the table, Feiyang said solemnly, entering the music and television industry will be the focus of the company next year, but film production cannot be ignored. In terms of production, I don't have any requirements. Strict and exquisite are enough. I don't want rough works. In terms of production, I would also like to mention that commercial films are important, but art films cannot be ignored. At this point, Feiyang revealed a faint smile, but the most important thing is experimental films. We must give newcomers enough opportunities, and give them space to show themselves. In order to promote newcomers, I decided to acquire a small art theater chain, to specialize in showing and popular art films and experimental films. In short, I want to tell everyone that no matter what time, talent is the most important. Feiyang's smiling face suddenly faded like a tide, and he knocked on the table sternly. If anyone allows talents to slip away from him, he has committed a serious mistake that must be punished. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Feiyang to pay so much attention to talents. They all felt honored. After all, those who can sit here are the best of the best. To be continued. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.